everyone. My name is Denise White, and I am going to be your host for day 2 of the VIP Ignite Model Actor 30X Challenge Bootcamp. Say that 5 times fast, people. So we are so excited to have you. Let me introduce myself to you, and let me know how this. I'm going to let you know how this day is going to go. But first, I would be remiss in being a host if I didn't invite people in. So if you're watching us on Facebook, if you're watching us on YouTube, how do you expect 2 of the top Hollywood, New York agents to discover you? They're not going to go onto Facebook and say, hey, who is watching live? So this is what I want you to do. I want you to come over here and join us live on Zoom. How do you do that, you ask? What you do is you go to VIPigniteSummit.com. Again, you go to VIPigniteSummit.com. You'll get a Zoom link. You'll register, you'll click join now, and then you'll join us live on Zoom, okay? And when you do, say, hey, I just came over from Facebook. I just came over from YouTube, and we can't wait to have you. For everyone here live on Zoom, welcome to day 2. We are so excited about this day. So let's talk about where we were yesterday. I know we have some people on here that were working yesterday. You were unable to be here. So what we're going to do is we're going to review yesterday, and then we're going to kick today into high gear.
Wait, really quick. How many of you guys, this is your very first day? If this is your first day, type day number 2 in the chat. If you were on yesterday, don't type. I just want to see how many people were not on day 1.
Okay. Well, they're going to get a review of day 1. All right. So let's review day 1 now. All right. So we started off our day by talking about how Hollywood stars are connected to Roman chariots and horses' asses. If you weren't here for that, oh my gosh, it was pretty awesome. And then we also talked about building confidence and overcoming fear. And what I want you guys to understand is that one of the things that people are looking for when you walk into a room is confidence. How do you build that confidence? Well, we talked about it yesterday. Positive self-talk, gaining some new skills, just knowing who you are, and actually taking care of your body too. Okay, so we talked about that. Then we talked about why it's so important to invest in yourself. We talked about the link between hospitals and modeling agencies. Sounds a little bit crazy, but what I want you to understand is that when you are investing in yourself, when you're investing time, when you're investing your resources in yourself, it gives you leverage when you walk into a room. Okay, so I want you to understand that. And you're going to hear many of these things that I'm going to talk about right now are going to be themes that we heard yesterday and that you're going to hear more about today. Okay. We also we had Ryan Colby come on and talk about the first 90 days as a model in New York City. How many of you watching right now, type a 1 or 1 in the comments, would love to be mentored by one of the hottest agents in LA and New York for 90 days? Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Yeah, it would be a tremendous experience to learn the ropes, to learn how to navigate New York, to do test shoots, to have the opportunity to start booking work. How many of you are here because you know what? Maybe you haven't booked that first job yet, or maybe you're booking work, but you want to book even more work. If you want even more success in your career, type success in the comments. If you're looking for even more success, type success in the comments right now. We had the opportunity to hear from a screenwriter she writes for Netflix. She wrote for a huge daytime soap. She's currently working on a project as soon as this craziness is over with Don Cheadle. How many of you would love the opportunity to get inside the brain of a mind inside the brain of a writer for some of the biggest shows on television, to learn how that can help elevate your acting and modeling career? If that sounds like something that would be very valuable to you, I would go as far as to say invaluable. Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. We also talked about what type of modeling you qualify for. So many times people come into the industry, and I had the same misperception when I first started working with VIP Ignite too. People have this idea that models are they just walk. And there's only one type of models, that tall, skinny, striking looking person that everyone, when you're a kid, oh my gosh, you want to be that person. But how many of you know now, if you were here yesterday, you already know this, how many of you know that that's only 10% of the world, only 10% of the world could possibly qualify for that. And what's even more disheartening is that if you do that, you don't make any money. You don't make as much money. How many of you want to earn a living as a model? Type a 1 in the comments. How many of you are relieved to find out that commercial print, 80% of the industry is what we all qualify for? So if you're watching this video right now, what I want you to do is type, I am a model in the comments, because guess what? You can qualify to be a model. How awesome is that? We had Ryan Colby and Alicia Kapak, super agents, go through some of our talent on this call yesterday with Model Garage, and they talked to them about different things that they can do for the modeling and acting career. What do you qualify for? What should we do with your hair? One of our talent actually, Ryan was like, I want to see your hair straight. So you know what she did this morning? She straightened her hair. She showed up with her hair straight. How awesome is that? Implementer, it's very important. But we had Ryan Colby go through a lot of the people in the room and tell what do you qualify for? What can you do now to start working to elevate your career? Because everything we're doing over this course of this weekend is to help you elevate. We also have Michael Fonkin, co-founder of VIP Ignite, come on, and he talked about the Actors Cookbook. How many? Okay, hold on. Side note, for anyone that was here yesterday, how many of you had some apple pie last night? If you didn't, how many of you really wanted some apple pie last night? I was in the want apple pie last night. Fortunately, I had an apple with some honey, so it totally helped with that craving, but oh my gosh. But anyway, so what he did was he laid out the framework for success. Because how many of you know that success isn't accidental? Success isn't luck. Success is hard work, and success is due because there is a framework. There is a framework that we follow that is success. Whether you study Elon Musk, Bill Gates, name the person that you admire in the entertainment industry, Denzel Washington, Julia Roberts, just think big, right? They all have the same framework that they went through. And I want you guys to understand that there is a framework to success. And if you want to be successful, you have to follow that framework. And that's what we lay out. And that's what we do here at VIP Ignite. We help you be successful. Whatever that means to you, we help you elevate your success. So what I want to do is I want to start off with everyone on the same page, okay? Yesterday was Foundation Day. Yesterday, we had to tear down some misconceptions. We had to reframe the way that you see some things. Because in order for you to be successful, you need a solid foundation. So yesterday we laid the foundation. Today is Transformation Day. So today you're going to start seeing things in a new way. Today, by the end of the day today, if you play all out, if you play all in, if you're all in, then I guarantee you that you'll be a different person by the end of the day today. So this is what I want you to do. I want you to type 2 things in the comments. First of all, are you here today? If you're here today, type yes in the comments. That's a trick question. Everyone should be typing yes. I'm starting you off easy answers. Okay, awesome. So if you are here today and you type yes in the comments, this is what the next thing I want you to type. I want you to type, I am successful. Now I want you to type that in the comments. I am successful. Hi, Nikki. I am successful. And I want that to be the framework that you listen. Every speaker that we have today is someone who is successful in the industry. And I want you to understand by showing up today, you are successful. And yesterday we did this and I saw some people, and I saw that they didn't believe that they deserved to be called successful. And you know, that's okay. But I'm here to tell you that because you're here today, you are successful. So now that we've covered that you are successful, I want you to make a promise to yourself right now. Okay, and you're not making this promise to me, and I want to give you everything I have. I leave nothing on the floor at the end of the day of these events. I'm going to give you everything I have. Michael is going to give you everything he has. Alicia's going to give you everything she has. Ryan's going to give you everything he has. All of our speakers are going to give you everything that we have. We leave nothing in the tank by the end of this day. but this is what I want you to promise to yourself. I want you to make a promise to yourself that between now and when this call ends, that you are all in. Now, don't type that in the comments yet. I'm going to tell you what that means to me. That means that if I ask you to answer a question in the comments, or any of my speakers asks you to answer a question in the comments, you're going to answer. That means if I ask you to stand up and start moving because I sense that your energy is low, you stand up and you start moving. That means that if I ask you to take notes, you get out your pen and paper and you start taking notes. That means that if I ask you to drink some water because you need some hydration, you drink something that looks like water, okay? And here's the other thing. I want you to be fully present here today. That means that we turn off our TikTok notifications, we turn off our phones, put your phone on silent. You don't need to be on your phone all day. Trust me, you're not going to die if you don't see the latest videos. I want your phone on silent, and I want you fully present for this rest of this day. Until we, at the end of the day, we end this call, I want you to be fully present. If you can live up to those expectations, what I want you to do is I want you to type "I'm all in" the comments. And again, you're not promising me, you're not promising Mike, you're not promising Alicia, you're promising yourself, your future self. Type "I'm all in" the comments. Awesome. I love that you guys are all in. Because you know what? There are people that we work with that made that very same commitment. And a lot of them are on this call today. One of them is Sid. And I remember we met Sid on a Zoom call just like this one. And it was, I thought she was a little bit crazy, honestly, because she was on a call just like this. And then she had an opportunity to meet one-on-one with one of our team members here. And we had an event 2 weeks out from that date when she scheduled that call. And 2 days later from this call, I got a call. Oh my God, you have to talk to Sid. You have to get her ready. She's going to New York. And I was like, she's what? Okay, let's do this, right? I had no idea. I didn't know where she lived. So I spoke to her. And 2 days after, she had the opportunity to be on a call like this. She interviewed. She was going to New York City to an event. The next day I'm on the call with her. We're picking out clothes. We're talking about what she has to do, like where she has to go, what she has to do. And it was cool. And she was like bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. She was so excited. Over the last 6 months, Sid has been on set in New York City multiple times. She just had a meeting in New York City where she updated her headshot so she can book even more work. If that sounds like something that you want, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. If you want to start booking work, at the end of this call, you're going to have an opportunity to take a step. We talked about this yesterday. Take a step forward on the yellow brick road. If that sounds like something you want, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Someone else we started working with as a result of one of these calls, his name is Mike. You're going to meet him later today. I think he's on the call. He's not on set. And then he had come on so many calls. Like he decided, like 5 years ago, he was on a call and he was like, oh, I want to do this, but it's not the right time. Like, okay, fine. You know what? That's cool. If you know it's not the right time, that's great. Fast forward 4 years, he interviews with us. And I'll have him, Mike and I will share the story together. If I start telling you, I'm going to start crying. He went through something very traumatic, but he still showed up for his interview. Over the last 2 years, he has a movie that he wrote that has won multiple film festivals. He's won multiple film festivals. He has won so many awards. He also is a musician. He wrote a song that's won multiple awards. So if you're someone here who maybe that you've been coming to these a couple times, like, oh, I don't know, but you know today's the right time, and you want to be like Mike, and you want to be someone who is not only writing films and writing songs and winning awards, but who is on film consistently. He's on set consistently. He recently was in a film where I'll have him explain it. I keep saying he was a Nazi, but I don't think he was a Nazi. I think that he was one of the people in the movie that the Nazis were taking away. He was also in a horror film. I'll show you pictures of that later. He was also in a movie with, all I remember is the pencil sharpener. Still freaked out by that movie. But if you're someone who, like, you've been trying to do this for a long time, but you're like, you know what, today's the day, I want to be serious, I want to move forward, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Type a 1 or 1 in the comments. We have so many people that we've worked with that have gone on to be great successes. And it all starts on a Zoom call like this one. And I want you guys to think about that as you are listening to the speakers. How, like, instead of saying, oh, pick me, how can I become the person that Ryan Colby picks? Instead of being, oh, here's my email, send me an email, wink, wink. How can I be someone who adds value to Tanya? You're going to hear from her later. How can I add value to Tanya so that she wants to work with me? Or at the very end of the day, we have a mindset coach, very high level mindset success coach who's going to be on here speaking. And she's excited. Like, she literally has been on the phone with Mike for the last 3 days. Like, hey, tell me about, how did your event go? Oh my gosh, how can I add value? How can I add value? How can I add value? I want you to start thinking as we bring on the different speakers, how can I add value to what VIP Ignite is doing? Instead of, oh, what can they give me? What can I give you? What can I give back? And I want you to think about that. And I want you to listen as you are listening to all of our speakers. The one thing that they all have in common is every one of us, like, I feel like I should have like a group picture here. Like, hi, we're all together here. We all want you to be successful. But what kind of value are you willing to add to the mix? And I just want you to think about that. Yesterday, we talked about our talent success plan. If you guys can share that in the comments too. Yesterday, we talked about the talent success plan. How many of you filled out your talent success plan last night? If you did, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Or if you've done it in the past. So here's my question for you. What message, and I want you to type this in the comments so I can read them. What message do you want your acting or modeling career to bring to the world? Type it in the comments. It doesn't have to be a whole dissertation. Just give me a couple words. Like, what do you want to do? Like, what value do you want to add? And I'm going to share a little bit about what I want, why I'm here right now too. Okay, if you weren't here yesterday, that's fine, Nikki. Never give up. It's okay to be genuine. I like that. Be successful. Dreams come true. God's glory and strength, overcomer. That life's pain has a reason to exist. That is so true. To change the world by how the world sees me. I'd like to dive more into that. If you want it badly enough, you can achieve it. Yaz, you and I went through that. Oh my gosh. Yaz is definitely evidence of that. Strong and beautiful dedication. Never give up on you. Be authentic. Success, new career, change, fun, a new life, game changer. Impact lives on a large scale. Empathy, authenticity, give back, make a difference. Underdog, be consistent, celebrate your success. Diamond, I know you're not from Philly, but you sound like you're from Philly when you talk like that. Everyone in Philly is an underdog. Make an impact, don't give up, believe in yourself. Inspire other people to believe in herself. I love that. Keep a positive mind all the time. I did it in a crash. Okay. To be remembered, anything is possible, right? You're never too old to have your dreams fulfilled. Let me talk about that. I love that one, Desi. I like that a lot. We work with people of all ages. And we told this story yesterday, but I like to tell this story also because I had the opportunity to interview her. So there's this one woman, and it's so funny because now I'm pushing 50, okay? I'm going to be 48 in a couple weeks. And I get on the phone with these people that are in their 20s or 30s. I'm so old. I'm like, listen, you young whippersnapper, you're not old at all, okay? But I had the opportunity to interview someone. She was 50 years old when I interviewed her. She was just turning 50. And she was like, yeah, I've always wanted to do this, but I don't know. I was like, okay, well, she's like, I'm just going to try it out. I was like, okay, let's try it out. You know what I mean? Because you know what? I'm very much, I like to dip my toe in the water too. I'm not like a diver in her. I like to dip my toe in the water too. So I was like, okay, let's try it out. And she knew that the only thing she wanted to do was model. She had no interest in acting whenever I said anything about acting, she'd roll her eyes and like walk away. Well, she couldn't really walk away, but you get the idea. So we had the opportunity to work with her, and it was during the craziness of 2020. And we were doing everything on Zoom, like absolutely everything on Zoom. We couldn't do anything live because it was illegal. So I would see her on a Zoom call, but she would only get on the Zoom calls for modeling. If it said the word acting or anything like that, she was nowhere to be found. One day, she got on a Zoom call for acting, and I wanted to call her and be like, hey, you're on the wrong call. Get on. Like, you must be mistaken. I don't know what you're doing here. But I didn't do that because that would have been rude, first of all. So the next thing I know is before, like, her lighting was terrible. She'd be kind of like off camera. You could barely see her. Now her lighting's good. She's sitting mid camera. Then the next thing I know, she's interacting. Then she got on another Zoom call just like this, and an agent discovered her. And she was 50. She's a shorter woman, chubby woman, long silver hair. And an agent discovered her, and he reached out to her, and he was like, hey, I'm interested in speaking to you. And she's like, she called me. She's like, Denise, what do I do? I'm like, you take the call. Like, if an agent, a question for you guys. If an agent reached out to you and you knew it was okay, like it was like vetted by VIP Ignite, and you're on a call where you're supposed to meet agents, if an agent wanted to meet with you, type a 1 or 1 in the comments, and you would be like, yeah, I'm taking the call. Well, she called me. She's like, I don't know what to do. I'm like, take the call. So she takes the call. He sets up a meeting with her. She goes to meet with him in his offices. She calls me afterwards. He gave me a contract. What do I do? I'm like, what would you guys do? So if an agent gives you a contract, type in the comments. What are you going to do? Are you going to, you're going to read it? No, you're going to sign the contract, right? You're going to sign the contract. So I was like, sign the contract. So she did. And then she started working with him. And the awesome thing is that she's working with him. He's developing her. Then all of a sudden, we're watching an NFL game. You could ask Mike about this when you see him in person. I was like, we're watching the first season opener of the NFL. And don't I see her and her husband in an ad for NFL apparel? I'm like, oh my God, what? Ah! I was freaking out because I freak out for your success. And the reason I'm telling you this story is not to impress you, but to impress upon you that she was short, she was old, she was chubby, but she was what the agent was looking for. When we first started working with her, she made $36,000 a year as a church secretary. The last I spoke to her agent, they won't even talk to someone for less than $36,000 a job. How many of you would like to go from making $36,000 a year to making $36,000 a job? If that sounds awesome to you, type 1 or 1 in the comments, because that's what we do. And I want you guys to understand that. I want you to understand that everything we do is wrapped around helping you be successful where you are. We talked about location doesn't matter anymore. We're doing so much through self-tape. Location doesn't matter. The industry is so much more inclusive today than it ever has been. And I remember when this tide was changing, I was in New York and Ryan Colby was talking. He was talking about how it's never been better to be a person of color or not your average person. I was like, ouch. But you know what? It's true. So what I want you to understand is as we bring on our speakers, Mike's going to be talking to you guys in a couple of minutes about the path to Hollywood, getting the right headshots. What? Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Yep. So I want you guys to understand that. Okay. And I want you guys, what we're going to do too, is if you want to see more of our success stories, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have my team drop the link to our Trello board here. And our Trello board this is open to the public, and I want you guys to take a look at it. And I want you to go through. And what you're going to see is people that look just like you that are successful in the entertainment industry. They're booking work, they're landing auditions, they're submitting self-tapes. Okay, they are doing amazing things. All right, so what I want you guys to do is I want you to take a look at this, and what I'll do is I'll share it in just a moment. But I'm going to look over here for just a moment. But what I want you guys to do is I want you to take a look at this board here. Okay, and what I want you to do is I want you to go through, and I want you to to see. You're going to see yourself in so many of these people. Okay. You're going to see yourself in so many of the people. All right. So what I'll do is I'll share that in just a moment. I'm going to tag my team here. But what I want you guys to know is, I want you to understand that this success is possible for each and every person on this call. Okay. Success is possible for each and every person on this call. And that's what we're going to go through throughout the course of the weekend. So with every speaker, what I want you to ask yourself is, okay, how can I apply what they're saying to what I'm doing, to what I'm already doing? Jessa, I see you. Are you able to share the Trello board, please? Oh, there we go. Thank you, Diane. You're awesome. All right. So what I want you guys to do is I want you to click on that link for the Trello board and just save it. And then later today, I want you to go through and I want you to take a look at all the amazing people that we have here. Actually, I think I have like 2 minutes. So what I'll do is I'm going to actually share it with you guys. All right. So just bear with me for 1 second here. Okay. All right. Can you see my screen? Okay, awesome. All right. So what I'm going to do is, let's see here. Let's see the voices of VIP. All right. Okay. So thank you so much for replying to my post yesterday. It was the scariest thing I ever did. Posted a dancing story about my childhood. This was a talent. She was working with us and she's very outspoken, but she didn't ever want to share anything on social media. So one of the challenges that I gave her was to start sharing some more on social media, right? I just want to personally say thank you. Really enjoying the videos. Here, hold on, let's see here. Fearless Rebels community. All right, so this here is a post from one of our talents, Cynthia. So she lives outside of New York. She's been working with VIP Ignite since before I even started working with VIP Ignite. And she recently had the opportunity to star in a short film. How many of you would like the opportunity to star in a short film? Do you think that might change your life? Yeah, exactly, right? All right, let's see what else we got. We have so many success stories here. Let's see here. We have another talent here who shared her SAG-AFTRA card. She's been a member since 2011. Again, we work with people of all levels. Like if you're just getting started, we can help you create success. If you are someone who's already on the road to success and want even more success, we can help you with that. Let's see here. There are just so many. It's so hard to pick out a couple of them. Let's see here. So in a little while, we're going to hear from Mike in just a moment. We had the opportunity to meet him when we were in Phoenix in February. We had the opportunity to go to the only official. Oh, okay. Let me explain who Mark Victor Hansen is. Thank you. Mark Victor Hansen. How many of you have ever heard of a book called Chicken Soup for the Soul? Maybe you've seen it as you've been walking through. He's sold over 500 million books. Okay, so this man is a tremendous author, speaker. He's known throughout the world. So we were introduced to him in December at an event in Phoenix, and then we were invited to the only official Super Bowl party in the U.S. But how many of you have ever heard of a movie called Jerry Maguire? Raise your hands. Well, we work with the man that's based off of. His name is
Lee Steinberg.
Thank you.
He also is the sports agent for Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah. So we had the opportunity to go to his Super Bowl party, where we had the opportunity then to meet Mark Victor Hansen, who is author of Chicken Soup for the Soul and a bunch of other books. And Mike will talk about this in a couple of minutes, but he's also partnering with us to write our book, Finding Fame. So I'm not telling you this to impress you. I'm telling you this to impress upon you that there are so many opportunities here at VIP Ignite. I want you to go through the Trello board, and I want you to take a look at all the different success stories, all the people talking about what we do. And I want you to understand that they are you and you are them. Every person on that board made a decision on a call just like this to be all in. And that's why I asked you to commit to yourself, to your future self, to be all in today. All right. So are you guys ready to hear from Mr. Michael Pumpkin? Are you guys ready? Okay, so let me introduce him again for anyone that was not here yesterday. I'm going to introduce him and then we're going to get started. And this is what I want you guys to do. When I introduce any speaker today, I want you to bring the same amount of energy that the Chiefs fans did when Patrick Mahomes won the Super Bowl. Okay, can you guys do that? Hold on, before I introduce them, let me see you guys show your excitement. All right, let me see. Okay, you guys are, Leah's always up for excitement. She's like always there. And Lewis, hi Albert. Oh my gosh. Okay, awesome. All right, so I'm going to introduce Mike and I want you to bring that times 10. Are you guys ready? So Michael Pumpkin, for almost 2 decades, he has dedicated his life to helping models, actors, and musicians connect with the most powerful people in the entertainment industry. As a Broadway investor, he has won over 38 awards, including 6 Tonys, and in 2013 won the Tony for Best Play. He is also the founder of Truth Management, the fastest growing talent management firm in the USA, with placement of talent in a range of TV, films, and fashion shows around the world and in the US. His company has helped free over 3,500 kids from sex trafficking worldwide in partnership with Operation Underground Railroad. He has over 10 years of experience in online marketing and is an expert in branding and marketing. Everyone give it up for the one and only Mr. Michael Pumpkin.
Hey guys, good morning, good morning, good morning. How's everybody doing? All right, awesome. Hey, can our team also drop the talent success guide in case there are some new people on here that missed that from yesterday, so that way everybody has access to it. I know when I attend events, I always get so many handouts and like I just get all confused all the time on what day it is and what I'm working on. So if we could drop the talent success guide again, and then also a copy of Finding Fame, so everybody has that. Mark's working on the updated version of that, which is going to be launching in October. So that's really exciting. I'll talk a little bit about that too in a moment. But let me share my screen for right now. All right. So how's everybody doing today? All right, so we're going to talk a little bit about photos and how to do that the right way. Obviously, for a lot of people, the one common mistake probably aspiring talent always makes is they always kind of get the wrong photos at the very beginning, because it just seems to kind of make common sense, like I need photos to start with. But usually, like every agency you work with, they kind of have their own stylization. So we'll talk about all of that. Obviously, one of the most important things is being able to find your why, and you'll find your way. Finding your why means is like, what's the reason why you want to do something? Like, what's the reason you want to be in the entertainment industry? And a lot of times people will say, well, you know, for my kids and so forth. And that's a good why, but it's not a great why. See, a great why is what you're doing, right? The success that you have in the entertainment industry as a model or an actor, when you're driven by that success, the result of that success then now provides that abundance that you're looking for your children, for your family, and so forth. So I want you guys to start thinking bigger, right? Don't just think small. Here's the great thing about being alive today is you can do anything that you want. There's like nothing stopping you. The only thing that's holding you back is the story that you tell yourself. You know, we've been doing this now for close to 18 years. And there, you know, from the very first moment we started this company, people told us we couldn't do this. There's no way to do events. There's no way to work with new talent. There's no way to get, you know, these types of success stories. You know, when we got our first success story literally at our first event, and then it became 100 success stories and 1,000 success stories and 5,000 and 10,000. And along the way, every time we tried to do something, we heard the same thing, right? We heard the naysayers. We heard the people who said we couldn't do it, right? The people, you know, when we started an agency, we couldn't do that. When COVID came and we were doing live events and people were like, that's it, game over. And we were like, no, we pivoted, we changed, we adapted. You know, later on today, we'll talk about artificial intelligence. Like there are people, you know, singing the praises of artificial intelligence. And then there are other people who are like, you know, it's the end of the world. We'll talk about the truth, right? You got to always remember things. There's always, what's the agenda? When people are talking about things, what's the purpose of it? Are they promoting something? Are they trying to knock somebody else down? Being in the entertainment industry, Your goal is to do the best job that you can do. The people who, one day when you become so famous that you have people who still won't believe in you, or the people who didn't believe in you, all of a sudden now those are the first ones that are calling you. Like, I knew you could do it. And you'll be like, wait a second, when I started, you didn't believe in me. And that's okay. That's just a part of life. But the whole goal of this is to surround yourself with the right community. It's all about getting momentum. That's really what this is about. Once you get momentum, life becomes so much easier, right? You still get up early, you still, have your normal life and the things that you have to do, but eventually you start building more and more momentum, but you have to start someplace. And, for the past, 2 years, we've been doing events all over the country. Obviously, we do events in Hollywood and New York, and those are our big events that everybody, talks about. But, we've done events in New Orleans and Atlanta, Las Vegas, Phoenix, like so many cool things, because our why is so strong. Our why is always to help talent, develop talent, make talent successful, like to always be the best at what we can do, because those naysayers, they drive us, right? When somebody says, we can't do this, our goal, partnering up with Mark Victor Hansen, is to be a New York Times best-selling book, okay? New York Times, not an Amazon bestseller, that's easy. A New York Times bestseller book, which means that we in order to reach that level, you need 50,000 copies of your book bought. So our book's going to be in Barnes and Nobles. It's going to be all over. Mark's really such a great person. I'll talk about him in a moment. But my point is whatever it is you want to do, whether it's writing a book, being a model, being an actor, being a musician, you find your why and you'll find your way. When you know this is something that's your passion, this is something you're driving with, you're surrounding yourself with the right people, there's nothing that can stop you at all. The only thing that'll always hold you back is just yourself, right? Because the only thing that's keeping you from getting what you want is the story you keep telling yourself. If you keep telling yourself a story, you can't do this, then of course you're not going to be able to do it. But when you change your story and you ask better questions, well, how can I do this? Then anything becomes possible. When you're able to face your fears and you're able to overcome them, right? And you need a team, right? People who succeed at the highest level are not lucky. They're doing something differently than everyone else. And you see that, like, we're providing you a pathway here, and again, this event is so limited. We only have so many hours with you to be able to do this. But for those of you who have the opportunity to work with us full time, we'll change your life, right? Because at the end of the day, the path to success is to take massive determined action. There are frameworks, right? You follow the process. And believe me, it took me half my life to figure this out. I always thought I could do things on my own. I always felt like I'm better at doing this. I'll figure it out. But then I realized once I took massive action, once I surrounded myself with the right people, that's when my life changed in ways that are just unimaginable to the person I once was 10 years ago. And of course, find your tribe, love them hard. Later today, you'll learn about the Fearless Rebels. You'll learn what it's like to be a part of a community, to be able to work with some of the most powerful people in the industry, to be able to work with the people that you got to hear from yesterday. Imagine being coached by these people, building a friendship, building a relationship with some of the people that we work with. That's like what we do here. Like, we do the unimaginable. When we first came up with this concept, people said what we wanted to do was impossible. But again, every single week, I prove the impossible possible because my why is so strong. Okay. We're a family. At the end of the day, the reason why we do things the way we do them is we're a family. We want to work with the right people. We want to work with people who are amazing. We want to work with people who have good ethics and good values. We actually have a Welcome to VIP book that we just created, and it talks about the values of the company, the beliefs that we have in the company. And if my team can actually drop that for everybody so they have a copy of that, so that way you guys should have access to the Trello board now. You should have access to Finding Fame. You should have access to Trello board, Finding Fame. What else do we have access to? Now you have access to this new guide and also the Talent Success Guide, right? And we just started a new program. It's just launched in Beverly Hills. We're actually going to be working with mentors, actually training some of our top talent, some of our inner circle, to actually be able to not only be coached, but actually become coaches themselves. And it's a part of like a massive expansion that we're doing. Within the next 2 to 3 years, we want to be the largest company in the world for managing and developing talent. And the reason why we do these events is because we look to work with the best people. Even that guide that you guys have the link to right now, if you go through that, It's designed to attract people with high values, right? The people that are lazy, the people that are making excuses. I can bring a horse to water, but I can't make it drink, right? I can't shift that. We're going to try. I have an amazing speaker on later today who's going to unlock your full potential, right? But there'll still be that one person who just wants to continuously live in fear. That may be their favorite flavor of pain, right? Until you unlock that, and how you unlock that is by having a strong why. Our inner circle, our highest level of talent, we do the most amazing things. We go backstage on Broadway. We go on private tours in Warner Brothers. They get to meet the highest level people. We transform people's lives because it's just not about modeling and acting. That's the core of it. But there's so much more to like too, really understanding how this industry works. There has to come a time in your life where you expand past that point, where you become such a level of an established actor, you become a producer. You start producing movies, you start writing movies, you start partnering with brands. Okay. The Kardashians, they're a $1 billion brand. Multiple people in that family have reached $1 billion because they understand this process. They've mastered it. And there's no reason that anybody on this call in the next 5 years could not do the same thing. Okay. But it has to start with taking that action. It's not about luck. It's about surrounding yourself with the right people and so forth. Okay, our next big event that's going to be open is Hollywood. Some of you guys are familiar with that. We'll go over that later. But just so for those of you who have the opportunity, it's going to be a 3-day event. It's going to be May 24th to the 26th in 2024. This is one of our most powerful events. We do 2 super events per year, one in New York and one in Hollywood. This is your opportunity, okay? We will go over that later, but I just wanted to make that announcement for anybody who's new, because I know a few people have been messaging Alicia and DMing Deneen, how do I get to be a part of an event? When's the next event? Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. We will talk about that later, but I just want to put that out there. Yes, I am aware that everybody wants to be at one of the events. For those of you who've never been to Hollywood, team just came back from Beverly Hills. They just did a power lunch in Beverly Hills with some amazing people. Hollywood's where the magic happens for the film industry. I think a lot of our most successful people, they'll buy coastal. They work in both New York and they work in LA. Hollywood, when you get out there, it's really magical. I love California. It's just so beautiful. The weather. I know they got a little hurricane coming today. Well, we will get a hurricane update shortly from Mr. Ryan Colby himself, right in the middle of the storm. He's packing away for his big journey to Miami next week. But there's a lot going on. The studios are there. A lot of great connections to be made. But, honestly, at the end of the day, that's the goal. The goal is that you make that decision. Do you want to live in California full time? Do you want to live where you're living and be able to travel back and forth? There's no reason you can't have that life. There's no reason you can't work in Hollywood, work in New York, work in Atlanta, work in Miami, right? That's the life. That's the goal you should be striving for. You should have the biggest goal possible, because what's the worst that's going to happen? You don't reach it, but you come so close. Why wouldn't you reach it, right? Why couldn't you do everything? There's no reason. And then think about having the financial abundance, not only to take care of yourself, to take care of your family, but having the financial abundance and the ability to be able to write $1 million check out for a charity of your choice. Think about that. Imagine being able to write and sign a check for $1 million just for a charity, just to be able to make a difference in people's lives, right? It is your moral obligation to become successful and financially abundant so you can help others. Never let poverty mindset hold you back, that you don't deserve that type of life, because you do. Because it is your moral obligation. Time is our most precious resource. You only have so many days, so many years, so many moments to be alive. It's your responsibility to do everything you can to leave this place better than what you found it. Okay? And through your success, this is how you're able to accomplish it. Yes, at the beginning, you're putting in the hard work, you're putting in the dedication, and there's always going to be hard work and dedication, but eventually you reach a level of mastery where you really understand things. You understand business. You understand how agencies work. You understand productions. You understand filmmaking. You understand the magazine industry. There's no reason for you just to be the product when you can be more than the product, right? Don't be the person who's just being an Uber driver or a delivery driver. Don't be that cog. If you do that now to reach where you need to be, that is fine. But have the inspiration to want to do more with your life. Okay. We work with some amazing people. Mark Victor Hansen, one of my favorite people in the entire world. Such an honor and pleasure to work with him. He's considered one of the greatest authors ever, over 500 million books that have been signed. We're doing a private event of some of our mentors in Phoenix next year in January. They're going to be getting to sit down with people like Mark Victor Hansen, Sharon Lechter, who wrote the book Rich Dad, Poor Dad, was a co-author of that. These are people who have connections to anyone in the entire industry. And imagine being in a room with people like that, or being in a room in Hollywood with some of the most powerful people in the entertainment industry, and you know the questions to ask. You're fully prepared, where those people are there to actually meet with you. Okay, it's not a showcase. This goes well beyond that. Actually, Mark Victor Hansen, I have a link to of his best-selling books. If my team could drop that, these are the full editions of his books, complimentary of us and Mark Victor Hansen. Okay, there should be a link in there. You guys can download them. There's a PDF, so you can save them, read them. They're phenomenal books. There are gifts to you. Okay, this is when you surround yourself with the right people. These are the things that you're able to do. You can see in the bottom picture there, Sid, right? She's got the blue with the gold, kind of like the Versace looking thing going on, right? That's Robert Dolinsky. That's 50 Cent's acting coach. Okay, he's a Broadway producer, a playwright. We have what's called a 21-day challenge that you guys have some of you guys have the opportunity to take. You'll learn how to write a monologue. You'll learn how to perform. Okay, his shows sell out. He's been featured on The View. He's been featured on NBC. I talk to him literally daily. See the photo there of Ryan Colby and Alicia. Okay, these people we've worked with decades. Mark Victor Hansen, his wife Crystal, one of the most powerful authors. There's not a single person he could not call and get on the phone. He can snap your fingers and change your life in 2 seconds. Okay, Jan Murphy, the Caucasian girl with the blonde hair. She's a Wilhelmina model, a fitness model. She's also one of our coaches. Like she's also the co-star of our movie Target. Like the things that we do, it's all encompasses. Like the things that we do, we prove to ourselves and to our talent every single day why they can be successful. That there's nothing that cannot be accomplished because we do it. For those of you who read Finding Fame, I started off as a dishwasher. I was washing dishes. That was my job. Do you think at that point in my life, I could see myself doing a presentation like this? Okay, but I knew I was destined to do more. I knew there was more to life. And the same way I wash those dishes is the same way I do this presentation. I put my full heart into it. I do the best of my ability to provide value, to consistently over deliver. Okay, right there you can see 50 Cent, right? Acting coach, right? You know, no matter what it is you want to do, having the right images is important, right? Whether you're an actor, a model, whether you're a speaker, an author, the images is what changed the world. We live in a world today where it's about the images. It's about the video. It's about content. This is the world we live in, and we're really good at doing that, okay? So again, our next event, Hollywood, California, May 24th, 26th. We will talk about that later today. There is a process, so I highly recommend make sure you read that book on values and ethics, because that's going to be a part of the interview process. Make sure you read the first chapter of Finding Fame. That is a part of the interview process. Make sure you're going through the success stories and so forth, that you have a full understanding, okay? Because my time is valuable, and I'm willing to help anybody, okay? I'm willing to help anybody. But at the same time, I have to understand that you have to be willing to look, you have to be willing to be helped, right? I can coach you. I can show you how to be successful. I can write your resume. I can get you the right photos. I can introduce you to the most powerful people in the world. But if you're consistently battling against that, it's difficult. I can't force somebody to be successful, and I can't want it more than you want it. Okay, but you have to trust the process. The process works. 10,000 success stories in 2 decades. The process works. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about getting the right photos. You know, photos are going to be really important for whether you're a model or you're an actor. These are some great examples of some great photos, okay? This is the quality you want. And what you're looking for is, for most people, it's going to be what's called versatility. You need to be able to show to the camera, to the casting director, to the producer, to the agent, that you have versatility, that they can submit you out for more than one role. Now you have to lean into certain characters, but your photos, they want to have great lighting. You want to be the center of the attention. You want the eyes drawn to the eyes, drawn to the person. You want to be able to visualize, right? You know, that center photo is a great photo. You can see right away, commercial print, right? Editorial, TV, film. You can see the gentleman on the right, African-American with the suit. Again, nice photo. You can see the girl, more editorial, right? Has sex appeal, right? So you need to be able to have photos like this that are done the correct way, okay? Age doesn't matter, right? It's leaning into your character, right? There is so much opportunity for people over the age of 40. It's unbelievable how much opportunity there is because of all the TV shows, the films, the products. We're living in an aging world. Okay, if you lived 200 years ago, the average age was 35. Like it's phenomenal with the world that where we live in today. The advancements in medical technology and the advancements in entertainment and content and all the different shows and the competition. Age doesn't matter. There are so many products, so many ads, so many TV shows. But again, it's leaning into who you are. Right? It's leaning into that. And that's why you have people such as Ryan and myself and our team who help guide you through that to make the process as easy as possible. Again, here's some great examples from some shoots of ours in the past, right? 3 different characters, great shots, great lighting, right? Leaning into that comedy role, leading into the mom, leading into the fitness. That's Brandon.
Yep.
Brandon Vox and Brandon Hunter, sorry. Brandon Hunter in the center. Ryan spoke about him yesterday, that he was in New York City for Fashion Feed. Yeah, that's him. That's his first photo he took with us, right? That I believe was in Phoenix, probably about 1.5 years ago, 2 years ago. Las Vegas, right? That was the very first Vegas shoot. So that's kind of cool that Ryan brought him up. He was in New York. But again, you see the path. Like people are following the path. Each person has a different journey. We have talent placed all throughout the country. We have talent placed all throughout the world. And it all starts with getting the right photos. Again, here's some great examples, right? Again, commercial print, editorial, right? Shows you the different thing. The woman on the left, the black and white photo, she used to be a high school football coach. She moved out to LA. Okay, she full-time working actress. Her and her wife moved out there. Okay, and it all started with she literally changed her life. Right, this is something that changed her life in ways she couldn't even imagine when she was taking that first photo, getting that experience, working on set, being behind the camera, seeing everything, learning the entire process. Okay, whenever we do our shoots, we get the best studios possible. We always, where Ryan has been a former art director of a Vogue magazine for over 40 years. So he takes these shoots to a whole nother level. Okay. We do stylization. We make sure we have the right lighting, celebrity photographers, celebrity makeup artists, people who work with some of the biggest names in the industry, people that the average talent would not even be able to get access to. Okay, Ryan's able to pick up the phone and be able to get access to these people. People shot in over 40 covers of Vogue, people who shoot with major celebrities. What's really cool about that is most people don't realize this, but yeah, you know, working with your agent, working with your manager, going on bookings and castings is great. But you know what you got to pay attention to? The makeup artists, the photographers, because they're always working from job to job to job to job, right? And these are powerful people. But I'm just gonna call them the little guy for right now. And I'll tell you a little trick. Whenever I go to a hotel, to a restaurant, I pay attention to the waiter. I pay attention to the person who's greeting. I pay attention to the receptionist. I pay attention to the guy who's doing the filming. I pay attention to all the people that nobody notices because they make the project happen. And I show my appreciation, I show my gratitude, I tag them in my photos, I share their photos. And guess what? Every time they have an opportunity come along, they reach out to me because I acknowledge them. I didn't ignore them. I didn't say, oh, that's just the makeup artist. That's the photographer. He's here for me. No, he's got influence. He's a human. He's a person. He's got feelings. Right? So when you treat everybody on set with respect and acknowledge them, people then say, wow, that person was such a great person to work with, right? You know how many times a makeup artist will tell you, oh my God, I just worked with, so-and-so, this celebrity. Oh my God, she was so difficult. I don't think I ever want to work with her again. And then maybe 6 months from now, that person kind of comes into my life and I'm like, okay, well, should I have him speak at an event or maybe do some coaching? Oh, you know what? I remember that one makeup artist that I'm friends with said, oh, she's really a terror to work with. Not too sure. And I hear that over and over again. You want to be that person who acknowledges and grateful. And here's the greatest part. Makeup artists and photographers, they're working with clients all day. So now you tag them in your photos. Guess what? You show up on their feed, right? It's like a little algorithm hack. So now all of a sudden they're sharing your stuff in their stories. Now their clients are seeing them. Now, instead of just being exposed to one person, you're being exposed to 10,000 or 100,000 or even 1 million, right? Imagine you were a musician, upcoming artist, and Lady Gaga tweeted your song and said, you need to listen to this. Literally the very next day, you're going to sell 100,000 copies of that song. All of a sudden now your DMs are going to blow up. So realize that. Never think that there's somebody beneath you on set. Every single person matters. Just because you're the center of attention as the actor, as the model, and everyone's flaunting over you and everybody's waiting on you, don't be that person who lives in their significance. Be the person who has grace, gratitude, and blessing to share that with everyone on set, because these are the people who help get you there. Never forget those people, ever. Because believe me, they are watching you. They're watching what you're doing. They're following your career. As a makeup artist, you were her canvas. As a photographer, you were their canvas. They're proud of that. You become a part of their portfolio. And that's why we hire the best people in the world for our shoots. Okay? Because at the end of the day, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Casting directors see thousands of photos every day. They have the ability to know who can book a job or not just by looking at their portfolio. So if you want to stand out from the thousands of freelance models that are discarded every day, you must make sure your photos are of excellent quality and they grab the attention of the casting director or client. So again, when we do our shoots, we're going to do them at the highest possible level. Here's some more great examples. Versatility. Your eyes are drawn to the person's eyes. You can see the different roles. Use your imagination. Could they be on Power? Could they play a police officer? Could they play in a Marvel movie, right? See the versatility. Put on your casting director hat. Put on your agent hat. Put on your client hat, right? These are strong photos. This is what you want, okay? Because at the end of the day, you need to grab the casting director's attention. That is the most important thing. These photos, yeah, great. Frame one, give it to your mom, your grandmother, your significant other, post it on your social media and so forth. But at the end of the day, the photos are designed for one purpose and one purpose only, to get you booked on set. Okay, again, having the right photos, leaning into the type of character you want to play. Even something as simple as doing Polaroid. When our talent arrive on set, we take their measurements, we take their height. We want everything precise for fittings, right? For wardrobe. People say, why don't you need my measurement? For wardrobe, right? You're going to be in a period piece playing a Roman empress, playing a Roman emperor, right? They need your measurements, right? These are things that need to be on access. Yeah, of course, people's measurements change a little bit. That's why at each shoot, we'll update. In Miami, we'll be taking everybody's updated measurements, okay? So again, important stuff, right? Here's some great headshots, right? They show the versatility. They show the character. You're able to focus on the person. These are strong photos. If you're trying to do photos on your own, this is what you want to gear for, okay? The right lighting, done the right way. Camera equipment's expensive. You know, a decent lens to shoot on a shoot, yeah, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 for the lens alone. Most photographers will have several lenses, you know, ranging from 20 millimeter to 50 millimeter. 50 millimeter lens is for doing portrait photography. Then you go up because you want to be able to zoom out. You want to be able to blur the background. You need the proper lighting, the proper background. You need the set, the stage, the makeup artist. There's a process, right? To get it done the right way. Okay, here's some example. This is somebody who paid a lot of money for photos. These were done wrong, right? You see the difference right away. Clean. Here, your eyes are probably drawn to the yellow, and then maybe the stripe, right? It kind of looks like Popeye. Then the glasses. Her hair wasn't done right. It's all frizzy. right? You know, she's an attractive girl, right? There's nothing wrong with her. But from a casting director standpoint, yes, she's represented. She may have an agent, she may not, but they're going to say, okay, great, I have to send this out to the client. We talked about this yesterday, right? There's the ad agency, the client, the production company, the casting, the agent, and then the talent. There's multiple people that are going through this process before a decision's made. Any one of them are like, ugh, you know, I don't know. People judge us because here's the thing. When people have poor quality photos, it means there's a chance they don't know what they're doing. And that casting director, that agent, that client had a bad experience in the past. So now you're getting blamed just by you having the wrong photos. So that so many times I see people all day long. I'm on so many boards online where I see, I keep submitting out photos. I'm not getting a response. Yeah, I see why, right? And then they're trying to figure everything out. And it's just, and just because you paid a lot of money for photos doesn't mean they're going to be good photos. Okay. Like photos like this, the person who shoots these photos, I know exactly, they charge $5,000. I almost fell out of my chair. And I was like, again, her hair's not done right. The necklaces drawing away from it. Okay. Even if she's using this for her business, these are not good quality photos. It's just showing a lack of care, which means that she couldn't care enough to get this done right. How is she going to do what she's doing for you? People, it's subconsciously. But people realize that. People pick that up subconsciously. It makes a big difference. Again, somebody spent a lot of money for their child for photos. Again, the stripes, the purple, just taken away. She's a cute kid. The glasses done wrong. Okay. And a lot of times this is what people do. They go and they spend money on the wrong photos. And it's just they don't know. Right? It's okay. They just don't know. Again, here, right? See, hair not done right, right? The glasses taking away, the angles, it's portrait photography done horribly wrong. The one on the right, kind of with the lumberjack shirt, she's kind of cute. I could see that for certain roles, but I wouldn't put that as her first photo. When you do a portfolio, there's like a story. There's like the first photo has to grab that casting director's attention, and it has one purpose, for them to turn the page and then look on the photo on the left. And that photo on the left has one purpose, to move the eyes to the right. And as you put your photos together, they have to tell a story. There's a story there of characters, of emotion. Ryan is a master at this. I've watched him do this now for 18 years. I'm really good. So one of my favorite things at photo shoots is to sit down with the talent and put their books together with Ryan. Like, I just love that because you just see the magic happen of the story being put together. Again, you want to have the right photos, the photos that grab people's attention, the photos that are clean, that are crisp, that are showing versatility. Okay. You want to shoot at the right studios. You want to shoot with celebrity makeup artists, photographers. We are going to be doing all of that and more at a 3-day event where you have the opportunity to meet with some of the most powerful people in the entertainment industry, people who can snap their fingers and change your life in 30 seconds or less. We will go over that later today. Ryan Colby himself will be overseeing this entire photo shoot. He will be picking out your clothes. He'll be handling out your styling, your makeup, your makeup. He will be hand selecting the photographers, bringing in some of the most powerful people to work with you on a one-on-one personalized basis. These events are small, okay? Because small means we can concentrate on perfection, on being able to have people at the highest level. He walks you through the entire process. We do multiple calls to prep everyone, to get everyone ready. It's a fun, exciting process that is transformational, and the end result are the photos that will change your life. So celebrate that. Celebrate having this opportunity because you showed up today. You made the difference. You made a decision that now literally can lead to changing your life. Okay, this is very limited. I will go over this later today. Okay, but with that thought in mind, guys, let me turn this back over to Ms. Deneen because I know we have an update from Hurricane Ryan. So, and I will see you guys later on today. Bye, guys.
I love that. We have an update from Hurricane Ryan. The hurricane is in the building. Hold on, breaking news. The hurricane is in the building. How awesome was that? How many of you will never look at a photo the same again? Raise your physical hand. Raise your hand. I know. Every time I see that presentation, I feel bad for that girl with the stripes because she's so cute. I'm like, why didn't anyone tell her? Well, that's where we come in. I see people asking a lot of questions too about, oh my God, can I wear my hair this way for my shoot? Can I do this? Can I do that? Don't worry. We got you covered. Literally, before we go to any one of these events, if you think we go into a lot of details here on the boot camp, imagine what we do getting you ready when we're going to see you face to face, have your photos done, meeting industry professionals face to face. Imagine what we do. Okay, so don't worry, we will have you covered. Is it okay? One or one in the comments. Is it okay that if you go to Hollywood, we will take care of you? One or one in the comments. Or we got a 3. We're going above the 1. We're going all the way to 3. Awesome. All right, guys, because we want to make sure that you have the best experience possible, that you get the photos that you need. But we're going to go over all of those details later. But again, breaking news. We do have the one and only Mr. Ryan Colby in the room. And whew, it's been hurricane watch all day around here at VIP Ignite. So let me introduce Mr. Ryan Colby, and then we will get him on. All right, first of all, let me pin, let's see here. Replace pin. There we go. That's much better. Okay, so let me introduce Mr. Ryan Colby to you guys, and then we're going to get him on and talking about, he's going to be talking about what magazines are looking for. All right, so let me find him. All right, so Ryan Colby, our next guest, has been labeled one of the top 7 most powerful agents in the world. He started his career as a model at the age of 12 and now has almost 4 decades in the industry as an icon of fashion. I cannot wait to see what he's wearing today, as a matter of fact. Fun fact, his first gig was for the United Colors of Benetton. When he was at the age of 15, he opened the Emmanuel Ungaro show in Milan, Italy. He has art directed over 20 covers of Vogue. He has been proclaimed to have one of the best eyes to scout in the business. He has run his agency successfully for over 12 years, for actually over 13 years, through good times and bad times. He has never once wavered. In 1 year, he had the record number of covers for magazines for an agency, 72. And this was during the height of the pandemic. I'm going to have him tell you that story in a moment. For almost 2 decades, he has styled some of Hollywood's biggest stars. And he took Ethan Hawke from the worst dressed to the best dressed list. He has placed talent worldwide for campaigns for the top luxury brands in the world. Everyone give it up for the one, the only, Mr. Ryan Colby.
Hey, how are you?
Amazing, Mr. Colby. How are you?
Yeah. We had a little bit of an issue here in the backyard, so I was
did you have
running
to batten
outside.
down the hatches? Did you have to
Yeah.
strap things down?
Yeah.
I want to
So
see
I
you
was
with like
soaking
overalls
wet.
and a hammer doing hurricane prep.
No, it was not cute for like 10 minutes, so I was out there pretty much drowning.
But you look great. I love
But
your
I had to
suit,
come
Ryan.
I had to come in, dry off, because what I was wearing got soaked. So I had to come in, dry off, and then I just grabbed this t-shirt.
Oh,
That's a nice
that
t-shirt.
t-shirt.
Well, meaning like I was wearing something else 15 minutes ago.
But now you're in the inner circle, so
Yeah.
all is good. That's us
Yeah.
guys. VIP Ignite
Mhm.
inner circle. Okay, cool.
Ryan, we have a really important question, breaking question coming in from the news desk, and then you can talk about magazines. How does one properly exfoliate and take care of their skin for a hurricane? And this, I'm coming live from Florida, so I need to know this answer.
Use warm water, open up your pores, and then exfoliate, and then use warm water to get rid of it.
Oh,
That's it. Takes
So simple.
90 seconds.
You mean I don't have to go to the store and buy every one of those crazy contraption things that they try to make me buy?
Nope.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
it's an inside joke that we always have with Ryan, no matter
not-
how
well-
stressed he is. You just ask him, what's your skincare regime? And he stops screaming at whatever he's doing and he goes over exfoliation. It's always like one of those like tactics. I use the same thing on the baby, like, oh, Bluey's on, and then the tears stop. Okay. All right. Everybody's saying stay strong. Yeah.
It's really
yesterday was-
it's raining really crazy right now, but I don't know, it'll be fine.
You'll
Hopefully,
be heading east, leaving that wreckage behind,
Yeah.
so you're good.
yeah.
Awesome. Well, Ryan, in 1 year, you managed to book 72 magazine covers. So I think that you're one of the foremost experts on what magazines are looking for. So can you talk to our talent about that today, just to get started? I know you'll have so much more to talk about, but
What well, during the pandemic, when the pandemic first started, everybody was in a panic, and the big box agencies, they have employees that come in and out every day in a car, in the subway, so they couldn't have that, so they all closed temporarily, and they thought the work from home thing would be successful, and it really wasn't, because if you're trying to get 15 to 18 people, staff members that work at, say Wilhelmina or Elite or Ford, to answer their phone and have the phone calls be redirected from the main office to everyone's cell phone, it's just not believable and just doesn't work. So they kind of started collapsing within weeks, and a lot of clients were still shooting. I mean, a lot, especially e-com clients, because it's a very intimate set when you do e-com. So there's only a couple people, 2, 3, 4 people max on set. So they were still shooting, but they were model less because they don't have the models' phone numbers. They don't know how to get a hold of these models, and they don't write models on Instagram. Everything goes to the agency. So they were reaching out to everyone in hopes that someone would answer their phone or email. And I did. So I started getting a lot of jobs that I was normally not getting. And magazine covers were like, we still are shooting. We are still shooting. Just because this pandemic is happening, we are still shooting with skeleton crews. And I started getting more and more covers that I normally wouldn't get. Like, normally I do 20, 30, 20, 25 covers a year, which is kind of normal. It's average. It's normal. Everybody does it. Every agency does it. But for some reason, I started getting 35, 45, 55, 65. It was crazy. So I got a lot of covers that year for 2021 because nobody was answering their phone and nobody was available to, or by the time they got back to people, it was too late. It was 2 days later and the job had already come and gone, or the job was already booked. So I benefited from the fact that I'm boutique and I don't have 18 employees. So therefore, I can answer my phone, I can answer my email. And even though I was kind of quarantining, my internet still worked. So I took advantage of it. So while everyone was not working, I was working triple time to build the agency, and it worked because now I have all those covers still. It's 72 covers, and I'm still benefiting from that because the models that did the covers, when you do covers, the reason why you do covers is to make sure that you're still in the pop culture annex. You still need to be relevant in order to book other jobs. That's what, magazines want. They need you on their covers. So therefore, especially the European magazines, and especially a lot of the e-zines, there's a lot of electronic magazines now that are just as important as magazines you can go buy at a newsstand or Barnes and Noble or whatever. They're just as important. They have the same amount of followers. They have the same amount of eyes on them. They have the same amount of great photography in them. So it's good to do those as well. And I do a lot of those too because they're important, especially when they're really looked at by the fashion industry. I don't per se care about what the public reads, no offense, but I care about what the fashion people read because those are the ones that are going to determine my talent future. So I try and focus on those types of publications more so than what your aunt and cousin like. I really don't, at the end of the day, I don't want to say I don't care, but I kind of don't care because the clients are the ones that matter. So those are the magazines I focus on, and they want up and coming people. They want up and coming faces that are alluring, that have something to say. Sometimes they'll do a little article about the person. So you better have something to say. They'll interview you. They'll print it. Or they'll do like a video and accompany it with the launch of the issue. So I request a lot of that because I want the talent to have more in their arsenal, more in their dossier. So when they do transition to acting or whatever, there's past information about them online or in print, and that's really important because when you try and start acting, agents or casting directors love the fact that there's people already know who you are, even though you've never appeared in a movie or a TV show. They already know who you are because you've done 7 magazine covers this past year, and 4 or 5 articles are about you roaming about, and several hundred people, 100,000 people have read them. So they love that stuff. So I try and accompany articles when I can get them. Sometimes I can get pushy and ask, and they're like, "We don't do that," and I try and get them to do it if at all possible. Just because it's just a better package, especially because we're doing it for free. So a lot of magazines don't pay very well, or they don't pay at all. So I try and maximize the experience by making sure they're getting something more out of it, an article, a blurb, or something like that, because you are shooting it for free. A lot of people think that magazines are the way to make money, and it's not. Like it's kind of a double-edged sword because you kind of have to do them to become a star, but you don't get paid to do them. So therefore, it's kind of a double-edged sword. It's like you do them for free in hopes that you get Tommy Hilfiger, or hopes that you get some sort of great makeup job, or some sort of, you hope that's the hope. And that's why you do so many. That's why when you see Giselle and Kendall and Kate Moss and all these models doing 6, 7, 8 magazine covers a year, they're not getting paid for those. They're getting paid maybe 150, 250, 350 max. Even at that star level, the rates don't change. And magazines have made sure of that, because if you start changing the rates for one girl or guy, then you kind of have to do it for everybody. So basically the collective thing is they don't change for anyone. When you saw Giselle on the cover of Italian Vogue last month, when she did that whole really regal high-end shoot, it was like 60 pages for her return to the industry after her divorce. She got paid $150 for that. But guess what? She's now a bigger icon than she was, because this pictures were some of the best pictures she's ever taken. She's like 40 now. They're showing that she can still do it, blah, blah, blah. There was an article, it's a whole thing. So there's a reason, and that's how it's done. So, you don't get paid to be on covers. Even, Jennifer Aniston, if Oprah or whoever's on a cover, you think they're getting paid for it, they're not. You also don't get paid for talk shows. You don't get paid for a lot of things. You do it to keep your face and name in people's mouths. Hence why I do all the magazine covers I do, is to keep the agency's name in people's mouths and my talent's names in people's mouths. Because at the end of the day, that's what's important. They need to be talking about you. Not everything is about money. Money will come, but they need to be talking about you in order for you to get the money. So if they're not talking about you, why would they pay you? So it's a weird industry, and it works strangely, but I'm used to it. And when you have an agent, they will explain it to you in a way that you will get it. It's, some parents don't like it. They're like, "Oh, why is she shooting for free?" And it's like, I have to explain to them, you have to do it. It's just like interning at a hospital. You get your nice little cute medical degree, and guess what? You get thrown into a hospital to follow some doctor around for 6 weeks. You're not getting any money for that, or maybe they'll give you money for lunch or something, but that's pretty much it. You're not getting a living and a check to earn a living off of when you're interning at a hospital. So it's kind of similar, where you're doing things to get your face and name out there, just like you would do at a hospital, to show that you're the best student, you're the best surgeon, you're the best doctor, in hopes that they hire you after your internship, after your rotation. So then you do get a paycheck. So it's similar to that, but people don't question doctors' intentions because you're a doctor, and it's considered, very, martyristic to become a doctor. So no one questions the fact that you have to work for free for like 2 years, sometimes longer, before you get any money. But they question models every 5 seconds, because it's more of a mysterious career.
Even
Right.
Even the host of Saturday Night Live, $5,000, guys, and that's for the entire week of work. You guys know this?
Yeah, just get basic money. Yeah. You don't get much to do those things because you're promoting something, whether it be a movie or if you're a politician. When I have, whoever on there, they're trying to they're trying to win votes or trying to make people like them more. Why would I pay you for that? Like, if you want to do something live, then you do it for free. Like, in fact, I don't know why they paid him $5,000. I wouldn't pay him anything, but so yeah, so you're doing that because eyes are on you, and when eyes on you, that equals cash at the end of the day for other projects. So magazines are no different, and they're looking for people who are cooperative, accommodating, have something to say, interesting, nice features, can move well, can tell a story with clothes. That's hard to do, and it's very weird to say because there's no verbiage when you put on a jacket, but you kind of have to tell a story with it. The photographer will give you what is called a mood board. A mood board is the idea of the day. Like, what are we trying to convey today? So they'll take pictures from other stuff, like old movies or other magazines or a book or a sketch or something, and they'll try and show you what we're trying to do today. It's not an exact replica, but it's a mood board. So it gives you the mood of the day. So you look at the pictures and you're like, okay, that's what you're trying to convey. And then you replicate that on set for the photographer or the art director or whoever gave you the mood board. So that's what magazines are looking for, is people that can do that, because some people look at mood boards and they're clueless and they have no idea what to do. And that's a problem because you're supposed to be a model and mood boards are important. It's pretty much half your career. You even get mood boards for doing really simple jobs. Like, even if you're doing Target or something, they still give you a mood board because they want to show you that we want happiness today, or we want you to look lovingly into her face because it's a Valentine's Day, issue or whatever. Like, they give you mood boards for lots of things. Whether they do what is called a treatment.
For our photo shoots, we have mood boards.
Sometimes, yeah. So yeah, we do. So they do what is for television and film, it's called a treatment, meaning they give you a little bit of a paragraph of what's going on in this episode or this scene, so you have an idea of what's happening in addition to the dialogue that you have on your page, so on the page that you're holding. So they want people who can work quickly with very little information. They don't want to have to explain every nuance of this industry to you while you're shooting, because that's eating up time. Studios are rented for 8 hours, lights going away, people have to go home. Like, they don't have time to be explaining things to you. So they want people who are fairly knowledgeable about the industry, and then just a little bit of an explanation, and then you just go. So that's what people want. That's what magazines want, I mean. I'm not a fan. When I worked at Condé Nast, I don't like working with people I have to spend like 20 minutes explaining something to. Like, it's kind of an unwritten language being a top model or being a model. And if you don't know the language, then come back when you do, because you're wasting time.
And guys, for those of you that don't know, Condé Nast is Vogue. Okay. Now, Ryan, how important is it to learn how to wear the clothes? Like, because I was watching an interview yesterday with Christy Turlington, and she said, I learned so much working with photographers on how to wear the clothes, how to wear the pants, how to wear the skirts, the dresses, the flowing. How important is that, especially for
it's extremely important. I mean, again, it's very hard for me to describe because there's no verbs or words that I can say. When I put
well, then show us, right? This is your chance.
No,
find a dress, put it on, show us how it flows. I love seeing you.
When you put a jacket on or a pair of pants or anything on, it's kind of, I hate to say it, but for me, it's instinctual. But for other people, they do have to be taught, and that's fine. But I'm not a fan of over teaching. You show them once or twice or three times, and they really have to kind of get it. Like a Christy Turlington or a Linda. The reason why these girls and some the guys are top models is because they get it. It's something that's in their brain and they understand it. Even if their life was so different, they were working as a mechanic or they were working in a bakery. It doesn't matter, but it was still in there, and then it got unlocked, and now they understand it. Not everyone can do that. Hence why there's only a few people that are stars in this industry, because it's really hard to do these things. How do you make a dress look amazing when it's sitting on a rack and it kind of looks boring? It doesn't look that cute. But then you put it on someone like a Christy Turlington, and now you're like, oh, I want to buy that dress. But that's the same dress that you just saw hanging on the rack 5 minutes ago. It just looks different. So there's tricks to that. And at the supermodel thing in Miami, I'm gonna, give a teach about how to do a shoot from soup to nuts, and I'll probably go over that for a bit on how to wear a jacket, a dress, pair of pants, jewelry, hats,
Because that's what
eyeglasses.
makes your photos pops, guys. So like if you were getting submitted to a Calvin Klein or a Givenchy or Chanel or a Gucci, they want to see you're not like for me, I'm a former cheerleader, so I'm like with my hands on my hips, but working with top photographers. And I want you guys to understand this. And again, this is coming from love, but a lot of times people just want to get photos done. So they run out, they get photos, they're wearing incorrect things, they did their own makeup, they did their own hair, they got photos that they wanted to see. And a lot of the times the photographers don't know what brands want to see. They don't know how to show you to wear the proper clothes. They're just worried about photos, not worried about what the client or the designer wants to see in the photos. Does that make sense? If that makes sense, type makes sense. So when
And that's why,
yeah.
And that's why when I do the shoots, I tell people, even though I love jewelry, I love, looking at it, I tell people don't really bring it, because if you don't know how to model yet, why add that extra layer of stress? Because, it is part of the modeling. So don't bring bangles and necklaces and rings and hats and sunglasses,
So
because
don't wear this. This is what you're saying. Don't like out.
You can't just put these things on and expect it to work. You have to actually model them. And if you don't know how to model in the first place, why would you do that? It's just like adding extra, weight on top of you. So that's why I want to keep it simple. Bring the dress. That's it. Bring the jeans and a t-shirt.
Because that's the star,
Bring,
essentially, right?
Yeah, bring the suit. That's it. Don't start adding stuff on top of it, because you don't know how to model. Most of you have no idea how to model.
But even when they run out and get photos done, right, they're doing it incorrectly a lot of times because they're so worried about themselves, not the clothing is the star. And if you're looking to be paid as a model, well, duh, you're not getting paid just because it's you. You're getting paid by the designer. They want to see how you wear that clothing. So I think that's a very fine line, because when I see pictures, oh, can you look at my pictures? I'm like, okay, well, it's you. I can't. Sometimes it sounds bitchy when I'm like, they should be so much better, because a lot of times the photographers don't know what the designers want to see. And that's what yields work and money. Do you guys understand? It's a very tight math, because literally it's a mathematical equation. Having Ryan Colby, former art director of Vogue, working with you, having a celebrity photographer. Ryan, can you talk a little bit about like our photo shoots and the photographers you choose and why? Especially if you're looking to book cover work or you're looking to get big.
Well, I try and choose photographers. Sometimes they're brand new to me. Like I haven't worked with them before, but I've asked around, I've researched, and I can kind of tell by looking. Like I said, this business is instinctual for me. So it's hard for me to verbally describe things, but I can just look at someone's work and know that they're competent enough to handle me, to handle the volume and like what we do. Not everyone can do it. Some people are very sedentary and want to shoot one thing all day, and they're not the person for me, because that's not what we do. So I have to pick people.
But you're on set the entire time, Ryan. Like you're literally, let's say for an example, Martha Daniels comes out, and Martha from Zoom, if Martha were part of our company, what she qualifies for. So by the time she shows up to a photo shoot, the photographer knows the images as a top agent, what is going to sell Martha, and not in a creepy way.
Yeah, I give the photographers a 2-minute briefing on what they're to do today, and they get it. And that's another reason why I picked them, is because I need people who I don't have to explain things to. So when I just tell the photographers I need lifestyle, I need smiles, I need this, I need headshots, I need, they get it and they just execute it. Everyone's different, obviously, but the bulk of people do fall into the commercial print lifestyle. And the ones that don't, the ones that are different, then I will explain that too when they come out or when they're ready to shoot. Or the photographer may say to me, like, hey, this person is like not, you know, this is a different kind of person. Should I shoot them this way? And I will say yes or no. So I pick people who I believe will execute that properly, whether they're a star or not. They don't need to be a star to understand what I'm asking them. Like we have, Kearney shooting Miami. He shot Miami 2 years ago, and we have a new guy named CJ who's very nice, and he's his work is excellent. It's artsy, but it's not too artsy that it can't be used. It's that fine line of artsy that it's still commercial. So I like that, and I felt he would be a great asset. So we talked, and he's competent, and he's young and energetic, so he's great. So he's shooting. And we have Jay Vladimir coming. Yeah, so we have good people coming throughout the Miami trip who know what they're doing, who I don't have to like stand there and watch every frame they're taking. I can walk away for 10 minutes and know that the work is going to be fine.
Now, you made a comment about being too artsy. And over the years, you and I worked with a lot of people from Top Model. I'm sure you all know America's Next Top Model. We've worked with a lot of them. Ryan, can they use their books after the show? And can you talk about artsy photos and what you mean by that?
Artsy photos are pictures that just aren't marketable. The show America's Top Model, the photos to me are actually not artsy. They're just bad. So bad and artsy are two different things. Like artsy,
first. Sorry, Tyra.
They're just bad. And there's probably 10% of them that are really good and usable. Maybe I'll give them 15%. 15% that are actually usable. There's nothing wrong with them. They're fine. They're usable. Any agency would be happy to use these images. But a good 75, 85% of them are like, we can't use these, because they're too bizarre and they're too fantastical. And secondly, half those girls and guys that did the show don't know how to model yet, but you're putting them in these ridiculous positions of high fashion, which a lot of those photographs were based on shoots from Italian Vogue or W or, other great magazines, which is great to pay homage to these magazines. But you can't do that with someone who's never seen a camera, because it's never going to work. I don't care who you get to shoot it, unless you get the actual person that shot that photograph to swoop in there and shoot it. Maybe it'll work. You get Steven Meisel or Peter Lindbergh or one of the greats to come in there and shoot a bunch of unknowns. Okay, fine. They probably could pull it off because they're megastars and they can get you to that level. But you can't do that with a photographer who's very good. There's nothing wrong with their photographers. I know Nigel. I know a lot of their. I know Yusai. I know a lot of their photographers, but they're not Steven Meisel. And so, if you're gonna copy Steven Meisel, you better get the girls on that level to shoot. And the girls they have are not on that level, so the pictures become unusable because the girls don't know what they're doing. So if they had just shot them a little more believable, then the pictures would have been more usable. And sometimes they did shoot good shoots where they're like, okay, I can use that. I represented several of those girls when they ended the show, and I couldn't use anything. I had to start them from scratch as if they got off the bus in New York and never saw a camera before, because nobody wanted to see them. Nobody liked their photographs.
And they couldn't put it on their resumes, America's Next Top Model. Yeah.
No, because nobody wanted to see them with it. They don't like the show. I'm sorry. I know the public loves the show, and that's what I said. Harken back to what
fantasy.
I said before. Like, I don't care what your aunt and cousin like. I care what clients like, because your aunt and cousin have no power and no bearing on my life. So therefore, the public loves the show, and good for her. She made an empire, but clients hate it. So therefore, when I would take the girls thinking, oh, I just took this girl for the very first girl I took, I was like, oh my God, she's going to work all the time. Oh my God, I can't wait. She did absolutely nothing. Nobody would see her. I had push client. I'd be like, I would even give her a different name, and they'd be like, I know that girl. She was on American Top Model. We do not want her in our office.
And they also know the drama, right? There's going to be a cat fight, tears, screaming, cursing.
So yeah, I mean, there are a few people that got out of there and got a career, and that's good for them. There are definitely a few: Yaya DaCosta, Ava Marcel, maybe a half dozen others who escaped the show and ended up forging their own path and getting out of it and making their own name and building their brand, where people forget that they were even on the show because it's been so long and they have such a different brand, no one even remembers. But that's only a few girls. The 90% of those girls did absolutely nothing and will continue to do nothing.
How many of you guys are floored by that one? If so, type wow. Because we get so many people, Ryan, that live vicariously through that show. And as you and I both know, in this industry, it's a reality show. A lot of it is scripted,
it's the
guys.
same thing with like American Idol and The Voice. A lot of these people are amazing singers and whatever, and nothing's wrong with these girls. They're great. They should be working. But once you do a show like that, you'd be surprised how many people see it and are disgusted by it and don't want anything to do with it. So once you get out of it, you think the world's your oyster, and you couldn't be more wrong.
And it's sad because when you're on the show, I mean, you think, oh my gosh, this is my launching pad. So many people see me. But think of the reverse. So many people saw you stressing out, having breakdowns, like crying. And they just don't want that. It's just too much drama, right? Yeah, for sure. For sure.
Yeah.
All right. So, right, what is on the horizon? We're in August, so September is coming.
Well, Fashion Week is here, and
Yeah.
I have casting starting tomorrow. Monday is the first day of casting. Lightly, they really heat up the following Monday, but they do start tomorrow a little bit. I have boys in town. I have more boys coming. Yeah, I'm trying to organize it in my head and on my phone and in my computer. It's very difficult. Because every client asks for different boys. Yeah. So it's like I have to keep everything in track. I have Dean coming. Brandon Hunter's already in town. After Miami, Maserati's coming. I have, I don't know. I have like 12 boys coming. Some of them are already there. So I have to start just organizing where they go, who wants to see them, who doesn't want to see them, because I have to send out packages and then they write back who they want to see out of that package. Even though I have 12 guys in town for shows, I can't send them to every show casting because they weren't asked for. So therefore, I can only send them to people that have asked for them. So.
Now, Brandon Hunter, there's a lot of our talent that don't live in New York City. Do they have to be in New York City for the fashion, or are you submitting them digitally, or do they need to be in the city right now to go to castings? How does it work?
For Fashion Week, he's been there for a week, and he came early because I wanted him to shoot because his book is stale. He hasn't shot in forever. So I wanted him to do like 3 or 4 shoots before he started going on appointments. And yes, you have to stay
Brandon right here, guys. This is our talent. He started off on a Zoom just like you guys.
Yeah, you have to stay for the duration of shows. It's like 2 to 3 weeks. So you don't have to live there, but you have to stay there for the duration of shows. Yeah.
And who covers those expenses? So let's say Benny. So if Benny wanted to do Fashion Week and you wanted to submit Benny, and Benny doesn't live in New York City, do the designers pay for you to go to New York City while you're going on auditions?
No. You have to pay
all right,
for
so the model, the talent is responsible for all their own expenses to be in New York City. Well, type investment. I want everybody to type the word investment. How many of you, I know Shelton, right? Hi, Shelton. If Shelton got an opportunity to go to New York City and do Fashion Week, you have to physically be in New York to even get those castings. So Ryan, as much as he loves you, he's not going to submit you if you live in Colorado. You physically have to be in New York to be able to go to the castings. So it's an investment.
I mean, for other jobs, I could submit you for, but not for Fashion Week. Fashion Week doesn't play. They don't book people on direct. The only time that happens is if they've worked with you in the past. Maybe if I can lie and convince them that your body hasn't changed in 6 months, maybe they'll believe me. But even if they've worked with you before, they still want to see you because you could have gained an inch, lost an inch. You could have, I mean, there's a lot of things that happen to people in 6 months. They want to see if you fit. Maybe
Get
they've
knocked
changed
up.
their maybe they've changed their theme and they don't have the same kind of look that they had 6 months ago, and they want different faces.
Yeah.
And they want to make sure that you fit.
Somebody
So
cuts off their dreads.
you still have
Go
to physically go see them to try clothes on. Obviously the bigger model that you are, they make exceptions, and you can cut out a week of appointments because everybody on planet Earth knows who you are, and you don't need to go to these castings. But that takes years to get to that point.
And
But
you're submitting over digitally, right? But when, let's say, for example, let's say if somebody like Shelton did get picked for a casting or a go-see, what does the talent bring with them? Do they bring anything, or is it just digitally submitted and you show up?
It depends upon the person. And I kind of make that decision for them. If I feel that they are competent and can verbally have a conversation for 2 minutes, I'll have them bring some images with them because they'll be asked about them, and there'll be a 2-minute discussion. If I feel that they're too new, I'll just send them to send them. I mean, at the end of the day, they just want to see if you fit the clothes, and they can see you standing in front of them. It's not a magazine, so they don't really need to see a ton of photographs of you. They really just need to see your measurements and do you fit our theme, whatever that theme is for this designer. It could be gothic, it could be bohemian, it could be sexy, it could be a myriad of different things that these people are coming up with. And I have no control over that. I never know. They don't tell me. So when they see the faces, they can determine, are you right or not? Maybe they want all blondes. Maybe they're doing a whole Brazilian thing. Maybe they're doing a whole, I don't know. They never tell me anything. So they make that decision. So sometimes I have them go with nothing, especially when they're brand new. When they're working and they have impressive photos and they've really, really knocked it out of the park and they have gorgeous books, then yes, I want them to bring the books. But if they're really, really new, sometimes I could actually kill the deal. So sometimes I'd rather them just go with nothing until their books are juicier. And then, I change my mind and then I'll have them go with the book. So it just depends on the person.
Now, again, I'm going to reiterate for everybody that wasn't here yesterday, because even I'm on Facebook, I'm on Instagram, and sometimes people will email me going, oh my gosh, somebody wants me to be in Fashion Week. Who's your agent? Ryan, can anybody ever book New York Fashion Week without an agent? And if so or not, why?
The legit shows you cannot, because they need to make sure that you are the height, age, skin color, hair color that you are. They need to make sure that your sizes are right. They need to make sure. I have yet to have a freelance model give me correct sizes. It never happens. So they need that to come from an agent. Also, they don't want strangers roaming into their office, going backstage, doing weird things. So no, you can't get legitimate shows without an agent. These one-offs prey upon the fact that you don't have an agency because you don't know these rules, and you'll, forgive me, stupidly do their show because they need you to do the show because they need bodies. So, but they can't call an agency and get bodies for the show because they wouldn't be given to them. So they go out to the public and say, hey, we have a model casting. Come see
How
us.
many of you guys have ever seen those Fashion Week castings on Facebook or Instagram? If you've seen those, type I've seen those. And we had a talent a couple of months ago that said, hey, I'm working on a fashion show. Can I post a link for people to buy tickets? Can you buy tickets to go to Fashion Week?
No, you cannot.
Well,
No,
did you guys, that's a truth bomb right there. So unless
can't buy
you're
tickets,
represented by a real
you're
agent, you
invited,
can't do it.
and it's for buyers, it's for editors of magazines, it's for the row of celebrities they feel like bringing, if they feel like bringing them, to get press, to get their names in the press. That's what fashion shows are for. It's not for the public or for your Aunt Sally. Nobody cares about your Aunt Sally.
Could it hurt somebody's career, Ryan? Because again, we have Omaha Fashion Week, Denver Fashion Week, Bronx Fashion Week. Could it ever hurt somebody's career?
Here's where, like, if it's a city, like a legitimate city, like a Dallas or Denver or Chicago, and it's through an agency, there are small fashion weeks in Denver and Dallas and Chicago and Miami and Seattle. And if it's sanctioned by the agency, there's a reason why you're doing it. But you do that for one season to get your feet wet and then you leave. So that's a yes and no, because I've had people do Denver Fashion Week. I've had people do Dallas Fashion Week because they had to. They were in Dallas. They weren't in New York, and it's a job. And sometimes here's the thing, some of these smaller markets actually have a budget, which is weird. And if it's sanctioned by the CFDA is worldwide. So the CFDA can sanction shows in Dallas, in Denver, in Chicago, and they do all the time. So obviously the famous ones are New York because it's New York, but they also do worldwide. They do other cities. So if it's through the CFDA and it's Denver Fashion Week, yes, you can do them. But that also, same thing, comes from the agency that you have in Denver. Or if you live in Denver and I happen to have the contact to a designer doing a fashion show in Denver, and I decide, okay, it's cute, I'll want you to do the show, then I do it personally. I've booked shows in Miami. I just did Miami Fashion Swim Week in the beginning of July. It was crazy. I've actually never done it to that extent before because I'm not a fan of Miami Swim Week, so I never really participated. Here and there, I would give them a boy or two just because they were hounding me and annoying me. But this season, I actually did it like for real, and I had like 6 boys there that were running around going on appointments, and I did like a dozen shows, which was fine. Am I doing it again? No, but I did it this season because I just happened to have a lot of boys there, and I figured why not keep them busy, see what happens, and I actually did really well. But it's through New York or through LA, it's still part of the CFDA. So the ones that hurt you are the random ones that Bob Smith emailed you and said, hey, Sally, do you want to do this fashion show, sell 10 tickets to your mom, dad, and cousins, and come and do it? Those are the ones that hurt you, because those are the ones that look really low rent. You look crazy. The lighting sucks. The photography sucks. The clothes suck. The location sucks. And now you look stupid for doing it over and over again. Now, like I said yesterday, if you did it once as a mistake, obviously people are forgiving. But if that becomes your life and you become this circuit queen doing C and D level shows, no A-level designer is going to touch you because you've already muddied yourself with C and D level material. You're tainted goods. It's a wrap. Just continue doing it because you're never going to work. Yeah.
So let's talk about, and I'm going to bring up, I call them the bad boyfriends of the business, the John R. Powers, the John Casablancas, and the Barbizons, the modeling schools that teach people how to do runway. How many of you guys have ever heard about those companies? And I don't have any problem with them. They're great for poise and etiquette and self-confidence. But Ryan, going to those schools, can that ever help you land an agent or do runway shows? Does that help at all?
No. It really doesn't help. Here's the thing with Barbizon and all these other places. There's always one person there who's like a diamond in the rough. And so, yeah, have there been 1 or 2 or 3 success stories from those schools? Absolutely. There's always someone standing there who is like, oh my God, you're amazing. Why are you here? It's happened. And you take them away.
Desi just said those schools always ask for money. Well, duh, it's a school. Of course they're going to ask for money. It's a school, just like going to take piano lessons, hip hop. It's a school. It's not an agency.
It's just exactly. Yeah. It's like if you decide tomorrow there's a Zumba, not Zumba, but there's a hip hop class. Pretty much every major gym has one. You're a mom of 3. You're 45 years old, and you decide to take a beginning hip hop class because you want to get in better shape or you want to stretch your limbs. How on earth did you think that you were going to be a backup dancer for J-Lo? Like,
I use that all the time for Dua Lipa. Yeah.
Why did you think you were going to be a backup dancer for J-Lo because you took a $95 class, down the street from your house? So these schools do charge. Of course, they have to keep the lights
The
on.
lights are on. They have an instructor. You got what you paid for. Do you guys? I'm
It
gonna play
doesn't mean
together.
you're actually going. It
Yeah.
actually doesn't mean you're actually going to model.
No, and they
Because-
can't guarantee you that you're ever going to model because it's a school. They're not the agent, nor are they the ones doing the castings. So if Ryan was working with Vogue and he submitted you, there's no way that an agent could guarantee you work because he's not Vogue. Does that make sense? If that makes sense, type makes sense.
I
So those
can't even
schools aren't a
guarantee you work.
scam.
I'm closer to getting you a job than anyone. I can't guarantee it because I don't know what people are going to react to you. People have feelings, people have emotions, and they act weird. If you act weird when you walk into a room with strangers, but you're stunning, well, you just lost the job. How is that my problem?
Well, that kind of goes to that whole notion, right? If somebody really wants you should never pay for anything. And agents pay for nothing. Zero. I mean, typically you have to, anybody ever see Shark Tank? I hope you have, because it's great. But you have to win an agent's money. It's not just based on, oh, I'm broke, I'm a single mom with 8 kids, I live in a homeless shelter. Like, no one cares. It's about liability. Are you what the agent wants? Agents don't just make it rain with free money because you're broke, poor, or skeptical. You have to be what an agent wants. And even when you are what an agent wants, you're paying for your own comp cards. You're paying for your own portfolio book. You're paying for your own fees to be up on a website. That shit's not free. It is an investment. So for those of you, it's almost like driving for Uber. Oh, I want to make sick cash, $300 a day. Okay, do you have a car? No. Do you have insurance? No. You have money for gas and tolls? No. How the hell are you going to drive for Uber? You're not. So an agent, just so you guys understand, Ryan, do agents cover upfront fees for anyone, especially now?
No, 30 years ago, yes, but now, no. Even the most stellar specimens, they still make you pay in the beginning because flights and etc. because they're skeptical of whether
Marketing
you're
and
going to
training,
survive.
your responsibility. Marketing and training. I want everybody to type that. Marketing and training is an investment. No one is just going to discover you, put you up in an apartment. And it's funny, even for Mike and I, we've invested, you know this, when we won the Tony Award back in 2013, you were so excited because you were literally there with us. But imagine investing like $1 million in Broadway and opening, let's just say like even a movie, the movie brings in $1 million, you broke even. Do you guys understand that? So it's called recoupment. So even if an agency 30 years ago invested in you, well, let's say Ryan books a $5,000 job and the agent gets 20%, that 1,000 would go to, let's say Ryan, that 4,000 would have to pay back all your debts. So an agent never covered any fees. Do you guys understand that? You always paid either front end or back end, but now you're paying for everything up front. And the good news is when you start booking work, you get to keep it minus commission. You already paid your debts.
Back in the 80s and 90s, there was so much money in this industry as far as campaigns and exclusives and this and that. So investing $5,000 in someone to come to New York, put them up for a month was nothing because they're going to make 150 this year. So why not? Do it. You'll get the money back and you'll blink and the money will be back in your account. Now, with these apps and TikTok and the ungratefulness of the industry, the models are very ungrateful. They go behind your back. They do stuff on Instagram. They write photographers. Agencies are tired of it. They're like, you want a model? Great. You have a great look. We're not paying for $1 of anything. You want pictures? Go pay for them. You want cards? You go pay for them. You want to get to New York and you live in Kansas City? Great. Call us when you get here. We're not paying for anything anymore because us recouping the money now is taking 3 times longer, 4 times longer, much longer. Sometimes you don't get anything back. So they just don't do it anymore. So everything is profit. So yeah, you want to come to New York from Kansas City? Absolutely. When you get here, call us. Oh, I'm staying in Brooklyn. Amazing. Here are your castings. You start making money? Great. We've made money. We're not investing $1 in you because
well, it's that notion, Ryan. An agent only makes money when you make money. True. That's 100% true. But and I want you guys to think about this. And Ryan, again, I'm going to play devil's advocate, right? I'm team bitch. But when people ask me, is this going to cost money? And I sometimes think to myself, okay, you're brand new. Maybe you've been, to the wrong companies, or you've heard these stories from people. Oh, I went to this agent and they asked me for money. But what did they ask you for money for? Was it pictures? So I always have, and I want you guys to think about this. If I ask you to close your eyes, what is it that you're here for? Oh, I want to book TV. I want to make $1 million an episode. F yeah, that's great. Good for you. But in order for us to submit, and I want you to think about this, what are we using? A headshot, which you have, training, which you have, right? You need an agent to be able to submit out your resume and your training and your reel and things like that. You have to come with a basic component for an agent to even want to submit you out for one of those jobs. Because Ryan, credibility is a big thing. It takes one idiot to ruin it for you. And I know it's happened before where a talent just doesn't show up for a job. You can get sued as an agent because of lost wages. Not to mention your reputation can be damaged. And I want you to think about that. Put yourself in the agent's perspective. And let's say, for an example, hi, Julio Bustos. Let's say Julio Bustos is an agent and he submits over Leah. I'm not saying Leah wouldn't show up because I know Leah. Leah would be there early, with bells on. But if Leah didn't show up for an opportunity that Julio submitted, Leah to, that client would never use you again. It would spread like wildfire that your models aren't reliable. And not to mention, if there was any money invested in that day between lighting and caterers and, the crew and the rent for the studio, all of that money would then translate to you owing it. Do you guys understand the liability? Which is why, just because you have a dream and a pulse doesn't mean someone's going to sign you. And that's why even with us, you're on a 2-day boot camp, you're going to have to go through an interview because, Ryan, we've met tens of thousands of people over the years. And within 5 seconds, it's, yeah, this person can handle it, or no, just good day to you, right? First impressions, even if somebody's drop dead gorgeous, they open up their mouth and you're like.
I have this kid named Forrest, and he's from Tennessee, and he came up to New York on his own, and, he booked him for a shoot the other day, and the photographer spent $165 on the studio for 2 hours and then drove in from Long Island for it. And Forrest didn't show up. But I got in front of it and I offered here's where a week previous, Forrest had did 2 art jobs for 2 different photographers, Greg and Alan, and they shoot very artsy photographs, but they pay for it. So they'll pay the guys, $250 an hour to draw them or shoot them and then draw them later. So Forrest did 2 of those. So he did 2 $500 sessions with 2 different people from this art school. So that money was coming in through Venmo like any day now, and I knew this. So when he skipped out when he didn't show up for the shoot the other day in Brooklyn, I volunteered the money, and I knew I was getting $1,000 of his money. And I said, oh, I'll just take it out of Forrest's check. So I did. I sent it to the guy. I sent it to Troy. And then later in that day, when I finally did get a hold of Forrest, I said, well, just so you know, luckily he handled it well. I said, just so you know, you cost that guy $165. I sent it to him, and it's coming out of your $1,000. So I'm also getting my $200 back, and I sent him the $165. So just so you're aware. And he was kind of annoyed, but he was like, oh, I understand. I'm like, yeah, because you didn't show up. How could he be
annoyed? Do you guys, in the mind of an agent, how many of you guys think Ryan did the right thing? Did the right thing?
I sent it right to Troy because I'm like,
of course,
you're an idiot. Like, what are you doing?
And
so
that
just made it so Troy wasn't pissed at me because he's a great photographer. He shoots Old Navy. He shoots a lot of great jobs, and he just happened to have a free day, and he liked Forrest. So he just wanted to do a test shoot on him, and Forrest needs it. He's been shooting he hasn't really shot in a while, and he needs to freshen up. And Troy is great. He does Old Navy. He does lots of big commercial jobs. So if he likes someone from a test shoot, he can be like, oh, I really like you. So the next time I shoot Old Navy, I will ask for you. So that's why I really wanted him to do it. And now you piss this guy off. I have to rectify this immediately because I just started working with this guy a couple of months ago. I don't want him thinking that I have idiot models. So I immediately volunteered. Before he even said anything, I volunteered to pay for it because I wanted him to know that I will take care of things if they go awry, which doesn't happen often, but when it does, I try and take care of it quickly because I don't want people thinking I think it's funny that Forrest didn't come. Oh, you drove 2 hours to get to the studio. Oh, that's hysterical. Like, I don't want people thinking that. So.
But do you guys understand? It's kind of like when you buy a hotel room on Expedia. How many of you guys have ever done that? Right? You buy a hotel room on Expedia, but then when you show up to check in, they always ask for two things, ID and credit card. Why? Because that mini bar in your room, even, we just traveled with the kids last week. Those are $12 M&Ms in that fridge. You're not eating them. We're going to drive to CVS and buy you that dollar pack right at the register, and then we'll come back. You don't touch that mini bar. Why? Because your credit card is attached. Do you guys understand that? So as a business, it's liability, which is why agents are going to be very selective about who they pick. Even for us, you want to come to Hollywood with us? I mean, we're really good at what we do. And Ryan, Tanya's on now, so I know you're probably going to want to say hi. But even working with a top agent, it's not worth risking credibility for someone who doesn't deserve it, right? So you got to put in the work. All right.
Yep.
All right, Deneen, all you.
All right.
Yeah, you want to say hi to Tanya? Well, right, all right, Deneen can
Okay.
facilitate that.
I'm going to, don't go anywhere, Mr. Colby. Okay, so scale of 1 to 10, how awesome was it listening to Ryan talk about magazines and what he does? How many of you would love to work with Ryan on a one-on-one basis, on a go-forward basis? If that sounds like, oh my gosh, mind-blowing, type of 1 or 1 in the comments. Type of 1 or 1 in the comments. Because that's the opportunity you're going to have in a little while. So, I mean, I know Ryan has styled me and worked with me, and I tell people this story all the time. When Mike asked me to do the podcast, do you remember that first podcast I did with you and Alex? Oh my gosh, it was crazy. You're probably like, who is this? She knows nothing about the industry. But everything I know now, Mr. Colby, is thanks to you. So you guys know how awesome what a great opportunity that is. That would be awesome. All right. So talking to him is a privilege. It's definitely a privilege. And speaking of privileges, we have another agent that is coming on right now. So what I'm going to do is introduce her to you, and then Ryan and Tanya will say hello together to one another, and then Alicia is going to put her on the hot seat. So are you guys ready for another agent? If you are, type a 1 or 1 in the comments. Okay, here we go. Let me get my voice ready. Tanya Kleckner. Having a well-known and prominent musician as a father, she grew up around many famed and celebrated artists such as Jimi Hendrix, the Beatles, Shirley Bassey, Nina Simone, Billie Holiday, which inspired Tanya to pursue music. The power-packed combination of her ability to play many different instruments, hands-on music industry knowledge, and college degree in music earned her a position as a sound engineer. Tanya worked at many British studios with amazing artists and legends, including Led Zeppelin, Tina Turner, and The Who. Later, Tanya decided she wanted to explore other branches of entertainment and leapt at the opportunity to work at the BBC. She successfully worked as a producer of children's TV shows, but still felt that there was something more for her. Tanya realized that if she really wanted to know more about the entertainment industry, she would have to move to Los Angeles. For 20 years, Tanya has worked her way through the talent agency and management system and has been wildly successful. Along the way, she has earned the reputation as a straight shooter and has accumulated a fiercely loyal clientele following. She has worked with such greats such as Kelsey Grammer, Edward James Olmos, Faye Dunaway, James Coburn, and the Coppola family. Her talent has booked numerous series regulars, including recurring roles and pilots for HBO, ABC, NBC, Fox, for such shows such as Constantine, Sin City Saints, Cedar Cove, and NCIS New Orleans. I'm not even going to try to tell you all of the people that Tanya has on as series regulars now. But what I want you to do is give it up for the one and the only Miss Tanya Kleckner.
Yay.
Yay!
Hey. Hi, Tanya. How are you?
Where is she?
She's right there. I asked. There you go. Hi, Tanya.
Can you hear me?
We can
Yeah.
hear you.
Hi, good
Hi.
morning.
How are you?
Hold on, I've got to turn you up. I'm sorry. It's all crazy
can hear
today. Hi. Hi,
Hi.
Donovan.
How
How
are
are
you?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm packing and in this rain.
Oh, you here in LA?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, I know. It's starting to come in fierce now.
Yeah, I know.
Hillary is here.
Yeah, Hillary. For a couple hours. I think by 9 o'clock tonight she'll be gone.
I don't know. I think it's going to get through. Are you supposed to be flying out tonight?
Yeah. Well, I'm driving. I'm supposed to be leaving at around dinner time. So.
Oh, okay. Oh, if you're driving, you should be okay. Just be careful. So I think it's through till late tonight. We'll see.
We
know how
are going to
LA
see each other in Miami with us.
I
Next
know.
week.
I'm so excited. I can't wait.
I know you've never been to Miami.
I've never been to Miami, but I do have an Oculus. You know, the VR headset.
Yeah.
So I've been wandering around Miami with my Oculus on.
Not the same.
That's who I am, right? So now I know where I'm going to go.
I'll see you there as well. So, but I'll let you get going and chatting with the talent here.
Oh, I'm excited. It's lovely to see you always, Ryan.
I just finished yammering for an hour.
Yeah, go do your thing. Go get a coffee. See, and stay dry and please drive safe.
I will. I'll see you on Thursday.
I'll see you soon. Yeah, see you Thursday. Yay.
Bye.
Bye.
VIP Ignite, where the cool hang out. Hello, friend.
Hi, I've lost you. I can't see anyone now.
Can
There
you
you
see-
are. I can see you
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
I'm so technical with all this stuff.
know.
I'm
I know.
rubbish.
I
Hi,
love when
beautiful.
you say rubbish.
Congratulations.
Yay!
So shiny and so big.
I
That's
know. I know.
beautiful. Are you so happy?
Yeah. I mean, we did it backwards, had the baby, moved to Florida, bought a house, but
Oh,
hey,
that's very
what happens when you go through a pandemic?
2023. It's very 2023. You're a modern girl.
Yeah, we got engaged in Malibu, so it was very exciting. And I'm sorry I didn't get to call you. I had the family, so I'm like a cruise director. Every day we had the Beverly Hills lunch. We did Warner Brothers. We did Universal, so it was really cool. But,
I get it.
Yeah, and they've never been to LA before, so kind of like you with the Oculus, they watched a lot of YouTube on Los Angeles, and I think Jeff, in the back of his mind, he's like, LA, it's so like cliche. And he loved it. Absolutely loved it. So for those of you guys who've never been to Los Angeles, I promise you, seeing that Hollywood sign live and in person, is amazing. Not to mention seeing you, Tanya. So thank you so much for being here. I know the hurricane is kind of putting a damper on things.
Yeah.
But you're good. You're good. Okay. So let's talk about you. So let's talk a little bit about your childhood. We're going to go all the way back. Get some wine.
I need to update the resume. First of all, I've been an agent
I know
for 30 years.
All American, Outer Banks.
I have a series lead on Wednesday right now. I have a series lead on All American, the regular on Walking Dead, Power Book Goes. What else? I have on Stranger Things.
Outer Banks, All American.
Oh, not I have put guest stars on Outer Banks. Yeah. I have a supporting lead in Shazam: Fury of Gods and the first Shazam. Kind of thing.
You do voiceover. You have talent.
I do video games. I have the lead.
Yep.
Yeah, I have the lead in the biggest game in the world. It's Kratos and God of War and God of War Ragnarok. And then I just put somebody in another big franchise, which I can't tell you what it is. They're making a new video game, which all of you will know which one. I can't say anything.
Do video games pay really well?
On my deals, they do.
Of course they do. Well, you're a top agent. How much work goes into a video game? Can somebody do it from home, like the recording, or do they go into a real big studio?
No. Video games can take about 1.5 years, 2 years. You do what's called mocap, where they put you in the suit with all the dots around you, where you're doing the character and doing green screen and shit like that. things like that. I won't swear, sorry.
They're
And
used to me. You can curse. It's
okay, and
You're
then you go into a booth to do all the voiceover sessions as well. So video game takes a long time, and so
we have one of our talent right now from the NFL. He just said thank you, Alicia.
Oh right, okay.
And he's doing the games, the football game right now.
Right.
EA
So
games.
I have somebody doing a video game right now, and they're up at the sound stages in North Carolina, in Northern California. He's actually getting on a flight today during the hurricane. We managed to get him an earlier flight, and they initially booked him for 40 days. So those 40 days are spread out. So I've negotiated. You do a day rate. So I negotiated him a day rate for mocap, motion capture, and then VO. So the minimum guarantee is 40 days. Over a certain amount of time, but that's the minimum. So he's guaranteed a minimum, but then that obviously goes more. Like with God of War, that took 2-3 years. So I get a guarantee, give him a guarantee minimum of a certain day rate. And that game obviously did very, very well. So then we did a second game. We did God of War Ragnarok, and obviously that did very well. My client won a BAFTA and a DICE Award Game of the Year and all that kind of stuff. So it's done amazing.
Yeah. You guys think that would be really cool, right? We have a really good friend, Vince Rodriguez from Crazy Ex-Girlfriend. I just spoke to him yesterday, and he did Mortal Kombat. He plays one of the main characters. So voiceover work is amazing for those of you that maybe have thought of it, not thought of it. But I'm going to put you in the hot seat. I want everybody, how many of you are excited that I'm going to put Tanya in the hot seat? And I think she fears this just a little bit because she knows me and she knows how much coffee I drink. So she's like, I have no idea what the hell is going to come out of her mouth today. But how many of you guys want me to put Tanya in the hot seat? If so, like, show us the fire. Ooh,
the hot seat, that's a gaming chair you've got right there. That's like a really cool gaming chair.
You know what? Funny story. I'll tell you the story very quickly. So when I moved to Florida, 8 months pregnant, because New York and LA were very scary to be pregnant with my first kid. Yeah. I moved down to Florida, 8 months pregnant. And I told Michael, I said, oh my gosh, like I don't have any of my work stuff. It's on a moving truck. They're saying 30 days. Michael's like, don't worry, I got this. So next thing I know, I get a gaming chair, a gaming desk, a gaming laptop. I mean, this thing is pretty badass. So like my 12-year-old stepson's always like, can I have it when you're done? Okay. But yeah, so I'm like a gamer now, but this is really comfy. It has like a pillow and
my son.
I wonder why these gamers make so much money, because you don't have to get up for 12 hours.
Well, my son works for Activision Games. Like he's pretty high up at Activision Games, and so he has the whole thing he has an office in his house. Yeah, and he's got the gaming chair, the desk, and it's everything
like Michael.
So comfortable. And I'm like, I need this. This is what I need in my office. So it's good. It's good stuff.
If you guys ever get a chance, like Michael Fomkin, like, because we've met like we Stan Lee and all these amazing people over the years. Michael's office is like legit real memorabilia from actual like motion. He can make Comic-Con look bad, and then he has all the gaming stuff, and he's crazy. But if you I'm telling you right now, Michael's office is pretty dope.
Love that.
I do too. It's good dinner conversation. Okay. So let's talk about you, and let's talk about your amazing, crazy childhood and the people that you met as a child because of your father. And again, I know you're successful. I don't want to say it's because of your dad, but I think like learning this business at an early age and realizing Diana Ross and John Legend are just people that come over your house for dinner. What was that like? And can you talk a little bit about who your father was?
Yeah, I was young. It was John Lennon, not John Legend, but John Lennon.
John Lennon. Yeah. More coffee coming. Yeah, go ahead.
I was young, so it didn't really mean anything to me as a child. My dad was a musician, and he used to play in a band, and he was like a musician's musician. So the band that they had, they actually there's a film on Netflix called Telstar, and it was with Telstar Records, and then he was in a band called Tornado. So they were the first British band to ever go to #1 in the 60s, and then they had a band. Actually, that film stars Kevin Spacey. I know that he was cleared, but it was made with Kevin Spacey because it ended up with this record producer that had all these amazing bands, and how the record company screwed him over. And my dad was one of those people that he discovered. And he went crazy, this guy, and then he ended up shooting somebody. So it's a really amazing story. And this film is on Netflix. Anyway, my dad's band was discovered by Frank Sinatra. Frank Sinatra fell in love with them, and then he brought them to Vegas, and they were the first British band to ever have a residency in Vegas in '68.
Right.
So
Frank Sinatra loved your dad. Like, do you guys even fathom this? I mean, this is just a Sunday morning.
It's a whole story. He could have a film. And then so he then went on a world tour with Frank Sinatra, did the residency and came back. And then obviously then my dad he did like 8 albums. My dad's songs were played on Breaking Bad, the series. So it kind of reignited my dad, and then obviously he now gets residuals from those songs on iTunes, which is good. And then my dad played with Rolling Stones, and like Bill Wyman's his friend, and so he's kind of in that inner circle. He's still alive. He's retired. He's an amazing musician. So I kind of grew up in that, but I didn't want to be a musician. I play instruments, so I wanted to do behind the scenes and do live sound because I love music and I enjoy listening to it and messing with it. So I did live sound. So I went to work at a big studio on my own. I did it on my own. I didn't want his help.
Yeah.
I'm that person. So I managed to do lots of interviews, and I got a job in a big studio. I was lucky. And I worked with all these amazing people. And then after a while, I moved to LA, and then I landed a job. I needed money. So I just fell into, I needed a job. I got a job in a big agency, and was a receptionist for about 6 weeks. I realized the assistant to the 2 big partners with the A-list clients was just rubbish at her job. So I started eyeing her job and started befriending the partners, thinking, I need them to love me. It's because I know she's going to get fired because she's so shit at her job. So if they really like me, then they could think of hiring me. So she did get fired, and then they offered me the job, and I took it, and I stayed on that desk for about, I was on that desk for about 3 years. And after 3 years, one of the partners has had a stroke. So then I took his office and became a junior agent, and then the rest is history. Yeah.
And back then it was like a total male dominant world, kind of like
Yes.
Mad Men. So imagine.
Yeah, well, there was one other female. Yeah, there was one other female agent there that also took me under her wing, and she was actually. If anyone's seen The Offer, has anyone seen The Offer here on Paramount Plus? The Offer is the story about how The Godfather was made, and The Godfather was made by a man called Al Ruddy. And his side, basically the woman beside him, was a woman called Betty McCart. So she pushed him to get The Godfather made. And Betty McCart was the agent that I worked with that took me under her wing, and she trained me to become an agent.
No big deal.
Yeah.
You learn from the best. So now that you are an agent, and again, you left like the big agency to kind of create a boutique agency, so you could have a smaller roster, but more, I guess, like more capabilities to work with them. Because sometimes when you get signed to like the CAAs or the Abrams, which is now A3, or any of those big agencies, sometimes you have bench warmers, and you don't really get to talk to your agent. You're just sitting there waiting.
Because you have like 1,500 to 2,000 clients, and that was over 30 years ago. And I was with the big corporate agencies for so long, and luckily I was surrounded by good people. Some of the agents were very hard and very difficult to work with, and obviously in those agencies there's a lot of politics, but I'm pretty good at standing up for myself. You have to be in that business, especially back then. It was a very male dominated world, but I learned from the best, and Betty McCart was one of them. About 12 years ago, you weren't very hands-on with your clients. We had somebody I was working with who was an agent, who was a client who was just starting out, and his name was Norman Reedus. And we all know who Norman Reedus is, right? He's the star of The Walking Dead. And I actually just bumped into him not too long ago at a party, and we were just reminiscing about old times. And, and it's just like, you start building these careers, but you don't get as close to them as you'd want to. So, and I kind of missed that. So I didn't want to be a manager, because managers are not supposed to negotiate. I wanted to be an agent, because an agent, I'm state licensed by the state of California. I'm SAG franchised, so I'm franchised by the Screen Actors Guild. So I'm legally bound and allowed to negotiate contracts, and that's what I love. I need that power to be able to do that. I love, that's my favorite part of my job. So I thought to myself in like 12 years ago, well, if I go to a boutique agency, I can take all my clients with me. I can take all my connections with me, my contacts, and start a TV film division, because they didn't have the adult TV film division there. So I did that, took my clients with me, and then I just built this TV film division by myself and really built it up. And now I have many series regulars. I've got all my contacts. I'm very particular on who I take on. And I love the people that I work with, and I'm happy. I can pick and choose which clients I work with, even if, they're great actors, but if they're assholes, I'm not going to work with you, because you know what? Life's too short. I'm not dealing with that. So, I've fired actors when they've just taken up too much of my time. They've drained the blood from my system. I'm not going to work with you. I've had actors say to me, "You're firing me? You're firing me?" I'm like, "Yeah, because you're a nightmare. You're a nightmare to work with. So I don't want to work with you." Because, that I just find it unfair with my other actors, because if I have somebody that's taking up all of my time all day, every day, it's not fair on the other actors that I work with. So I'm in a really good position that I can literally divide my time up between all of my actors that I love and care for, get them all out, get them all auditions. Hopefully that most of them are working. They're paying my bills. And also I have enough to treat myself as well, to my extravagant bags and shoes, and
they're with you, sister. Yep.
Yeah.
It's an investment.
And that's it. And I don't have the dramas of some of these other offices, and we're all happy, and that's it. That's all I want. So, but I work hard, and, I get these clients auditions, and I pitch all day long, and, and I have to believe in who I'm pitching and who I'm working with. That's important.
That is important. And I'm going to now put you in the hot seat. Are you ready? You're ready.
I thought I was in the hot seat.
No, you're in the hot seat now. So everybody cleanse. Okay. So you said that, we have a no a-hole policy. So even if you went to Yale School of Drama, Juilliard, Carnegie Mellon, and your resume is dope, but you are not, bye-bye. Right. And so you are very selective about who you choose to represent. Now, you said you're looking for actors. Right. And that's what you book. You don't book models, you book actors, but they actually physically show up as actors. You're not training, correct? Like, no. So let's say, for an example, who am I going to look at? Solange, right? I can't see everybody. So let's say Solange, for an example. Oh, I'm an aspiring actor. I'm looking for an agent. Do you get an agent right away? Or what does Solange as a potential talent need to have completed before an agent would even say, "Hey, this is great for us to bring you on"? Like what steps?
I wouldn't even say they have to have completed, because my thing is you have to be training. You have to be training.
So everybody type training. You have to have training. And it's not past training, it's current training. So I want everybody to type current.
Current training. And I'm going to tell you, and I'll tell you why. If you don't have anything on your resume, if you're a brand new actor and I see no credits, no TV, no film, that's okay.
That's okay.
If I see your headshot and I think to myself, "Ooh, they've got a great look. Oh, I have nobody else like you in my roster. You're very marketable. I know the buyers are looking for someone like you." When I say buyers, I mean the networks and studios. The first thing I'm going to look at is your training. And then the networks and the studios, that's the first thing they're going to look at is your training.
So even if you love the headshot and somebody has a great look, let's say like LaMarcus has a great look. Oh, this is so great. I don't have anybody that looks like LaMarcus. I want to manage LaMarcus. But then it's okay, are you doing training? Ooh.
Yes.
Okay.
And then if I speak to them and they're like, "Well, yeah, I did a play in high school." No, that's not training. I did a play in high school. I'm a terrible actor, So no, that doesn't count. Training is so when you're currently trained, that also shows to me that you're very invested in this, because you have to also remember, I work for free until you guys get paid. So I'm working for free trying to book you guys jobs. Training is also, it shows you how to do cold reading and improv and break down scripts and learn the characters and know how to be grounded, to know how to hit your marks on set. All of that, all the necessities that you need to have as an actor when you walk on that set. Networks and studios need to know that you have that training as well. When they hire you, they are not there to babysit you and to teach you what to do on set. This is money for them. So when they're hiring an actor, you need to be able to walk on set and know exactly what to do. When they give you redirects, you know exactly what you need to do. They don't want to have to teach you on how to do that. When they come to you and say, hey, this scene has been changed up, here's the new material, go to the trailer, come back in 30 minutes, that needs to be memorized. Again, that's where your training comes in. So all of that is a necessity, and you have to be completely trained when they're hiring you. Also, the training stops you falling under pressure, because it can be a very high pressured play sometimes on these sets. TV works very fast. So again, that's where the training comes in, because you're going to know what's coming. You're going to know what's happened when they do give you these notes and scripts get changed and all this kind of stuff. They teach you that. These classes teach you all of that. So there's never going to be a problem on set. So then you're not going to get fired and I don't look like an arsehole. Then the casting director's not going to work with me again. So it's my name that's on the line as well. So when I take an actor on, I need you to be 150% ready that when you start auditioning for these jobs, you're going to give me great self-tapes. I'm going to give the casting director a great self-tape. Doesn't matter if you don't book the job right away. What matters is we're building a fan. So every time I give your great self-tape to that casting director, we're doing what we call building a fan base. The more fans we get, the more auditions you get, then the bookings start coming in. Then you'll start working on set from all this training. You're going to start going on more sets, the more successful you become. And that's how it works. You have to always be training. Even my series regulars are still training. Because again, it's like therapy as well. It's like you're helping your brain to keep moving, to keep exercising. I always say it's like an athlete or a musician. You have to keep learning. You have to keep exercising that muscle. Very important. If I have an actor that says, well, I can't afford classes, I can't get into class, I'll have to do it in about 3 or 6 months. I'm like, well, then forget it. Then go find another agent. Because you know what? I'm not busting my balls for free because you can't be bothered or you're not invested in this. And that's it.
That's it. You guys can see why we're friends, right? Like, this is easy peasy. Okay. So as an actor, because again, we get a lot of aspiring talent that always asks, is this going to cost money? Well, as an actor, this is different than modeling. And again, we talked about this 30 years ago. If an agent really liked you, they covered upfront expenses and took it out of your paycheck. It's called recoupment. But as an actor, you're coming to the table, guys, with a real legit actor's headshot. And I'm gonna share my, is it okay if I share my screen real quick?
Yeah, but I just saw someone said I took modeling acting school. That's different. That's nothing. Can I just quickly answer that question?
Of course you can.
Modeling and acting school is not real. I've taken on models. I have one model who I won't name, who is a very, very successful actor now. And he came to me when he was a very successful model, very well known. And he said, I want to start acting. I'm like, right, we're going to take off all your modeling from Gucci to Prada that was on his modeling resume. I don't want anyone seeing that. Okay. Nobody needs to know you're a model. I want everybody to know you're an actor and that you're a serious actor. We took all of that off. The only thing we put on his resume was acting and all his classes, and he worked his butt off.
But no mention of modeling on your acting resume.
In modeling acting school, no. In acting school, acting classes. He didn't want to be known as a modeling actor. He wanted to be known as an actor. So he went and did the acting classes. Right. And then he started busting his balls. We got him into some great auditions, and now he's a very well-known working actor.
All right, so you guys get all that?
If you're a model that wants to be an actor, you can do both, but separate them.
Makes sense. Makes sense. All right, so as an actor, I mean, again, having a great headshot. How important is this, Tanya, to have a great headshot?
Amazing. You guys do really good headshots, by the way.
Thank you.
You really do.
You know, Ryan. Great. Yeah, so so Tanya obviously is in LA, but she does come out to some of our live events. And imagine getting a chance, even if you're brand new and you have a great actor's headshot, but you're not listed on like IMDb. So that means you don't have any credits, you don't have anything. Tanya, over the years, you've signed people without any work history. They had a kick-ass headshot and they were in training.
If they have a great headshot, if you have all the right tools and your training, yes. If I really believe in you and you've got, but also we get along and you're not arrogant and just an
Personality.
arsehole.
Yeah.
And we're on the same page and you're open to listening to me and like, you know, like I've had an actor that I really liked, like he had a great headshot, he had some great training, and then I spoke to him and he's like, I said, you know, I make more money in TV than film. I do both. I do TV and film, but ultimately I'd want you to be a series regular because that's what pays my bills, right? That's what we kind of push toward. I want you to be testing for network. Oh, no. I don't want to do TV. I will only do film. I want to be a film actor. I want to be a movie star. And I'm like, all right, bye-bye. So, you know,
obviously they're the pro. You're a top
we have to
agent.
be on the same
Obviously,
page.
they're a pro. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you a question, Tanya. I mean, back in the day, talent physically had to live in New York or LA or come into, you know, New York or LA or even Atlanta now to go for live auditions. And we've seen this over and over and over again, where a talent would come in with their headshot, they would, you know, do, you know, their side or their monologue or whatever it is. Do you miss the old way or do you like the Zoom way better now? I mean,
it was great. I mean, I love having the actor go in the room because the casting director would get to work with them.
Yeah.
But you know, it's good because I can get more auditions for my actors because the casting director is seeing more people. So that's a great thing. I do have actors, I have actors that did a better job in the room because those, you know, there's certain people that shine more when they go in a room. You know, we have friends that are like that, you know, personality. And then I have other actors that just freeze when they walk in a room. They're amazing actors, but they just walk in a room and they just freeze in an audition. So, you know,
nerve-wracking. They're
live. Yeah.
And so imagine this, guys, back in the day, you had to live in New York or LA to physically go into the production offices and audition live. So that means bring your headshot, you leave it there, you have your resume on the back, and then you do a slate. Right. And then you do whatever it is that they asked you to do, but you're live. And over the years, Tanya, I'm sure people have gotten roles because of their personality or because of like a little bit of like the laugh or the gimmick. Now they don't see it because it's on Zoom.
Yeah. And it's also, you know, when they take them in the room, you know, and they're not quite getting it right as they know what the director wants, they'll work with them a little bit and have them redo a couple of different ways and then take the way that the director wants. So that kind of works in the actor's favor. But then again, the other way is, if I get 2 auditions for one role and I feel they're missing a couple of my actors, I'll email the casting director and I'm like, hey, you guys, thanks for the auditions, but I need 2 more auditions for that particular role. And then they'll normally come back to me and go, fine, add them to the list. We'll see them as well. When normally when it is in person, they're like, you know what, it's full. We can't see it. We just can't squeeze any more people in. Whereas now with the self-tape, I can always squeeze in a couple more auditions. So, you know, that works in our favor for sure. Yeah.
You know, when I do my live calls, I always ask people, how many of you guys are excited that you don't have to live in New York or LA to go in physically for these live auditions? And everyone says me. But on the opposite, it's kind of like what comes up must come down. But now that everything is via like self-submittals and self-tapes, you're now competing with the entire freaking world for that one role. And the world has changed a lot since, I hate to use the C word, COVID, but now, I mean, obviously COVID, I don't want to say is over, but you're still not going back to this way. You're still doing everything via self-tapes, correct?
Yeah, everything seems to be self-tapes. There's a few people up in arms about saying that we should go back to how it was before. But the thing is, it's been working. You know, it's been working as it is. And I think casting directors enjoy it this way because they can sit at home on their couch or be with their kids more and their family more, which is a little more healthier, I think.
That 405 man.
You know, you don't want to. I mean, I work from my office, my home office part-time, and then in the physical office part-time. So I love it being at home with my dogs. I've got a beautiful office at home and, you know, it's great. I love it. I don't want to sit in my office at the work office 12 hours a day anymore, you know, especially at my age. I'm done. I don't want to do it, you know.
I usually have Kate, you know, my son. He's usually
you've got your son. Exactly. And how much nicer is that?
Watching Netflix while I'm working, even if I'm working on a new movie or whatever. And I love it.
Yeah.
All right. So the two things that you usually submit, so let's say you're working on an Apple TV show or Netflix or Hulu or Max, the two things that you're submitting out, actor's headshot, correct?
Yes.
And a reel,
And
correct?
a resume, well, their headshot and a
And a headshot.
resume.
Okay.
And if you don't have a reel, then don't worry about it. We won't send that. However, if you have a great self-tape that I think is fantastic, I'll sometimes attach that self-tape.
Okay. So guys, for anybody on here that's brand new, I mean, again, you don't physically have to have this as of yet. But if you've ever done like indie films, student films, or web series, this is a great, I mean, obviously having an actor's headshot, that's a must. That's your expense, not an agent's. But even having something like this to show versatility as far as an actor, to show your range. Tanya, how much, I mean, these reels are no more than 2 minutes. How much?
Yeah,
would you
no more
say
than
a
2
casting
minutes.
director-
So
How much
again,
would you
sorry.
say a casting director would actually watch of somebody's reel? Since you're not physically going in.
Well, if your reel's great, if it's amazing, they'll gravitate and they'll watch the whole thing.
Yeah.
But you need to pull them in within the first 15 seconds. Don't do a montage at the beginning of the reel. That's just a waste of time. If you want to do a montage, do that at the end. They just want your name at the beginning and then just straight into your acting. And also, you know, if you guys have a scene with another actor, we don't want to hear the other actor speaking, doing all the dialogue. Make sure this reel is about you. I've had people send me reels and then their acting part comes in about, 2 minutes in. I'm like, why am I watching this other actor? I just had to sit here for 2 minutes to wait for your scene to start. Don't do that. Just do a clip of yourself. And also,
imagine you had 20 seconds. Like,
yeah.
You better make that.
And if your reel is not great production quality and the actor that you're acting opposite is really not good, don't even send it. Just do a great self-tape. I mean, really, just this is your chance. We're really watching you. We want to see how great you are. And if you're going to do a self-tape, try and show something that shows different layers of you. We don't need to see that you can cry on cue. None of us care about that. We just want to show something that really showcases your quality as an actor, that shows some different layers.
That's a whole nother part. So
sorry.
You're good.
Gone off
You're
topic.
good. No, you're good.
I just go off somewhere else.
So let's say you're working with Apple TV, right? You get a casting, you get a breakdown. And let's go over very quickly before we go into the actual audition process. For our freelance actors, people that don't have representation, can they get the same castings you get?
No, absolutely not. No, the breakdowns that I get, we get them because we're state licensed and we show breakdowns and then they get filtered through. So the casting directors will only send these breakdowns to ATA or SAG franchised agents and certain managers that agents will verify.
So,
but no freelance actors or any actors for that matter who are represented will get these breakdowns. They are not open to the public.
So anytime you guys go on, how many of you guys have ever been on a website and they advertise speaking roles in Disney and Marvel and like, a new spinoff on Netflix? How many of you guys have ever seen that? Because it's called clickbait. Do you guys know what clickbait is? Kind of like bait, like you're a fisherman. So here's the fishing rod. Here's a little worm. Oh my gosh, right? That's my best clickbait I could show, because it's for, and I hate to use gullible, but it's for the brand new super green actors looking to star in a movie. So it's like, oh my gosh, I want to be an actor. I want to prove to my friends and family I could be famous. I'm going to go on a website. So if you type in Marvel speaking roles, 55.3 million search results. None of this is real. You cannot advertise like a speaking role in a major motion picture you can't even get access to. Those are breakdowns. You must be a SAG-AFTRA licensed agent. You got SAG as film, Afters TV, and I'll go over in a minute about the union because it's my jam. But yeah. You cannot audition for major roles, for pilots, for TV shows, for major motion pictures without an agent. Do you guys understand this? If you understand, type OMG, like that you understand this. Because again, this is, they have Backstage and they have 99 and Export Talent and even Actors Access and Central Casting. those roles that you can get on your own. They're for indie films, student films, web series, or even like TV shows as an extra, right? So if you, let's say Outlander, great TV show. If you've never seen it, it's on
That
Starz.
is a great TV show. I'd go and be an
Okay.
extra on Outlander.
Oh my God, all day, right? He's a cutie patootie. Sorry, babe. But as an extra, Tanya, you know, is this considered acting? Would you ever put extra
No.
on your resume?
No, I
Okay,
don't
why?
consider extra work acting because you're a background actor. You know what? If you want to go and be an extra, go for it. If it pays the bills, go for it. It's fun. It's fine. But I don't put extra work on your resume. I don't consider that acting for me. You're not speaking. No.
You're part of the scene. So it's
Yeah.
considered scenery. And again, it's going to sound mean. It's kind of like being next to the tree. You're part of the townspeople. You're not a relevant part of the scene. So you're not part of the story. You're part of the
Yeah.
background. So kind of like Spider-Man, or last night we were watching Dark Knight, and you see all those people that are filling New York City, right? Gotham. They're not pivotal roles. You're
No.
not memorizing. You don't have any
No.
speaking roles. It's extra work. So extra work is great because you're on set, you know, you're kind of seeing everything live and in person. Amazing. And you're going to get compensated, but understand that it's not considered acting, nor does it go on a resume. Okay.
No.
Does that make sense for everybody? I hope. And again, it's a great way to kind of learn about the industry. Now, one thing I really want to notate is you have to be financially stable to be an actor. Even doing extra work, you're not like a stripper. They don't make it rain with $100 bills when you're done with work that day. You may have to take a day or two off from your current employer to then travel to go to set, sometimes 90 minutes, right? An hour.
Yeah. You need to have a job that's flexible. I understand, you know, people have to work, you have bills to pay.
Yeah.
You need to have a job that's flexible. I need to have somebody that it's easy, that can travel easily. I need you to be an easy client to work with. I cannot work around your schedule. Again, you guys have to remember I work for free. I can't have somebody. So if I have a job, if you audition for something tomorrow, right? And that job shoots in Canada, you audition for it tomorrow, you have the call back Wednesday. Then on Thursday, I get the call. You've booked the job. I call you. I'm like, right, you're traveling to Canada on Monday. They're booking your ticket. You're like, oh my goodness, I need to tell work I have time off. How long will I be? I don't know if I can do that. Da, da, da. If you do that to me, I can't work with you. I will fire you. I can't have that. I can't start stressing about your schedule of when you can and cannot travel, or when you can and cannot work. I'm busting my balls trying to get you these auditions. You have to remember, every single role on every single breakdown gets about 5,000 to 6,000 submissions. You're getting the audition. They're only bringing in a certain number of people. I get you that audition. You get the role. And then you're worried about traveling there or being able to take time off work. That's not my problem.
I did my job. Right?
I did my job.
Yeah.
If you can't do it, or you can't take that time off work to go and do that job, I could have put several other clients in that role. So
and
I
that's
could make
why
my
it might be
10%
better
commission.
for some of you not to be
Yeah.
like a top actor who could potentially make $350,000 an episode, like Stranger Things, right? Those kids from Stranger Things, or $1 million an episode, like Ellen Pompeo on Grey's Anatomy. But maybe it's better that, oh, okay, next Thursday, I'm going to be an extra. It's just a one-off. You call out sick to work that day, but you can't expect to be a top actor and not be flexible with your schedule.
You have
and
to be
also financially. If I even hear somebody, oh, I don't have any money, I don't have any credit cards, I don't have any money in savings. Anytime I hear the words, I don't have money, no, you do. You choose not to be resourceful because you're on Netflix. I know you're constantly on Facebook and Instagram. You're drinking Starbucks. You're getting your eyelashes done. You're getting your hair done. I guarantee your iPhone is brand new.
Well,
I be financially able to be able to do this as well.
I just had somebody, I told you, I think last time, that told me, oh, I'm only allowed 2 weeks off work a year.
Well, that's sweet. Yeah.
And I said, okay, well, then this isn't for you. And then she's been calling me crying. I'm like, sorry, honey, I can't work with you. That doesn't work for me.
And even those red flags, my family doesn't support this, my husband, my wife, I'm doing this secretly. How
Oh my God, no.
Yeah,
No.
we get those because again, you're not getting like the aspiring talent. I get I want to be an actor, but I don't really understand how the business works.
Yeah.
So even when someone, is this going to cost money? Yes, you're covering your own headshots because she's not paying for those. You want to be submitted out for these big jobs. Not to mention, do you have training? Somebody that has training, it shows, okay, you put in some work, you have some skin in the game. I know when you show up, you're not going to embarrass yourself or us. But if somebody is like moaning and complaining that they don't have the financial means to do this, maybe we should just part as friends. Follow us on Facebook
and by the
Instagram.
way, I'm
Yeah.
paying for breakdowns. I'm paying monthly
Yes,
breakdowns
as an agent, guys, she
submit
pays
you
for
on.
breakdowns.
that
It's an
I'm
investment.
submitting you on.
Yeah.
And then and I'm only, again, remember, I'm working for free, and I'm working hours weekly for you for free. And then when you do get paid, I get 10%, you get 90%. So remember that part. So yeah, so I need all the tools. You have to provide me all the tools, and I'll be submitting you. And I'm again working for free until you start booking those jobs. And that's it. That's the bottom line.
And guys, we're saying that if anybody really wants to do this, and Dante, I'm going to pick on you, not some silver spoon fed ass person. You can do this job even if you're living in a shelter. Don't make excuses. You want a better life, you got to be proactive. Capiche? Yeah, that's why we do these free calls. You want to work with a top agent? She's right here. How many of you guys, Alicia Khan keeps falling asleep, but yet I want an agent. I want an agent to submit me. Why would an agent submit you unless you are meant to be submitted, right? You got to be what an agent wants. Nobody gives a shit what you want. It's not like you're driving through Chick-fil-A. I'll take a number one. Can I get a sweet tea? Right, this is my order. I'm going through it. But think about it. As a top actor, Kaden hears you. You want to say hi to Tanya real quick? Here, everybody, this is Kaden. Say hi to Miss Tanya.
Hi, Kaden.
You're going to see her next week. Okay. All right, go see
Hi.
that now. But understand that they're best friends, guys. But understand that if you're trying to get into show business, this isn't about having $1 million in your bank. But if you can't even show up to a casting or to a booking, then we got a big problem. If you understand, type understood. I'm like, babe, get the kid. Working from home, right? So if you're serious about getting into show business, think about it. It's a business. And again, she only gets paid when you book work, but you have to come to the table with all of the materials. Okay, so let's keep going. So you like somebody's headshot. They don't really have a lot of experience, but you believe in them. Sometimes people say, I have natural abilities. Okay, said by who? Your mom, your dad, you. Okay, the industry doesn't give a shit. Where are you training? So, with us, we do offer training, and we've even offered some really cool training with you going over what it actually takes, because you're the one that's liable. Like if you sign somebody, you got to make sure that what you're submitting doesn't make you look bad. How many of you guys would love to get training by somebody of this type of level who works with top people? I mean, Tanya, not to brag, but we were driving on Sunset Boulevard the other day, and I saw a big sign for the show Wednesday. And I was like, oh, Tanya has one of the stars on that show. I mean, you're working with people like Tim Burton. You're working with some of the biggest showrunners. I mean, what's that even like in Hollywood? Working with people that star on, like, we were on the set of All American the other day. My stepson is like freaking out.
Oh,
right?
did you
on
go?
set.
You went on the set?
Hello, do you know us? Right? But getting to go on the set of All American, I was like, oh, maybe I should watch the show. I know you manage people from that show.
Well, I have one of the stars on that show. Yeah.
Of course you do. And I mean, guys, who's ready to work on this type of level? And Tanya, there's a lot of money and again, I don't need to go over your commission, which is what, 10%, right? But these actors that are showrunners, that are stars of shows, can you give us, like, I love when I go over SAG-AFTRA, but can you give us breakdowns of pay rates for actors?
Well, everything's hopefully going to change because I stand strong with SAG-AFTRA and WGA. So we're trying to raise the rates. But right now, before the rates raise, I can give you the before and afters. Right now, before the strike, it's $10.82 a day for a 1-day scale rate. We're trying to raise that to $1,200 a day. We're trying to raise everything by 11%. That's why we're on strike.
11%.
I'm not going to get into the strike today.
Nope.
And then weekly scale is 3,756 plus 10. We're trying to raise that to right now. We have an interim agreement with SAG-AFTRA for any indie films that are non-struck companies, which means they're not studio, they're independent. And that rate right now is 4,169 plus 10.
Guys
on a
are making
weekly.
that kind of money now, because somebody said 1,082 per day. That's pretty good
Yes.
money.
That's low.
Really good money.
That's low for just a
That's
one-day
low.
scale.
Anybody
You
here
have
want to
to
make that kind of
remember,
low money?
My brain works in 10%. That's $100. I don't want my clients just making that here and there, you know? So I have to think, okay,
Honey
so
doesn't even get up out of bed for that money. I mean, you can
Yeah.
think of it. You
so
want,
I
you
have
want
to
stars.
think
Yeah.
about getting you guys as a guest star. So a guest star on NCIS is they'll buy you what we call for top of show. So a guest star on NCIS would be like 9,522. They buy you for 8 days. And then, or, you know, for a half-hour show, they buy you for 5 days, which is just shy of $6,000. Again, we're trying to raise that rate. So that's kind of where we're at. So you have to think about it. I want most of my clients doing 1 hour top of shows. So because you have to think about it. Well, that's $952 commission as opposed to a one-day scale, which is $108 commission. Then when we start getting into series regulars, you're going to make anywhere. If it's a Disney show, it could be 15,000 an episode. If it's a primetime show, it could be anywhere from 25, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, $100,000 an episode.
So wait, I just want to just cleanse the aura here, right? How many of you guys, now again, she just said 60, 70, 80, 90, just so like eloquently, right? So you don't book extras, $200.
No,
You're booking
no.
showrunners, stars on
under 5 lines. No.
Okay. So let me ask you all.
And I don't book any non-name roles. Like I won't book EMT #1 or anything like that. They have to be name roles.
John, here's the story. Okay. So let me ask you guys a question. As a business, imagine this is your business being an actor, right? You're your own CEO of your business. How many of you, and this isn't like a crazy question to ask, but if you had a top agent that could submit you out for 60, 70, 80, $90,000 an episode, how many of you understand now, oh shit, I better get some real headshots done and I better get some training, because in order to even get those opportunities, I better have all my ducks in a row. If that's you, type ducks in a row, because that's your responsibility. Thank God we have VIP Ignite, who not only has top agents, but we do this all together. Because Tanya, you and I both seen a lot of shitty headshots, shitty training. Oh, I went to Barbizon. You can't even put that on your resume, kids. So having real legit people in this industry give back, even today. I mean, it's a Sunday, there's a hurricane. You're on this call, not just because you love us, but because you want to help people that want help. We're tired of seeing people get lied to, mistreated, and scammed. Is this making sense to you why we do these calls? I mean, this is a free call. If you've been searching for real people in the industry, I want to meet a real agent. What did you do other than wake up today and here's a top agent on from LA? Tanya, do you ever do open calls and meet talent live at all?
No, not really. No.
But you come to our events and you meet people, and I sometimes find people with zero experience.
I enjoy meeting new people and it makes me happy to help people. I mean, I do. It keeps me grounded and I enjoy meeting new people, helping new people. And I found people and made money from people.
I know.
People. So, I mean, I have working actors on my books. And what still fills my heart is when I do find somebody new and I develop them, but they have to be in it. Like they have to be really passionate and dedicated and want to work really hard. And I can see that in them. And weirdly, after 30 years, I do see an invisible dollar sign above your head. So I kind of I have that intuition.
And then sometimes you whisper, are they a good person? And
I do. So I do like, who are they?
But if they went through a 3-day boot camp and then we pick them, then you know they've been through the pitch.
And then if I see somebody and they're going to like read in front of me, I'm like, think to myself, please be good, please be good, please be good.
She wants you to be good as much as you want to be good.
Yeah. And I've had some successful story, like some people that have become successful. And that's, you know, when you make that call and they booked a job and you hear them screaming and crying on the other end of the phone, that makes me cry, and that makes me have those happy tears. Instead of doing like the mundane, booking every day, doing the contracts every day, dealing with the business every day, which sounds exciting, but you know, it's a job. and this is what I do. And but when you have somebody that's so excited and you're just giving them a life-changing phone call, it makes me happy. And so that's why I do this. And that's when it's nice to, I love you guys anyway, but you know what I'm saying? It's nice when you kind of find new people from time to time, and it's fun.
It is fun.
You know,
and
yes, I'm coming to
Mariah,
Miami.
she is coming to Miami.
I'm so excited.
I'm so
going
excited.
to the Versace mansion.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Because I love
the
Versace,
humidity
by the way. I
here
have the
is
shoes.
not great right now. The humidity. So
Oh yeah. No, my hair will be really bad, by the way.
it's okay. My hair too. We'll book keratin treatments, but yeah. No time. All right, let's keep going. All right. So when you get a casting, again, these castings are not available on the internet. So for those of you that are freelance, you're non-union, again, you have signed people that are non-union. So when you get these castings, then all of a sudden you then get what they call actor's sides. And I'm gonna Google it, because I know there's people on here that don't know what an actor's side is, and that's okay, because that's why they're here. They want to learn. So an actor's side, I'm going to share my screen. Is this helpful, guys? Is this helpful that we're showing you all this stuff, right? So an actor's side looks something like this, right? Where you might have to memorize multiple pages. You also, I'm going to grab this thing. You're also expecting somebody to have a ring light and something to like pop their phone. Do you prefer somebody to do, there's my son. Do you prefer people to do like their self-tapes vertically or horizontally?
Vertically, not my way. I'm the bad way today.
Okay, so guys, again, you have to have this. If you're going to get a script, Tanya, I mean, is somebody memorizing the script? Because this says like 9 pages.
Memorize.
What if there's multiple characters? What do you do?
Memorize. You have to memorize.
And then as far as multiple characters, what do you do? Do you play all the characters?
There's not going to be multiple characters. With the other characters, you've got a reader.
Okay, so you got to read.
You're going to have a reader off camera. And there's ways to figure on YouTube on how to do a self-tape. You have a reader off camera who's going to be subtle. You're going to be looking just above the camera. And you have to remember, you have to be engaging. Ladies, not too much jewelry, not bangles clanging around, so we're distracted. Yes.
Here comes Santa. Yeah.
No big earrings, no hats, none of that. Guys, we know if you're a cop or something, you like to hold a gun or something, I don't know, roll around and cowboy hats, things like that. Nothing distracting. We want to be able to see you. We want to be able to see your face. We want to be able to see your eyes. We want to be engaged with you as the actor. We don't need props or anything like that. It's all about you. We want to be drawn into you. So that's very important. And we need you to be off book, because if you're going to be reading it, we're going to be able to see you reading it. You're going to be looking down. You're going to be looking up. Your eyes are going to be going side to side. It's going to be distracting. So, and I think the more off book you are, you're going to be reading it again and again and again. You're going to be into it. You're going to start feeling the character. And also, it's not like we're in the room with you where we can feel your presence. It's very difficult when we're having you on camera, on Zoom. We can't feel it. So you have to try and get us engaged so we can really, draw us in.
So for somebody that's brand new and they see like 9 pages and they're like, oh shit, how am I going to do all this? Well, you're looking to also make $30,000 an episode. Do you guys see now why training goes into hand? And then even Tanya said, like, you maybe get on set and they say, hey, you need to go back to your trailer. We're going to do some rewrites. And you're like, oh shit, I just memorized 9 pages. How are we going to do a rewrite?
And also, let me just say, you're memorizing 9 pages, you'll do a self-tape, and then if you get a callback, you'll probably get a callback on Zoom or in person. You're going to have to then do those 9 pages again. And then what they'll do to you, what the director, the showrunners, the producers, what they'll do to see if you are hireable, bookable, they're going to play with you. They're going to work with you. They're going to then say, okay, let's go back to page 3. See that scene? Let's change it up. Let's do this. Let's do it this way. Let's do that. And you're going to have to change it up, and you're going to have to listen to them. And they're going to see if you do exactly what they've told you. And again,
remember,
that's where your
there's
training
three-
comes in.
Yeah.
So they're going to work with you that way. So they're going to say, okay, we want you to play it up. We want you to do this more playful. We want you to change that scene around to do it like this, 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 and this. And you're going to have to listen to every word that they say. And you're going to have to do that scene exactly what they've just told you to do.
Because they
So
need to know
that's
you
what's
can
gonna
follow
happen.
directions.
And if you don't do it the way they told you to do it, you're not booking that job. So again, that's where your training comes in. It's very, very important. When my client gets a call back or a chemistry read or director session, and I go back to them and I'm like, so did they give you notes? Did they give you redirects? And they're like, no, they just had me read it once. It was great. And I'm like, oof.
No, that's
Oof.
not good.
Okay. Because when I hear that the director or the producers gave them notes, and then they gave them another note, and then another note, and then they're on with them for another 20 minutes, giving them loads of notes and playing with them more and doing this, and this. I know that was a great callback. So because I know they gave them a note and they obviously liked it, so they gave them another note, and then they gave them another note and another note. So I'm like,
They
oh
took the
wow, so they
time
were
to-
really engaging with my client because they're now working with them. Because obviously she was doing a good enough job, so they're now giving her another note on another scene and doing all of this kind of stuff. Because now they're thinking, oh, she's really good. We love what she's doing with this character, and she's listening well. So that's what they do. That's why it's really important to take these classes. It's tough. I couldn't do it, but that's why you guys, I can sell you guys. I can get you in front of these people. You have to do the rest, and you have to be really well trained to be able to take this, to be able to do all of this.
Who's ready to put in the work? I mean, if you're ready, type put me in, because I feel as though for you, it's kind of like learning how to fly a plane. Okay, we're gonna have a little bit of turbulence. There's thunderstorms, wind. You got to be able to navigate the thing. So I find that even with acting, just memorizing isn't enough. There are beats, there are pauses, voice inflection, tones, speed. It's kind of like dancing, right? It's choreographed. And there's a lot that goes involved, guys. And for those of you, I want an agent. The question is, does an agent want you? So again, VIP Ignite is where it's at. We're excited to see you this week in Miami.
And can I ask one thing? Can nobody put any screenshots of me online? I don't want to sound mean, because I've had that happen before and I look hideous.
Yeah,
Here,
okay, so
I'm going to expand on
If you don't mind, I love seeing all of you, but I've had these kinds of screenshots of me tagged online, so I'd rather if you didn't. I'd really appreciate that.
So if you're looking for an agent, don't piss her off. Okay.
I'm going to add to what Tanya's saying. This is what I want you to think about. She's a SAG franchised agent. You've heard about the people that she works with. So the reason we're asking you to do this is not only because she looks hideous, because she doesn't look hideous. She's absolutely stunning. But we want you to think about how her brand is represented. And right now, with everything going on, we can't share her photo online. Okay. So if you understand, type "I understand" in the comments. Okay, because we want to make sure that we're protecting Tanya's brand, because one day if you have the opportunity to work with her, you want her brand to be even more elevated because of you, not because you put up the photo, right? So just please make sure that you are respectful of her requests. Got it? Everyone got it? Say got it in the comments. Tanya, I'm so excited to see you in a couple of days. Oh my gosh, it's gonna be amazing.
I'm really excited to see you guys.
We're going to get some rice and beans, some Cuban coffee, no carbs left behind on this Miami tour.
Oh no, I'm ready for it.
Cuban sandwiches, we're good.
Wait.
Good.
Can't wait.
Oh.
And all of you, it's such a pleasure to see all of you and to speak. Hopefully I helped you all. And I really appreciate, I love you guys so much.
We love you.
And hi to Mike if you're listening.
He is. He's listening.
He's up next. He's getting his presentation all queued up right now.
Okay.
He's like Santa. He hears all.
Yes. He
You guys
knows
are
it all.
awesome. I love you.
Awesome.
All right.
Thank you, Tanya. We'll see you this week.
And stay safe. Text me and let me know you're okay.
Yeah.
Oh my God, charge up all your stuff. Go get some batteries. Get everything
it's
ready.
all coming down. I have nothing. I'm
Water,
so not
very
prepared.
Go make some coffee. Get a bottle of wine. Stay hydrated. You know,
I
how
will.
we do hurricane prep. Okay.
All right. Bye, you guys.
Thanks, Tanya. We'll see you this week.
Love you.
Love you. Bye. Oh, I can't get out. Hold on. See, this is how bad I am. I can't leave you guys. There we go.
Okay. Goodbye.
She doesn't want to leave. It's not that she can't leave. On a scale of 1 to 10, how awesome was that? Now, let me ask you a question. How many of you would love the opportunity to meet with Tanya in Hollywood? Put a 1 or a 1 in the comments.
And she doesn't do these. She does it because it's us. Like, she doesn't have time to do this shit.
I have another question for you. If given the opportunity to do a VIP day in Hollywood with Tanya and Ryan Colby, on a scale of 1 to a bazillion, how valuable would that be to you? Let me know in the comments.
The best is they know exactly what the casting directors are looking for. Duh.
Bazillion, right? It would be a bazillion. It would be absolutely tremendous.
No room for error. 0.
Awesome.
As long as you listen. That's the hardest part. Listening.
Oh. All right. So just
putting
put a
it
thought
out there. Just
having a VIP day with Ryan Colby and Tanya Kleckner be pretty
I'm
amazing.
texting her now. Like, see you there.
Awesome. All right, guys. So now we are going to take off our agent hat and we're going to put our talent hat back on. How many of you have been intrigued by the thought of AI and how that's affecting everything? As you know, if you've been watching any of the coverage with the strikes, with the writers, and even with SAG, there's a lot of talk about AI. And I don't know if you're anything like me, but when I first started hearing about AI, I was like, ooh, are we in the Jetsons? What's going on? There are things that are thinking for me. What's going on? And for me, there's a little bit of fear involved. Like, I remember when Mike first started talking to me about using AI to write copy and stuff like that. I was like, Mike, I don't know if you know this or not, but I was an English major. No, I'm not doing that. Does anyone feel me on that? I was like, no. But now let me tell you something, and you'll understand a little bit more about this in a couple of minutes, but I am totally team AI, helping with everything. So if you've ever had a fear or a condescension like I did toward AI, I want you to open up your minds, put on your acting hats right now, and give it up for Michael Funkin as he shows you how you can use the power of AI to up-level and elevate your acting and modeling career. Everyone give it up for Michael Funkin.
Hey guys, everybody can hear me?
Yes.
All right, let me keep going because I want to keep us on time. And I got a lot to cover in a very short amount of time. All right, everybody can see my screen? Okay, good. Sync up, there we go. All right, so we'll talk a little bit about AI. For those of you who are not familiar with it, it stands for artificial intelligence. I'm sure you saw a lot of, probably see a lot of it online, a lot of posts and so forth. And, there's kind of two sides to, the fear mongers and then the people who understand the technology. Everything has what's called patterns of recognizability. And I want you guys just to think about the people who post stuff that are in fear of it. It's a lot of it's more media attention than anything, right? If you lean into that, you're going to get picked up by CNN. You're going to get picked up by a lot of news articles. And just think about, for those of you who can remember, the shift in the music industry when Napster came about, right? Napster was an online service that allowed people to download music for free, right? Digital music. And technically, in a way, music is kind of free, right? The industry changed, right? Apple came out with the iPods, and now, you have access to different services. It's just like kind of when MTV came out, right? There was that one famous song, TV killed the radio star, right? And obviously the industry shifted and changed, but business still continued on, right? You still have access to music. The music industry is larger than it's ever been before. Sirius Radio is very successful. There's business always, things will always change, things will always end. It's just a part of life. And it's the same thing with AI. It's just like when Y2K came about, the media was, oh my God, the world's going to end in the year 2000. The computers are all going to stop and we're going to go into the dark ages. It's going to be, everything's going to turn off. That came and went. It's the same thing with AI. AI, you've been using AI. If you're using Alexa, you're using Sirius, you're using any of those tools and resources, Netflix, those are all algorithms. Every time you're on Instagram, you're on Facebook, we spoke about that yesterday. It's all run. It's massive amounts of data that humans could not comprehend to organize and shift. a computer is able to do it very quickly by programming it and then kind of using artificial intelligence to kind of think through the process. So we're going to talk a little bit about that. I'll give you guys some tips on how to use it to help your modeling and acting career, but I'll just go through kind of the basics of where we're headed. And obviously all of these things will change because AI does move very quickly. So this presentation is all about AI in the world of modeling and acting, and we'll explore how artificial intelligence is revolutionizing the modeling and acting industries. So for those of you not familiar, AI applications in modeling. AI is transforming the modeling industry by optimizing tasks like face and body recognition, beauty analysis, and virtual fitting. AI-powered modeling agencies are using algorithms to scout potential talent and predict trends in the fashion world. So this is a really interesting thing. I work with one of our speakers is actually a super smart guy. And there was all these, he came up with a program and it's run by AI. And what it does is it analyzes data based upon major designers' purchases on their website. So I want you to think about this, like Gucci, Versace, any of the big designers. You can even think of this for Target. But what they did was he used a program to start recognizing patterns of what consumers were buying. Like what kind of, not just so much like what shoes were more popular, but going deeper into not only like what colors were more popular, trends over time, right? Because when you're running a company, you're not always able to know like what's going to be the next big trend, right? What's like the hot sneaker? What's coming up next? If you could know that information, right? And trends start in the weirdest way. There could just be some influencer somewhere who just happens to like this pair of sneakers. He shoots a little video. The sneakers look really cool. People love it. And then all of a sudden people start buying it. And then next thing you know, those sneakers are sold out. So for big companies, being able to spot trends, being able to figure things out in advance is worth billions of dollars. So for agencies and for people in the modeling industry, like being able to try on clothes virtually, being able to use, artificial intelligence to figure out what are going to be the best colors, like being able to interact with computers in a different way than we are now. Computers where they are now and how you interact with your phone and so forth. You guys are all familiar with Siri and Alexa, right? They're kind of fun to play with, but they get boring really fast. With AI, they're a lot smarter. They're able to be a lot more interactive, and they're able to, over time, retain the information to know your preferences and make suggestions based upon that. So, and it's the same thing with being able to use AI to scout people online, to understand, which facial structures might go better with certain products. So you're going to, AI is going to be a benefit to the modeling industry. There'll be some changes. Modeling industry is not going to go away. It's not like they're going to create virtual models. I think what you'll see is for catalog work, for like when you're just doing like, you have like 1,000 different outfits and you need to get it up on your website. I think there you may see some virtual models being used, because what you can do is you can pinpoint exactly which model is selling better more rapidly. Like why, and it's something you just wouldn't realize, right? And it's something that may not always make sense, but the computer will be able to pinpoint that down. So you're not going to see like a huge change in the modeling industry from AI. Agencies are also very slow to adapt technology. Most agencies up until about 15 years ago were using paper comm cards. They were using messaging services. So agencies are very slow to adapt to technologies. The ones that do will accelerate past the ones that don't. So you will see a shift and more of a consolidation, like slimming down. Like the top agencies will do really well. Smaller boutique agencies probably will kind of go away because you won't need as many boutique agencies. But as far as overall in the modeling industry, AI will be more of a positive effect than a negative effect. And it's just the weaker ones will die off, the stronger ones will survive. So it's really great, obviously, working with us and Truth Management, the people we work with. We're always ahead of the curve on this type of stuff. I spend a lot of time talking to some of the smartest people in the world about this. So I'm always very at the forefront, not only, having access to people at Paramount and major agencies, the owners. So there's lots of always really great discussions, obviously Ryan's relationships and connections. So what's really good is you're definitely in a safe place as far as being aware of technology. We have an online training program that we do live training called Rising Star Academy. I'll tell you about that, guys, later, but I do like a monthly call, and we're always kind of like getting updated on like technology and AI and trainings and fun stuff like that. So we're really good at this stuff. Virtual fashion design. AI enables virtual fashion design, allowing designers to create and showcase their designs without physical prototypes. This technology reduces production costs, promotes sustainability, and enhances creativity. So this is really great where, like when you're doing like a fashion show, you can have a live fashion show with like the top colors, right? But now you can literally on the website be able to create 1,000 pieces instantaneously. So now like every single color, like, like Nike had tested this a few years ago in New York City, and this is something that'll eventually go into mass production with every clothing designer. But like, imagine like being able to go into a Nike store, they use AI and lasers to measure your foot, and they create a custom sneaker just for you. So it literally fits you perfectly, right? And then you get to pick the colors, you get to pick the design and so forth. So it's something they kind of did to more like attract people who wanted something that was unique to them, especially like for the Generation Z market and that target market, which is a younger market, and they like to have custom things. They grow up in a world of having access to Fortnite and games, and everybody wants their own skin and their own design and so forth. So using that digital technology to be able to create customized articles of clothing for people from major designers is something that's really cool. And with, the reducing the cost of labor, reducing the cost, use of technology, this is something that you'll see like it's like a big thing. This is probably about 3 to 5 years away, but you'll see this. But for fashion designers now too, it allows them to be more creative without having to produce 1,000 pieces. They can test the market to see which pieces are going to be more, are more sellable, right? That people like. Sometimes what you feel people like is not always what they like, right? Sometimes, so a lot of times there's a lot of wasted money in research and development and figuring out what clothing is going to be like the next hot item and so forth. So using AI in this fashion will help reduce those costs. Personalized recommendations. This is really cool. AI-driven platform provide personalized recommendations for models and actors, matching them with the right projects and roles. This enhances casting efficiently, ensures better outcomes for both professionals and casting directors. So, when you're a casting director now, there's that human touch, right? Whether it's on Zoom or live, you're seeing like thousands of people. You have to go through databases, SAG-AFTRA, for those of you, we talked about SAG-AFTRA yesterday. They have what's called breakdowns. So breakdowns are what castings are coming up. And it's up to a casting director to physically read the casting, go through the casting, then reach out to agencies. The agencies have to now go through their talent pool and then figure out which are the best talent. With AI, that process can be slimmed down a lot. So there's going to be a little bit of, again, a change in the industry with casting directors. You'll probably see, again, being more condensed. Top casting directors who kind of use that technology will be more efficient. They'll be able to keep their costs lower, and they'll be able to, probably get a lot more clients. So again, this is something that'll change, which again, for the models and actors, how this, and I'm talking from the business side, I'll lean it into also from the models and actor side, having the right photos, having more diversity, more diverse photos, being able to lean into different characters, being able to play the doctor, the mom, the lawyer, the president. It's going to be important because AI now is going to be reading that information, having a lot more special skills. A lot of companies now probably, if you've been submitting out resumes, they'll use artificial intelligence to pick out keywords that are used in a resume. So if you had 1,000 applicants, you can now pick out the keywords that are probably going to be stronger for what you're looking for your company culture or for the right position, right? So now HR can knock it down from having to go through 1,000 applications down to 100. So really being aware of your presentation online, the keywords that you're using, how you're describing yourself and so forth, because human touch will be taken out of a lot of this by at least 50%. So you have to get better at this, right? Your production value as a model or as an actor has to increase, okay? So this is going to be really important. And you see personalized recommendations. When you go on Netflix, If you log on to your Netflix and you log on to your mom's Netflix, they're probably completely different over what's being recommended based upon what the person's watching. You don't think about it. You're just like, oh, that looks like a good show, click. It's going to be the same thing with a casting director or with a client. When a recommendation comes up, okay, great, this person seems perfect for the role. Instead of having to go through 1,000 people, you're narrowing it down to a lot less, okay? Emotion recognition. AI can analyze facial expressions, emotional cues, helping actors improve their performances by identifying areas for improvement. It can also assist in tailoring marketing campaigns based on emotional responses from audiences. This is super high level, but this is really a technology that will be available to everyone. And it's kind of already is. Like if you have your social media and you're wondering why you only have like 2 clicks, 3 clicks, but then another post has like 30 or 40, well, guess what? Your audience is responding to that one post that had more engagement. How Instagram works is when you post something to Instagram, to TikTok, to Facebook, it doesn't go out to everybody, just so you know. It'll go out to some of the people that are your closest contacts will see it. If they engage with it, then the algorithm will show it to more of your personal contacts. If those people engage with it, it will then show it to more. And as long as people keep engaging, then it will start introducing people who don't follow you to see it. Then it'll start introducing more and more and more and more and more and more until all of a sudden it goes viral, okay? So which means you can use artificial intelligence to kind of start tracking why your certain engagements are working better than others, right? You may think like the cute picture of your kitten seems to work and that seems to get a lot of people, but you're a model and actor, you know, like, okay, great. Maybe I should start holding my kitten when I'm reciting my monologue or when I'm practicing on an audition, I'm getting ready. Include your kitten in the story. Like each person's different. I'm just using a kitten because I know kittens work really well and puppies work really well. But it's just like it's using AI. And if you go into your Instagram, it'll actually show you like what posts are doing better than others and what time of day you should be posting. Okay, this is something we go through. We do a weekend training called Social Media Domination. I'm actually going to be doing an audit for our inner circle in Miami this week, and eventually we'll do that for all of our talent. But it's really just understanding what the pinpoints of your audience, what they're following, and then being able to control the algorithm to keep showing it to more and more people. So it's something, it's not a lot of work, but it's just something it's very easy to do and the tools are there. But again, it's the use of AI that's able to do this. And then for like facial recognition and so forth, every time you go to an airport, every time you go to Home Depot, just so you know, when you go into Home Depot, they're actually tracking you throughout the store. And what they're doing is they don't know exactly who you are. They don't have identifiers like that for personal reasons. Privacy, that would be illegal. But what they're doing is they track you to see which aisles you're going down, which aisles people are spending more money on, so they can keep shifting their inventory around. So without AI, you wouldn't be able to do these types of things. So like AI is all around you. And like for actors, you can interact with ChatGPT to write you a script, to write you a monologue, write you an original monologue. Eventually you'll be able to have like readers so you can talk back and forth with the AI and have conversations. And I'll show you some simple stuff today because I'm really super tight for time. Deep fake and its impact. The rise of deep fake technology has raised concerns about its potential misuse in the modeling and acting industry. This technology can alter images and videos, leading to ethical considerations and the need for responsible use. Boom, this is where we get to for the strike. Here's the issue with what's going on with this, like a deeper issue, maybe not what you're familiar with the media, but the concern is I can be an actor or a model, shoot a campaign, and now they have my image. I've signed off on that image to Coca-Cola, or I was an extra in a scene in Power, and then they can replicate that. So as a background extra, if I had a scene with like 500 people, they can replicate it where now they can just use me over and over again, but only pay me one time. And it's the same thing where a writer could write a great idea for a new idea for a show, but then they can go to AI, and then the AI could write out the rest of the episodes. It'll follow the exact format the writer's following, the hero's journey. See, this is what's cool about AI is it can process a lot of information. It can process how a hero's journey works. It can process every single script. It can know what scripts worked better, why they worked better. Like you can give it, prompts, and AI can like figure things out that a person wouldn't. And it does it a lot faster, and sometimes it can do better. So the issue with the strike is, okay, well, now we don't need extras. Well, if we don't need extras anymore, how do we bring new people into the industry? So the studios are like, hey, we want to cut down our budget. We want to produce more content. We can save money. We can, that's great. The union is like, no, we represent these people. We're not getting rid of them. So that's kind of like where the back and forth is going. How do you compensate a writer if they just came up with an idea once, and then now the AI is kind of taking over? So they're getting really close to kind of figuring this out. It's who owns the image, right? Like right now, ChatGPT is being sued by the New York Times because ChatGPT consumed pretty much every single article in the New York Times since the beginning of time. Everything that was online, ChatGPT gobbled it all up. And now you can use ChatGPT to research, and it's using that as a part of the information. It may not always give credit to New York Times, right? So deep fakes are like those videos you see, they kind of look quirky, and they, they'll use a video of Tom Cruise, right? The famous one with Tom Cruise. And you'll think it's kind of Tom Cruise, but it seems just slightly off. In 2 to 3 years, you won't be able to tell the difference. Like there will come a time where you could literally program a movie. You want to watch Star Wars, but now you want to play the role of Princess Leia. You'll be able to use AI to put yourself as Princess Leia in the movie. So where the film industry is headed for CGI, like if you watch Titanic or any movie, AI is being used for CGI 100%. There's still a beauty in having a real actor in a movie. I don't think AI will ever be able to capture that. Not for at least 10 years, but for live theater will never go away. So I think as you'll see a shift where live theater will start kind of going up. The film industry will continue, but it's sometimes too, you can only make so much content, like with CGI, like even the Marvel movies, they kind of started ticking downwards. The Star Wars movies are starting to tick downwards. And then you see more story-driven movies are kind of taking their place, like Oppenheimer's a great one that did really well. So it's a shift, it's a trend. But what you're going to see is you need to be a better actor. You're going to need to have better training. You're going to have to really understand the industry, because again, there'll be a little bit of a shakeout. The actors that are at the lower bottom feeder actors aren't going to do as well. So you have to kind of, again, production value up your game and so forth, because now not only you're competing against other good actors, you're also competing against technology. And the technology is very strong in this area. So the acting industry is not going to shut down. It's not going to, it's going to change, but it's going to change over time for the better, because with AI, a lot of films, a lot of things will start being more customized down to niche audiences. I think you'll see going to the movies will shift. You see now going to the movies, you can go to theaters now. They're kind of empty, right? Because everything's digital now. You can, movies in the theater, a week later, you're watching it for free on one of the streaming services. So you'll see that's going to continue and so forth with that. Virtual production, this is a big one. This is where you'll see the biggest changes, and that's already happening. AI-powered virtual production is changing the landscape of the film and TV industry. It allows filmmakers to create realistic virtual sets and environments, reducing the need for physical locations and streamlining the production process. Last week I had the pleasure of being on set in a studio where like the Mandalorian shot. And when you walk in, it's this big studio. There's this giant wall. It's like literally the entire size of the building. And it's a virtual wall. It's like a 4K screen. And literally they can put a planet on there. They can put a desert on there, an ocean, the woods, and then you build a set in front of it. And like the Mandalorian is shot in front of this. And I never knew this until I went there. I was like, oh, Disney's got a lot of money. They're building these big sets. You don't need to. Like you can create a Western town. You only need half the town to be built on the set. The rest just blends in perfectly with the set. So for virtual production, this will be huge. This will allow smaller filmmakers to create what was once $100 million budget. They'll be able to now create this. So that this is something that's really cool. If you've never had a chance to be on one of these sets, oh my God, like it is life-changing. We're actually working on a project for early next year where for our talent, they'll actually be able to come down to Tampa, be on this set, shoot like scenes for their reels and so forth. So this is something that's really exciting. And being able to have like a cut finished piece like within the same day. So, you know, for virtual productions, huge changes that are all super positive. Will allow a lot of different content that might have never been able to, you know, be made before, being able to be made now in a cost-effective way. So there's some of you that are probably on this call right now that within 5 years might be producing your own films. You know, this is gonna, you guys, for those of you that are brand new, are stepping into the industry at the perfect time. While other people are fearing this, you guys will embrace it and utilize it to really elevate your lives in so many different ways. Limitations and challenges. Despite its benefits, AI also faces challenges like bias and algorithms. So right now, ChatGPT it bases a lot of information based upon the internet. So as we know, the internet's biased. So there's data privacy concerns, right? You know, ChatGPT kind of went on a free-for-all on the internet. And it's gonna replace jobs. There are gonna be jobs that are displaced. You know, even now, most of the fast food chains are now, you know, if you go into them, you'll see like they kind of gotten in that process of getting rid of the cashiers. You can kind of go and order from the screen. That's job displacement. Eventually for AI, they'll run kitchens. So you may go in, there may be only one person at a McDonald's because the entire operation has been changed over to being run by AI. But it's just the people that had those jobs, those other jobs that they'll have. There'll be other things that'll be needed. So it's like, so job displacement means that if one job disappears, then that means another job appears. And it's been proven since the beginning of time, economies always go up, right? Technology produces more opportunities. It's just the opportunities change. Now, if somebody refuses to learn, right? Like you know, my aunt, she's older, her thinks I can't use a computer, right? That's her mindset. She's never tried to learn how to use a computer. For most of you guys here, you're on Zoom right now, right? You know, Zoom, there's an AI that's controlling the bandwidth, you know, whatever internet provider you have to make sure we all have clarity. So you guys understand computers at a much better level than probably a generation before us lived in fear of technology. So again, you have to kind of embrace technology, understand it, and realize that. So the industry must address these issues to ensure responsible and equitable AI implementation. And this has a lot to do with the unions too, because a lot of jobs where somebody might have been a programmer and they were programming CGI and it took them hours upon hours upon hours to do something, now it could be done in minutes through AI, and it'll get better and better and better, which means now people have to learn how to use that technology to keep their jobs. The people who don't want to learn to use that technology may find themselves unemployed. But again, you won't see the results of this for like 5 to 10 years, but you will see this. There will be changes just like anything else, right? Look at how Uber changed the world, opened up an entire market for delivery, right? Instacart, all these things where people now have part-time opportunities to make extra income, right? So technology opens up opportunities. It's just where you fall within that, what you're willing to learn, what changes you're willing to make. Collaborations between AI and humans. The future lies in collaborative approach where AI supports and augments the creativity and skills of models and actors, right? Embracing AI as a tool can lead to more innovative and efficient performances and productions. You'll see within 5 years, and just to gear it to us, just so you guys understand from a business standpoint, like there'll become a point like where lawyers will be dependent upon AI and helping decide cases. There'll come a point within the next 5 to 10 years, you will not be able to go to a medical doctor without him referring to AI to make sure the prescription he's giving you is correct, okay? It will be considered malpractice for a doctor. Because think about it, you can go to 3 different doctors telling them you each have kind of like a pain here, and each one of them kind of gives you a little bit of a different outlook on what it could be, right? There's a reason why it's called a practice, because that's what the doctors are doing. They're practicing on who? They're practicing on you. right? So AI is going to be really important with that. So when you see it from that point, kind of like what we talked about yesterday, right? Understanding how an agency is kind of like an insurance company, and you know, models and actors and agents are kind of like the hospital. It's the same thing here. It's realizing, how do I look at how other technology is being used? How can it apply to me, right? So it's the same thing. Being able to have, you know, a wealth of knowledge at your fingertips on creating a monologue, being able to understand posing, understanding contract negotiations, right? So there's so much that's there. It makes it, it's like Google on crack. It's just going to make it a lot more easier and efficient. And it's the same thing. Productions will use this. You know, CEOs, when you run a company, you may hire 30, 40 different consultants, and you kind of like, well, is the consultant giving you the right information? You know, with AI, you can kind of put that through and get a better answer, or at least have more clarity on how you can make something better. And I'll show you some cool stuff in a minute, because I want to keep us on time here. I'm good on time? Okay, good. So AI is a powerful tool that has the potential to revolutionize the modeling and acting industry. By harnessing its capabilities responsibly, we can create a future where technology and human talent complement each other, leading to groundbreaking performances and experiences, right? Super cool. So let me just show you a little bit. I'll show you guys a couple of things before I turn this back over to Ms. Denise. Let me share my screen again. Okay, so let me pull up. So this is ChatGPT. There's a couple of different softwares you can use. Two I recommend is ChatGPT, or there's also one called Claude, CLAUDE.ai. So there's Claude.ai that just opened up to the public, and then there's ChatGPT. These are like the two biggest competitors. So ChatGPT is what's called a large learning module. And what it does is it understands how to process words and put them in an order that makes sense. The computer doesn't think, it's not alive, it has no consciousness or anything like that. That's, you know, watch the Terminator movies if you want to go into that. To be able for a computer to be able to reach a level of consciousness, the technology just doesn't exist. You know, I know you guys probably heard about it, you read about it. It sounds cool, it sounds scary. You know, it's like Frankenstein's monster, but the human brain is like one of the most complicated pieces of machinery in the world. Like what we can do as humans and the process at which we do it is just like beyond anything. Like if you're not religious and you study how the human mind works, like you're going to really start thinking like, whoa, this is really interesting. So ChatGPT, it's could it happen? Yeah, it kind of could, but it's not going to be like what you think. At the end of the day, ChatGPT is a tool, and how you use the tool is up to you, right? So there's two different versions. There's ChatGPT. So you go to chat.openai.com. It's free to use. And what you'll do is you'll have what's called version ChatGPT. ChatGPT 3.5 is free. They have a version called ChatGPT 4 that is a paid service. You pay $20 a month for it. Right, you can see our most capable model, great for tasks that require creativity and advanced reasoning. Pretty much everything that you guys would need it for, you can use ChatGPT 3.5. There's not that big of a difference. The cool thing with ChatGPT 4 is you can add plugins, and I'll just show you kind of like some plugins here. Let me see if I can pull them all up. Like here's one like for ChatTMDB. It actually pulls like a database of like every single movie, actor, and TV show. So I can sit here and actually chat with it about movies. I can ask it about who the producer was, give me the storylines, give me the script. I can do like a lot of cool stuff. That's super cool, but I can't do that with you guys today. So let me not lead you down that store, but just to show you like the plugin store. Yeah, I can sit here and I can show you guys some magic with this stuff. Yeah, we can, oh, this is fun stuff. But there's lots of different plugins you can do, right here. You can see, you can like upload a PDF file or a script and then actually have a conversation with the computer about the script. And it'll go back and forth with you. So you can actually like analyze the script, analyze the emotions in the script. What are the best ways for, as an actor, to portray this character? And it's going to talk with you about that. Like it's really good at that kind of stuff. Anything with processing data and so forth. So there's like hundreds of plugins that you can use if you're running a business, for social media and so forth. Tons and tons and tons and tons and stuff. For those of you that are on our weekly training and monthly training, that for all our fearless rebels on the call, this is some cool stuff that I'm going to be sharing with you guys on the next training. So going to be really cool. So let me go back to ChatGPT. So here, I'll give you a simple example, right? So this is free. You just sign up for it. So let's just say I just met with the casting director and I just say, hey, I want to write a thank you letter. I just finished an audition. So I can talk to this just naturally. So, hey, write me an email thanking, let's just say Alicia Kback, right, for the opportunity to attend the VIP model and actor boot camp, right? This weekend on Zoom, right? So I'm doing this in real time, right? So write me an email thanking Alicia Kback for the opportunity to attend the VIP model and actor boot camp this weekend on Zoom. Just natural language. I'm just speaking it out. I'm not thinking about it. I'm not, hitting on any point. So let's just see what ChatGPT comes back with. All right, here we go. Gratitude for the VIP model and actor. Whoops, so fast. All right, dear Alicia Kback, I hope this email finds you well. I wanted to take a moment to express my sincere gratitude for granting me the wonderful opportunity to attend the VIP model and actor boot camp this past weekend on Zoom. It was an incredibly enriching experience, and I'm truly thankful for the knowledge, insights, and skills I gained during the workshop. The sessions were not only informative, but also engaging and well-structured. The instructor's expertise and guidance were invaluable, and I found myself learning and growing with each passing moment. From learning about the nuances of acting to understanding the intricacies of modeling, the bootcamp covered a comprehensive range of topics that have undoubtedly broadened my perspective. Look how great this email is. Like, think how long it would take you to write something like that.
I would love
right?
reading that email, Mike.
And the
That's a great
community
email.
for the bootcamp, but yet it's clever enough to understand that. Now, here's what's really cool. I'm not going to do this here because I want to be respectful of all of our speakers' times, but I can actually take the entire, so like you guys all had access to the PDF, which was the itinerary. I can actually upload the itinerary and then have it create emails for each of the speakers, personalized around the topics that they spoke about. This is streaming on Facebook, right? And on YouTube. I could download the transcript, upload it to ChatGPT, and then have ChatGPT personalize a thank you email to each of the speakers, complimenting them on the topics they talked about. I can have ChatGPT take those video transcripts and say, give me the bullet points of everything that happened at the boot camp, put it into a great, a document that I can study. So you can like literally take everything, all your notes, and then compare it to the notes here, print it out and get all the bullet points. You can create quotes. Give me all the quotes. Give me the best quotes from the speakers. Like I can just actually TP. Write me 10 great quotes about the fashion industry for my social media, right? So I want to boost my social media. People love quotes, right? When you put quotes. But sometimes I'm like, I got to go research. I got to figure out which quotes. I'll ask ChatGPT, write me 10 great quotes about the fashion industry for my social media. Click send. Here we go. Fashion is the armor to survive the reality of everyday life, right? Style is the way to say who you are to having to speak. So now I can take these and I can insert these. And let's just say I like number 9, right? Marc Jacobs. So I can say, write me 10 more like number 9. There you go. So certainly here are 10 more quotes similar to the vein in number 9. So number 9 was clothes means nothing until somebody lives in them, Marc Jacobs. So now boom, wear your confidence as your best outfit. It never goes out of style, right? So see, boom. So it understood that I wanted number 9 and then it wrote it, right? Or let's just say I am a aspiring model. Hold on. I'm an aspiring model. Write me a 30-day plan to get my Instagram. Well, you know what? Get my TikTok. Let's do TikTok. I always talk about Instagram. Get my TikTok going viral. Right? So you're like, hey, I'm an aspiring model. Boy, I want to get my TikTok going viral. What can I do? Okay, well, let's find out. Absolutely. Yeah, hold on. Look how fast this is. I can't even keep up. Now do you guys see, right? Absolutely. Building a viral TikTok presence requires consistent effort, creativity, engagement. Here's a 30-day plan to help you get started on your journey to making your TikTok content go viral, right? Week 1 to 2, planning and content creation. Define your niche and brand. Research popular modeling niches on TikTok. So now I say, okay, great. Ask me questions I can answer.
Are you guys loving this? This is not a free boot camp. If you're loving this, type
brand.
Thanks, Mike. This is huge.
Right? Hit enter.
This is Michael learning how to do all this and then teaching you.
Of course, developing a strong brand requires a deep understanding of yourself, your goals, and your unique qualities. Here are some questions that help you define your brand as an aspiring model. So now look at this, guy. What is your modeling niche or specialty? Are you focusing on runway, fashion, commercial, fitness, or another niche? Right? So we know, okay, so most of you guys, yes, so for commercial modeling. So I can now cut and paste these questions, put them into a document, answer them, right? I can answer these questions, upload it back into ChatGPT, and on a go-forward basis, it will create customized content around me personally. See that? Right? Give me 10 headlines for a viral post on TikTok about modeling. Right? So now I could enter. Right? Transforming from pajama to runway glam, a modeling's morning routine. Wow, that's kind of cool, right? So now if I taught it that I was only commercial print, it would have said transforming from pajamas to commercial, right? Commercial modeling, commercial glam, right? A model's morning routine. So confessions of a model, behind the scenes secrets they don't tell you. So now imagine, like, that's a cool hook, right? So a hook is something that grabs people's attention. So imagine, like, for the talent that'll be in Miami, New York, Hollywood, like now they have ideas of what the film before they even arrive, right? So I can say, hey, I am going to Miami for a photo shoot. Give me 10 headlines I can create content around. Oops. While in Miami. All right, so hey, I'm going to Miami for a photo shoot. Give me 10 headlines I can create content around while in Miami. All right. Yeah, Miami magic behind the scenes, my sizzling photo shoot adventure, from beaches to backdrops, exploring Miami's best photo shoot locations. Right, sun, sand, and style, unveiling the hottest summer fashion trends in Miami. So these are all things that when you put this up, now this is just a headline. So now I said, now, and I don't have to use all of them. I can now say, all right, I like the first one. Give me 10 more like number 1. All right. Give me 10 more like number 1. See? So now it's going to give me 10 more like number 1. So now, like before even arriving, okay, now all right, Sun-Kissed Glam, unveiling the magic behind the Miami photo shoot adventure. So now I can start saying, okay, great. What content can I film for this, right? But you're saying, like, you know what? I'm not really good at writing scripts, Mike. Like, I don't even know what to say. Okay, great. Let's copy this. Write me a viral script for my TikTok based upon this headline. All right, so write me a viral script for my TikTok based upon this headline. Boom. You're standing by the ocean, the sun setting behind you, casting a warm glow on your face. Voiceover, you. Hey, TikTok. Hey, this is Mike here, and I'm here in the magical city of Miami for the most incredible photo shoot adventure. Get ready to be a part of the behind-the-scenes journey as I unveil the sun-kissed glamour that's about to unfold. Let's dive right in. Cut to a montage of you getting ready, doing your hair and makeup. Oh, cool. Let me write this down, right? So now I just could print this out, keep a little checklist. As I'm going through the entire process, whether I'm in Miami, New York, Hollywood, I can create 10 of these. When you talk about people like Mr. Beast, you talk about people who have millions and millions of followers, this is what they do. But they have an entire team, people that they're paying thousands and thousands of dollars for. You guys are aspiring, you're starting out. Look at the power I just gave you. I gave you the power to create a YouTube channel that could bring you in tens of thousands of dollars a week, a month, even an extra 5,000, because you can create viral content. And it's walking you through it right down to the script. Okay. Now I could talk about this all day long, but let's just say I want a monologue, right? Write me a dramatic monologue for a man in his 20s. That is 3 minutes long. So I want a 3-minute monologue, right? 3 minutes. So boom, there we go. Scene, dimly lit room, right? You ever find yourself at a crossroads, a place where every decision you made, every step you've taken. So you can like sit here and this is a 3-minute monologue, right? It's a long one. 3 minutes is a long time for a monologue. I can do a 30-second monologue, a 1-minute monologue, and so forth. All right. Are you guys, if you guys are learning stuff from this type of 1-on-1 in the comments, I am at my time limit here. I could do this all day. For those of you who have an opportunity to work with us, I do these every month. You guys will have all the recordings, everything. I will teach you guys so much. I am so excited. But let me turn this back over to Ms. Deneen. And this was the little how to use the power of AI to increase your capabilities in the modeling and acting industry. All right, guys, I'll see everybody in a little bit. So I love doing this stuff. It's so much fun.
He is brilliant, guys. That is unbelievable.
I always feel like mean mom when I'm like, time's up. But we do have to keep moving. On a scale of 1 to 10, how awesome was that? Like, how many of you guys now feel no, you know what? We're not into feelings here. How many of you know that you are well on your way to everything that you need? Like, how many of you now are like, okay, you know what? Like, I was taking notes too. Like, I'm like, oh, I need to stop this call right now so I can get on ChatGPT and get my stuff going too. Like, invaluable, right? Because I know I just said this yesterday, but your social media is your digital resume. Mike literally just laid out for you how to create your digital resume. Mind absolutely blown. So if you appreciated that, please, please, please type thank you, Mike, in the comments. Let him know just how much you appreciated that, because that, I know. Yeah. And now, just so you guys all know, your hashtag no excuses. Like, I don't want to hear, oh my God, I don't know what to say. I don't know how to do it. You have no excuses. If you're on this call right now, whether you're watching us here live on Zoom, Facebook, YouTube, you have no excuses for not being successful now.
I kind of want to add something. Some people try to get into show business with a dream. VIP Ignite has an exact formula, a plan. So our way works, even down to social media. And again, I love Michael, just so you guys understand, I mean, we invest a lot of money to get into those rooms where we learn all this stuff. So we invest a lot of money in our business to then help you guys. Do you guys see this?
And the thing is too, is that not only do we invest the money to learn this material, but we implement it. It's like you can learn everything in the world, but if you're not implementing it, then it's useless. It's just marbles scrolling around in your brain. So it's important to learn, it's important to invest, but it's important to implement too. So that's why people who take massive action get massive results. And I want you guys to understand that. Like, we're literally giving you actionable points right now of things that you can start doing to excel your career. And again, this call, how many of you paid any money to be on this call? No, this has been a complimentary call for you.
It's a trajectory path,
on
Denise.
this call. How much value have you received?
Think about
How much
like,
have you received?
Pilot. They were on a path. How many of you guys feel the trajectory of your path pivot? It literally pivoted to success. You now know about social media, what agents are looking for. Think of all the amazing things that we've learned, even yesterday, compounded by today.
Yeah. All right. So you hear from us. You hear from us. What?
I just said hi to Albert Matthew.
Oh, hi, Albert Matthew. Awesome. All right. So what we're gonna do now is I want to call on a couple of our talent that are on this call whose lives have been changed. And one of them I started talking this morning, and Alicia, I'm gonna keep you pinned as well for this because you ask amazing questions. Classy Mike Trash and Sid Sana Rasul. Oh, there we go. Classy Mike Trash turned on his camera. All right, the first person I want to highlight is Classy Mike Trash. Hello, Mike Trash. How are you?
I am fantastic. How are you?
I am amazing. So, first of all, I'm not used to seeing you in a t-shirt that doesn't have some kind of character on it. Like, where's Oscar the Grouch?
I know. I wore that one yesterday. I figured I couldn't get away with it 2 days in a row.
Awesome. Well, Mike, this morning I'm sure I know you were on and you heard me talking about you, but you have such an amazing story, and you've been in the entertainment industry in one form or another for many years. So what I would love for you to do is, first of all, introduce yourself to everyone, and then tell everyone what you were working on before you started working with VIP Ignite.
Okay. I'm Classy Mike Trash. I'm from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Not near anything. I mean, Harrisburg's the capital of Pennsylvania, but it's still not near a center of entertainment. And I started out 40 some years ago as a musician, and still a musician. Actually, I'm going to be working with my new band the week after we get back from Miami. And it's going to be the hottest band to come out of this area in a long time, because there's a lot of pent-up energy in this. But anyway, I started writing a manuscript in 2006, and this was basically supposed to be just a one-off. It was going to be a movie about fictitious me, who was big in Germany, not very big in the United States. And just the plot's really actually written off of a song that I wrote. And that's what the whole theme is that the music is, everybody loves music. You know, everybody has a song that sticks to their in their head and plays over and over again. And their theme song, well, my theme song is a song that I wrote, start not the end. And that's what the whole movie was going to be about, starting over. And it bloomed into much more than that. It could be a series, because I've written so many songs. But that's regrets back. I've been doing music since around 1980. I wrote with the same guy for 37 years. And we'll get back to that in a second here. When I hit 40, I had what do they call it? I had to have a second life. You know, I had to have another life. I wanted to do pro wrestling, and I did pro wrestling for 12 years at 40. You know, someone told me I can't do it, so I did it. Every time someone tells me I can't do it, I do it, because there's nothing I can't do. So I did that for a long time. And actually, I learned a lot about acting in pro wrestling, because you have to develop your character and stuff like that. And then after I had to get out of that because of being older and sustaining enough injuries to put me out, I decided I was just going back to music. And then I did a little acting on the side. I did a music video for a band called Too Close to Touch. That was my entry into professional acting. I got paid decent money for it, and actually a lot higher than I ever thought I was going to get for that role for a 3-minute video, although it took all day to do it. That was my entry into it. That was in, I don't remember, I think 2019, I'm going to say, or no, actually it was probably 2018 because I think I was still working. I retired in 2018 and decided I was going to push the band as hard as I could push it. And in the meantime, I got a role in a pilot, and it was called Agency, and that was going well, and everything seemed to be going well, and then COVID hit, and like everybody else, I was stuck at home.
World shut down.
And then the worst thing that's happened to me since my wife dying was the day that I met you. I mean, that's ironic.
It's actually not a bad thing, people. So I'll pick up the story from here.
I just want to state that she is not the reason it was the worst day of my life, or one of my worst days of my life. So you can pick it up there.
What goes viral from the boot camp? The worst day of my life was the day I met Deneen White of VIP Ignite. So I alluded to this earlier today when I was telling you a little bit of Mike's story. So Mike scheduled an appointment to speak with us, to interview with us. And I called him to confirm, because I call people to confirm their appointments. And Mike was like, listen, my best friend just passed away. And I was like, oh my gosh, do you need to reschedule? I totally understand. And he was like, nope, we're going to do this. So on the day that his very best friend and partner in music for well over 30 years passed away, he got on an interview with me, and we cried a lot that day, Mike Trash, you and I feel like I'll be forever bonded to you because of that. But you showed up on the hardest day of your life for yourself, and since that day, how has your life changed?
Well, it really changed a lot because I haven't done music officially since then. I've jammed with a couple bands and things didn't work out, and I'm jamming with these old guys. I call them the geezers because they're older than me and they know every song in the world, but it just keeps my voice up. But since then, my focus has really been on placing my TV show and acting, and I've done a lot of acting. Actually, I was one of the 2 stars in Winder, which is a short film that was done right after we got back from Hollywood last year. And that is in the film festivals right now, and it's doing fairly well.
That one messed me up. I can't hear a pencil sharpener without my skin crawling, just for the record.
The trailer scares a lot of people, but the actual movie itself is they have taken video of it in the theaters as the end scene is shown, and it's really good. It really got a good reaction. But that's one I did last year. I was also in Pawn Stars last year, but I don't think I made the cut because I looked at the video and I didn't see myself. And I had placed myself strategically where the cameras were, and somehow they missed me. But anyway.
We'll talk to him next time we see him.
Yeah, and anyway, so then in February, I was in 30 for 30, which is a full feature film featuring a rapper named Fame out of Philadelphia. That went pretty good. I was a crooked congressman. Can't see myself as being a crooked congressman, but they could see me. And then I was in a movie called Let's Call Taxi, an animated film in which I actually acted the parts out. So I don't know if they color us in or what they do with it, but that was in March. And then I just finished a film, a full feature film about Nazi Germany. And that's based on a book called The Youngest Partisan. And that was really cool, except it was really strange seeing all these Nazis and in the streets of, I guess it was Reading, or outside of Reading, and that was a really cool experience. And I got paid pretty good for that, for what I had to do. And I actually had lines and everything. And I had I was selling vegetables and produce, and that was fun. And I also was I think I was the opening scene in that movie too. Me and this other guy were walking down the street, but that was just us talking and walking. But it was really fun. And so really my focus has changed because I'm trying to get as many credits on my resume as I can, and less about music. But my real love is still music, and my passion is definitely expanded, because before it would have been only music. Now it's acting and music. I do 5 or 6 to 8 self tapes a week, and I just, I'm out there hustling, trying to do what I can. And I think that your training has really helped a lot. It's helped me focus on certain things, and it's helped realign myself into a new lane that I never really thought I'd be in before. So I really appreciate the stuff that you do offer, and I've got to meet a lot of pretty cool people too.
Yeah, I remember when we first met you alluded to this earlier. You said, whenever someone tells me I can't do something, I do it. But now I feel like your paradigm has changed, and now you have a community of people telling you you can do it, and you're rising even more rapidly. So I think that speaks a lot for the community that we have here at VIP Ignite. Because I know I don't see all of your girls on here today, Mike Trash, but I know you have
quite the posse. He started off alone, and then he comes into VIP Ignite, and this is where you met your best of friends.
Yeah.
You don't need to have people in the industry no, it's here. This is where your family is.
Yeah, it's good to have people that support me, because I never really had that before. And it's I really find that it's really cool to be able to pick up the phone and call these people at any given time and talk about things in the industry or out of the industry. And we support each other, and it's a good thing. I mean, I've been giving them some of them pretty tough times, because I feel they should be doing more. Because the only
you know what, that
makes our job easier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
makes it so I don't have to yell and thank you.
It's funny, because I posted something the other day on success, and it was a long post. I don't usually do long posts. I usually try to get in there and get out, but it stemmed from a conversation I had with somebody who I tried to get to go to VIP, but he didn't have the time, and so now he wants me to help him, and I'm like, you already burned me once by not being there. And he joined one of those Barbizon, or
one of those competitors that we shall not name.
Wait, no, I'm going to correct you, Denise. They're not a competitor. That's not a competitor. They're a modeling school that takes credit cards from anybody. And the problem is they can't tell people, no, it's a class. Oh, I paid for modeling school. That's sweet. It's not going to help you, nor can you even put that on your resume.
Right. And that's
they're not competitors.
That's a conversation.
We're in our own lane. No one, I'm gonna sound like psycho girl right now, but you just went to Beverly Hills, right? Last week with us.
Yes.
You sat down face to face with a head writer for Netflix. You sat down with a gentleman who owns a production company with, oh my gosh, Hugh Jackman. You sat down with an actor who right now is working with Bruce Dern, who's an Academy Award winner. She starred on Fiddler on the Roof on Broadway and Les Mis. And you met a casting director who has booked Academy Award winning movies.
Right.
And you sat down live, face to face. You hugged it out. You shook their hands, took pictures with them, talked to them. Guys, there is no competition. We have 6 Tony Awards. We have the head writer for Saturday Night Live, who literally, if I called him right now, he'd say, "Hi, Allie, how's your son?" They wrote the foreword to our book. So, I mean, here you are. Yes, you try to help people get into this industry, but instead they're going to go to a school, right? And that's sweet. God bless them. But that's for the naive. If you're trying against this business, it's all about people. And you need people that know people to get you face to face. That is how the business is done. That's the truth.
That's a conversation I had with them, is that, here we are, this is the 8th month of the year. I've done 3 films and in 8 months. And I said to him, "So what have you been doing?" He said, "Oh, I've been auditioning." And I said, how
No,
many?
you're not. Unless
That's-
you're a member of the Screen Actors Guild and you have an agent, you're not auditioning for anything.
Well, I
I
asked
see the
him how
difference.
many auditions or how many things he did since the beginning of the year. He said, oh, well, I've auditioned and I haven't gotten anything. And I said, well, how many tapes do you do a week? Because I know how many tapes I do a week.
But the problem is they're not teaching them any of that because they have the quasi, people that graduated from Barbizon then teaching the classes. Because even Tanya said she can't be affiliated with that. They're gimmicks in this business. It's all snake oil. Do you guys understand the difference?
Yep.
Like anybody with a credit card can go take modeling classes. It doesn't mean you're special.
Well,
It's like joining Netflix. That's
the
it.
funny part about the whole thing is that he found out I went out to LA and he said, oh yeah, I'm going out to LA too. This will be my second trip. I said, well, what are you doing out in LA? He says, well, I'm trying to meet an agent. I
Oh,
said, well,
that's
how many jobs have you booked? And he said, none. I said, well, you're not going to get an agent. Nobody's going to want you.
But see, there's no helping.
Yeah.
They're not our talent. And that's all I'm gonna say. How many of you guys feel as though this story is helping you, right? Like, and here's the thing, like VIP Ignite, nothing here is for sale. Just so you guys understand. You actually have to convince us why we should even take you into our world.
And
You guys understand that?
One of the things that I also do is like with my tribe, if they're not doing any self-tapes and stuff, I'm getting on them because one of them started way before me and she's done one self-tape. Well, why?
But you
Why
can't
have you
work.
only, why are you
That's
only
the
doing-
problem. They have to be proactive. We give you all the tools. You have to put them to work. That's it. That's all we can do.
So
You know,
You
no
leave
one's
over
gonna
the water.
No
That's
one
it.
hands this to you on a silver platter. You got to do the work. You got to go out there
Exactly.
and you
And
got
that's
to be.
why, and that's exactly why we called on you and wanted you to talk, Mike, because you have been doing the work and we see all the hard work you're putting in and we appreciate you being a part of our community and putting your fellow fearless rebels, like you
Right.
hold people accountable and that's part of community. So we just want to thank you so much for that, Mike. And I would love to talk to, I would love to, I know you're a lot like Mike Falcon. The two, we could talk all day about all the
I
amazing
swear.
things that you're working on. But so Mike, thank you so much for being a part of our community. Thank you for stepping up to the plate. And how many of you would love to have someone be in the same community with someone like Mike Trash that will hold you accountable? Not only will Mike, Alicia, and I hold you accountable, but having Mike Trash hold you accountable and having Alicia there to keep pushing you forward. How awesome would that be?
I'm gonna pull you by your hair and force you to be successful. You're
Yeah.
gonna curse
Awesome.
at me. I don't care. Because if
Yeah.
you came to me, we're getting this shit done.
Yeah.
If you want
So-
me, type, I need that.
And if
Because you got
you're
friends and
ready,
family here and people in the industry here. They don't
Yeah.
go together.
yeah.
One
So
last,
we gotta be
Mike,
strong
hold-
even when you're not.
one last thing.
Like-
One last thing. One last thing. I just want to say.
Real quick, because we have to
I'm
go
gonna,
up
I'm
for our
gonna,
next
I'm gonna say
speaker.
it quick. Either do it or don't do it. Don't say you're gonna do it and don't do it. If you're
Don't
gonna
do
do
it
it,
half-assed. That's
you
what he's
gotta,
saying.
you gotta put in
Be
the
all
work.
in.
You gotta put in the work. They can only do so much for you. You gotta do it for yourself. And if
Yeah.
you're not committed to do it for yourself, don't waste everybody's time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
awesome. Thank you, Mike. You're amazing. We love you.
And that's
We'll see
why
you
we
in a
have an
couple
interview
days.
process, guys. Only the strong survive.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, Mike. Do you know how cool it is? We saw him last week in Beverly Hills this week. I'll see you in South Beach. We keep you
Yes.
busy.
See you soon. All right, guys. Alicia, thank you very much for helping you're an amazing interviewer and I love when you ask questions when you get right to the point. So thank you so
Well,
much.
it's Hollywood. Talk is cheap. You
I
gotta
know.
get your
Time
done.
is
That's
money.
it.
Time
Always.
is money.
Always.
Awesome. All right. Well, guys, we've been talking about this all day. How many of you can see yourself in Hollywood? If you can, type me in the comments. How many of you are ready to hear from the one and only Mr. Michael Fonkin about how you can get yourself to Hollywood to work with people like Mike Fonkin, Alicia Kabak, Ryan Colby, Tanya Kleckner, Mike Trash? If that sounds like you, get ready to pay attention to the one and only Mr. Michael Fonkin. He's coming.
There we go.
There he
There
is.
we go.
Hi, Mikey.
All right, let me share my screen. We have a really special speaker coming up next that's gonna blow your guys' minds and shift your identity. It's gonna be so incredible. And just so you guys know, like the people we have are some incredible people. And they're calling in to help you guys, and they're they're calling in from all over the country, sometimes from all over the world. So I just want you guys to appreciate that and you know, make sure you support them and you know, when we bring them to stage and so forth, and you know, really let them know. And I see the comments, you guys are putting some beautiful messages there, thanking Mike and thanking everybody. So make sure you continue that because it really means a lot to them, because they're really sharing a lot of knowledge with you. And obviously we've been here for now going on to almost 2 days. There's so much more we want to do. Obviously we're very limited on time, right? The industry has so many complexities. There's so much to learn, so much to do. So since we're limited by time, if I have your permission from everybody here, I put something together that includes our events, includes getting your photos done, the training, the coaching, literally every single step that you need. And like, I've been doing this now for 18 years, and this is something I'm so proud of to be able to share with you guys today, because this literally is going to cover everything that you need. Like literally take you step by step through the entire process. You know, over time, we've learned and improved and improved and improved and improved and improved that 1%, that 1%, that 1%. And I know in my heart that this here program, because we just launched this recently, is a game changer for everybody. So if I have your permission, what I'd like to do is be able to go through this with you guys. I'm going to kind of go through it. We're going to bring on our super special guest right after this, who's going to really, really open up your mind and your hearts in ways you can't even imagine. And then what we're going to do, we do have Ryan Colby coming back on. So he's got some big updates. We got some challenges for you guys. But what we're going to do is we'll save any Q&A for this. This is super, super limited. Alicia and Deneen will do some Q&A at the end of the day. I'm just letting you guys know right now, we're going to drop a link for you to schedule. You do have to go through an interview process for this. So just make sure that once this link is dropped, that this is something, do it now, because otherwise the appointment slots are going to fill up very rapidly, because we do have an event in Miami. So we're extremely limited in being able to have the time, which we all know is our most valuable resource, to be able to speak to everybody on the call. Okay. So just to put that disclaimer there, so we're all on the same page. And I hate doing that because I want to talk to everybody, but we do have our obligation to our event in Miami. So this is called Building Bridges in Hollywood, the ultimate model and actor networking event. Okay. So the first thing, the Hollywood Connection, experience the power of a 3-day live event with VIP Ignite and our elite circle of Hollywood insiders. So this is your opportunity to come out to Hollywood, to be able to sit down with some of the most powerful people in the entertainment industry one-on-one, to be able to learn from them, to be able to interact with them, to be able to showcase your talent, to be able to be in that room with the people who can snap their fingers and change your life in 30 seconds or less. And I can tell you one thing, as powerful as AI is, as powerful as technology is, there is nothing more powerful in this world than face-to-face human interaction. Being able to sit down with people that are there to bring you to the next level. These are some of the people working on some of the biggest projects in Hollywood, the TV, film, and fashion industry. So this is something we've been doing for well over 17 plus years. This is going to be one of the best events we've ever done. Okay, this is going to be May of next year. So there's plenty of time for you to prepare for this. There's a whole process, but I just want to kind of put that out there, that we are opening this up for people who want to change their lives and bring themselves to the next level. This is the place to be. Okay. In addition to that, when you come out there, part of the 3-day event is actually going to be getting a 4-look photo shoot with celebrity photographers, celebrity makeup artists in Hollywood. So this is actually everything you need for your presentation. Having the right photos done at the best level, the $1 million studio, the celebrity makeup artists, the celebrity photographers, everything will be taken care of. Being able to decide what type of characters you're going to play, what type of image you can be, how to lean into that. We go through an entire process from now until the photo shoot with you and Ryan Colby and our team to make sure you are fully prepared when you arrive in Hollywood to get your photos done. In addition to that, you're also going to experience celebrity style. Ryan Colby, renowned art director, will transform your wardrobe for this exclusive photo shoot. Elevate your style with his expertise and embrace a truly enchanting and fashion-forward experience. So not only are you going to have the opportunity to come out to Hollywood, to be at the event, to meet with the people that are going to change your life, to get the right photos done, to have that entire experience, but Ryan himself will be your personal stylist for this. This is a person who's worked with some of the biggest names in the industry. This is a person who can literally snap his fingers and change your life within a second. Okay, so Ryan will be your personal stylist. He will be guiding you through the entire process to make sure that this shoot and everything about it is perfect. Now, he's friendly, he's nice, he's a teddy bear, but he's strict, right? Because he wants to see you successful. So this is a once in a lifetime opportunity to be able to work with somebody at this level. So in addition to that, we also have bonuses, right? Obviously, there's training, right? So we want to have you train. So first training that we do, and we created a whole system now where you're able to follow it step by step. And the first thing is the insider access to the business side of modeling and TV film course. So you will actually be able to go through, and this is virtual, online, you'll have access to the recordings, lifetime access, but this is the same casting director who's worked with L'Oreal, Redken, and he literally will take you through a process of understanding the entire TV, film, and modeling industry, understanding rights of usage, understanding licensing agreements, international usage, the entire process of how the industry works at the highest possible level. Okay, this is something you could not find this online. You could not go out and research this. This is literally 20 years of connections and of building a relationship and a network with some of the most powerful people and being able to capture that content in a very simplistic way that you can follow, and you will understand this industry better than 99% of the people out there. And that's just our first bonus. Okay. And then in addition to that, bonus number 2, acting pathway to success, Robert Galinsky's gateway to a lucrative acting career. This is actually 50 Cent's acting coach. So he will actually show you how to unlock your potential, how to create a resume, how to create a monologue. And not only that, but how to monetize this. He is an absolute genius at marketing. So you will have access to this, again, lifetime access to this. He is phenomenal to work with. Okay, and then bonus number 3, master the art of modeling, modeling mastery. We're now top model alumni, Phil Sullivan. So Phil Sullivan is a unique story. He started his career as homeless at one point in his life, and now he's dedicated a portion of his career and his finances to helping people rise out of homelessness. So he has a very strong why, and obviously he's most known for being on America's Next Top Model. But what's unique about him is he created a career after the show. He's 6'3", which is considered outside of the norms for fashion modeling, but he was able to create a career out of that. So even though he was on a show where most people, once they're on that show, their career's kind of over, they may do some public appearances at clubs, but the show is known to really more hurt people's career longevity-wise than actually lengthen it. So he's kind of like a breakout person who didn't utilize the show to create a career. He's worked with some of the biggest designers in the world. He is the nicest guy in the world. He travels all over. He's been signed to Ford, major agencies. So he's really cool, and he actually comes out to a lot of our events. So each one of these people, not only will you have the opportunity to go through their course online, but you'll also have the opportunity to meet with a lot of these people live, to actually work with them. So it's really great to really understand, get that insider knowledge, master the techniques, right, that allow you to create an income, to understand the modeling industry at the highest possible level. So that's bonus number 3. Then in addition to that, this is my favorite. This is one of my favorite things. This is called the Getting Started 21-Day Challenge. So this is an immersive online training experience where we literally took our best content and we put it in a format where you're able to follow it for the first 21 days. So really understanding the industry, from creating your why to having a vision, where you want to go in the next year, the next 5 years, understanding all the foundational material at the highest possible level. And then from there, once you complete the 21-day challenge, it unlocks where you then are able to be represented by our management team. So you're actually able to now say, I have representation. You're represented by Truth Management. We're able to now start submitting you out to bookings, start submitting you out to. So before even arriving at Hollywood, you now are an actual signed model, but you do have to complete the 21-day challenge. So it's simple, 1 hour a day that you dedicate to following this format, going through the process. There's homework at each of the modules that you'll be doing. We have a team to help you through this whole process, but this is a really game changer because It's the exact content you need to go from where you are to where you want to be, to create the change in your life, to create the opportunity in your life, to be able to do this industry at the highest possible level. So day by day, the challenge unfolds, empowering you to uncover and develop your unique strengths and talents. It provides comprehensive training from leading industry professionals, covering critical topics such as acting techniques, audition preparation, marketing, and so forth, and strategies. So like everything you need to know is there at your fingertips. Schedule doesn't matter. Your time doesn't matter. You can log on to this at 3 o'clock in the morning, but it's a great way to keep you focused as you're going through the entire process with us. And this is unlike traditional acting classes, right? This is designed at the highest possible level. The people that we have as a part of this program are some of the top people in the industry in their careers. This is people sharing decades of knowledge with you that you're able to learn and ascertain within those 21 days. Spotlight Striders, okay, navigating the glamour of acting and modeling Facebook group. So you'll have access to our private Facebook group. Okay, we're always posting comments in there. You're part of a community, right? It's a private Facebook group. What's really great about this is when you become a part of the company, not only do you get a chance to come to the live events to get your photos done, to work with all these people that you've met over this weekend and so many more, but you get to be a part of a community of the talent we work with. People like Mike Trash and Sid and Tina and all these wonderful people that have followed this process and are now successful. So it's not only great as not only do you have a team of professionals to talk to, but you have a group of mentors that are talent that maybe a year ago were just like you starting out. And now they're able to answer questions. People share Airbnbs, right? Even if you had to crash on somebody's couch or, hey, let's meet up for dinner and all that. And let me tell you something. When you are alone in this world and you don't have somebody to share your ideas with, somebody to talk to, it is so devastating. But now you have this community of people that are there for you, okay? People that have went through what you went through. So not only you now have this network of some of the most powerful people in the industry to work with you, to guide you, to develop you. Not only you now assign talent with our company, and we're now elevating you to even bigger things, but you have a community. And that's one of the most powerful aspects of what we offer. So the VIP private Facebook community is not only about connecting individuals, it allows you to access peer-to-peer advice amid the distractions of the broader social media landscape. Our private Facebook group will also provide data protection, ensuring that members' personal information is secure, which is critical for models and actors who wish to share experiences and opportunities without wider exposure, right? So it's that private place to be able to go to online to meet people. Not only do we have a Facebook group, we have a Telegram group. Our communication is at the highest level. We love to over-communicate with the people we work with. So it's a crucial asset, right? For your own personal well-being, professional development among models and actors, promoting social change and enhancing the collective resilience within the industry. So you have people to talk to, you have people to reach out to. You're never going to be alone on this journey ever again. So let's just go over what I went over. So not only are you going to get the Hollywood Connection 3-day live event, which its retail value is $3,997, and I'm going to do something really special for you guys. So now you will be able to come out to the event, the 3-day live event in Hollywood next May. Sit down with some of the most powerful people in the entertainment industry. You're also getting a professional photo shoot. So you're going to get a 4-look professional photo shoot. You're going to come in, you'll have a set time. We're going to prepare you. We're going to guide you. We're going to go through everything. You're going to elevate your image to the highest possible level. Retail value of that is $2,497. You're also going to have Ryan as your personal stylist, $1997. He will go through multiple calls with you to prepare you on an individualized basis to be able to work with you, to prepare you, everything you need to know to be prepared for the photo shoot. You're also going to get our bonuses, inside access to the business side of modeling, TV and film course, lifetime access, $997 value. Bonus number 2, acting pathway to success, lifetime access, $997 value. Master the Art of Modeling, Bill Sullivan, right? $997 value. Again, all online, but then you're also going to get access to the 21-day challenge, which not only is it 21 days, but the coolest part of this, it will unlock our vault, which is over 600 hours of customized training, and it's all searchable. So we use AI, so you can literally go in there and you need to prepare for a photo shoot or a monologue. You can literally go in there, type in monologue, every single video that deals with preparing a monologue or whatever it may be, posing, modeling, whatever it is, you do a search and it's there. This is like literally our entire database of content that we're giving access to. Okay. The time and money we spent building this was over 3 years. Okay. This is hundreds of thousands of dollars in technology and people's time, people such as the vice president of Warner Brothers, the Phantom of the Opera, some of the most powerful people from major hit TV shows. This is literally $500,000. So I just put a value on that of $47,000 because literally you couldn't go to the Yale School of Drama and get the same content that we would be giving you access to. And then of course, you're gonna have access to the Facebook group, the private community. Now, if you total this all up, you're looking at a total of $58,979. So now you're going to get the 3-day live event, which to me is priceless. You're going to get the professional photo shoot, celebrity styling in preparation with Ryan Colby. You're going to get all the bonuses. You're going to have the total understanding of the TV film industry, the acting industry. You're going to understand how agencies work, how productions work. You're going to understand modeling at the highest possible level. You're also going to get access to our entire database, including the 21-day challenge, and of course the Facebook access. Now, if you put this all together, it's $58,979. But before I reveal what we're going to do special for you guys, I want you just to think about something. Some of you guys might be in this mindset, wow, that's a lot of money, Mike, right? Well, going to Yale School of Drama is a lot of money, right? Spending the rest of your life wishing to do something and not doing it. But imagine this, imagine you come to that event, you get your photos done, you're working with Ryan, you're working with all these different people, and you get signed to a major agency, you land a role. And I can guarantee you, if I asked Mike Trash or any of our talent, would they, if they can go back in time, would they invest this kind of money into the program? Their answer is going to be yes, because they know it changed their life.
That's one booking with Tanya,
So I want
Mike.
you to ask yourself something.
Yeah.
If you can look at yourself, your life 2 years from now, 3 years from now, a year from now, 6 months from now, and you were living the life that you were meant to lead, would this number matter to you? You're earning $100,000 a day. You're writing a check out for $1 million to a charity of your choice, and it's not even a thought to you. Would this number matter? Okay, because that's how you have to position your mind. You have to position your mind with what is the potential of how I'm going to change my life, because I know there's no program out there like this. I know there's no other company out there like this. So now you're gonna get the 3-day live event. You're gonna get your professional photos done, work with Ryan Colby, get all the bonuses, the 21-day challenge, the entire database of content, the Facebook group. Okay, want to do something special for you guys? It's going to be $29.97. Okay, so you're gonna get all of that. You couldn't get professional photos done for that, let alone the 3-day event. Okay, but, and we're going to go over this later again. This is the link to schedule. And I want you guys to schedule now. But I want you guys to understand something. People always say, well, Mike, is there a guarantee? You know, what happens if it doesn't work out? Well, what if it does work out? But you know what? I like logical thinkers because I am a logical thinker. I'm all about science. I'm all about processes. I'm all about frameworks. So we offer what's called a $1 million guarantee. And a $1 million guarantee means that you sign up for the program, you go through the entire process, you go through the trainings, you get your photos done, you come to the event, you have access to the content, lifetime access to the content, and you come to the event, and by lunchtime, the day of the event, you say, you know what, Mike, I didn't get $1 million worth of value. Can I get a refund? We give you a refund. That's simple. And now what most people always say to me is they say to me this, like, well, Mike, that's crazy. It is, but it's called a no risk guarantee. It means there's no risk on your part. We're taking all the risk, okay? It's in writing, contract. We've been doing this for 18 years. We work with some of the biggest names in the world, right? Because we know what we're doing. We're successful at it. But people will still say to me, well, but Mike, supposing somebody comes, they go through the training, they get access to the content, they get their photos done, they're working with Ryan, they're working with all these people, and like, couldn't somebody just take advantage of that? And I'm like, yeah, they could. But you know what? I believe that people, that 99% of the people in the world are good. I wouldn't do that. If I got value for something, I'm happy. If I didn't get value, yeah, I want a refund, right? but I know that we over-deliver. This was a 2-day event and we over-delivered by 1,000%. You guys don't even know what's about to happen next to your lives after this. We're just getting started here. We still got the firework finale for you guys. But my point being is there's no risk for you. Go through the process. And if somebody ever did say, Mike, this wasn't for me, that's fine. And if somebody wanted to take advantage of me, that's fine too. I'm okay with it. I live the best life every single day of my life. I've reached a point now where my success is set. And I'd rather give somebody a refund and not have them in my life, right? We have some new programs we're launching and training people to be coaches. We have our partnership with Mark Victor Hansen. We have our partnership with Kevin Harrington from Shark Tank. Like we are taking this company to such incredible levels that opportunities like this that I'm able to offer today may not be on the table in the future. Our events are small. They will continue to be small. This is a very select group of people. The reason we have people on here for 2 days is because we want to find the best people. We want people who are serious. So that is the link to schedule. I know my team should be dropping that in the comments for you. Make sure you schedule. It's going to be very limited how many people we're able to have come out to Hollywood for this. So again, just to review this one more time, now you're going to get the Hollywood Connection 3-day live event, $39.97 value. Full look professional photo shoot, elevate your image, $24.97 value. You're going to get your celebrity style, right? Ryan Colby, $19.97. Bonus 1, insider's access to the business side of modeling, TV, and film course, lifetime access, $9.97 value. Bonus 2, acting pathway to success, lifetime access, $9.97 value. Bonus number 3, master the art of modeling, lifetime access, $9.97 value. And then of course, bonus number 4, you're going to get the 21-day challenge, lifetime access, plus the access to our vault, which is over 600 hours of content. That is priceless. Put a value of $47,000. And of course, access to the Facebook group, our Telegram, and so forth. There's a whole onboarding. There's a whole procedure. This is, I'm not going to go through all that right now, but trust me on this, guys. Very simple process you follow. Everything's done live. We're very interactive. We're very communicative. All the talent. You guys will get to hear some more of our success stories later. But if you add up that total value is $58,979, you're getting all of that for $29.97. Okay. And we will work with anybody. We do not let money hold anybody back. So make sure if this is something you're even considering, schedule. We will go through it with you. We're here to help people. The people that we weren't interested in working with, trust me, if you're still here, we're interested in working with you. People got knocked off of this all weekend long. The reason numbers went down, there were comments being made or there was interactions being made. People were knocked off. And once they got knocked off this call, they couldn't get back on. Trust me, I can show you my text messages of people wilding out, trying to get back into this room. They couldn't. Okay, I'm here to protect you guys. And the greatest thing about this, once you complete the 21-day challenge, you'll be represented by Truth Management, which means on a go-forward basis, you have an agency representing you. Okay, that opens up doors and unlock doors that you cannot possibly imagine. Okay. Then in addition to that, we do have something else that I'm just going to share with you guys really fast. It's called the Rising Star Academy, Amplify Your Modeling and Acting Success. And this is a part of our coaching program. This is live coaching. So this is actual, every week you're getting to work with people such as myself, Ryan Colby, some of our biggest names. We just have yesterday, let me just make sure on the spelling. We just announced Sharon Lennon, for those of you that were here yesterday, right? The writer, filmmaker, producer. Okay, she's going to be doing coaching, live like this is the craziest thing in the world, because every week you're getting to work with some of the most amazing, powerful people live on Zoom, right? Not only are you getting the coaching and the training, right, but you're getting to build a relationship with them. So when you come to Hollywood, you already now have establishment. You're not walking into a room going, oh, I'm just meeting this person for the first time, or I saw a video. No, they know you by name. They've worked with you. Okay, here's the beautiful thing when you get to coach with somebody. Their whole responsibility is to make you successful. That's their job. If they didn't, if they failed at their job, that's like what's like mind-blowing about having a coach, because their responsibility is to make you successful. So RSA, Rising Star Academy, specializes in amplifying your success in the industry. Our comprehensive program is designed to empower aspiring talent like you with the skills, knowledge, and connections needed to sort of stardom. Okay. It's a completely tailored curriculum. We do everything from voiceover to acting. We got the biggest people in the world, right? Information and access
that you will not get anywhere. And it's all about mentorship. It's about being able to ask the questions, being able to have the guidance, being able to have the roadmap to follow this step by step. It is foolproof. You cannot fail at this because we're bringing you the best people in the industry to work with you. Okay, you get a private Facebook group. So not only will you be in the Spotlight Striders, but you'll have a private Facebook group. You'll have access to the Zoom calls, any announcement, all little surprises that we do consistently, special access and VIP access at events. But that's not all. Okay, you're going to get Ask Me Anything sessions with celebrity experts. You're going to get the live coaching calls. Okay, you can submit your questions in advance. You couldn't be on a call to record it. Great. Submit your question in advance. Get the guidance, get the answer that you need. I suggest to always be on the calls. They're always held in the evening, throughout the week. They're very accessible. We try to make it. Plus, then you get access to the database. Everything, again, is recorded. Everything is available to you. You have lifetime access. You'll have a username, personalized password to log in. Okay? Then people say, oh my God, this is so overwhelming. How do I implement all this? Great. We have implementation calls once a month, right? Well, literally, I just did one a few weeks ago for AI. I'm doing another one, I think, in 2 weeks, first week of September. I'm doing a whole implementation call. If you thought what I did today was cool, imagine having me on the phone for 2 hours with you guys on a Zoom call. I go through stuff in depth, everything you need help with, whatever it needs for you to implement, your posing, your monologues, auditioning. Mike, I need to book work now. Great, let's talk about that on the call. Nothing is off topic. And we do these every single month. So in between the trainings, you're going to have implementation calls, okay? From navigating social media, optimizing your brand, marketing, helping you achieve consistent bookings. We ensure you conquer all technological and industry hurdles standing in your way. There are no excuses. There's only results, okay? That's how we see things, okay? We're going to have special guest trainings. I can pull a Les Brown, a Mark Victor Hansen. I can pull the Phantom of the Opera. We have special guest trainings all the time. We have one coming up this week. He's one of the top foremost experts in the health industry. He's literally going to be working with our talent, showing them how to shed pounds like nothing and how to literally have themselves at the highest possible peak performance at a molecular level, okay? One of the smartest guys I've ever met in my life as far as health and fitness is concerned. Okay, we have these all the time, different special people. Getting access to industry leaders, underground legends who will share their invaluable insights, reveal content you will not find anywhere else. You will not get access to people like this anywhere. These people all contracted. These are some of the top people in the world. They do this because they love us. They do this because they want to help others. They do this because they understand what it was like to be in that position of starting out. And now they want to be able to show people how not to go through that same pain they went through, okay? Engage in live Q&A sessions with visionaries, including coaches to billionaires, industry legends, social media wizards, behind some of the most recognized brands and celebrities in the world, and experts in the modeling, acting, and music industry. I will bring you people who are the top people in their game, people who are in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, okay? This is who you will have access through. People who are New York Times best-selling authors, okay? People who've achieved greatness, okay? Do not miss this opportunity to transform your dreams into reality, okay? So if that wasn't enough, there's more. Not only will you have the virtual training, but we also will do live in-person meetup learning days, okay? 4 times a year. There'll be a live one-day mastermind meetup to share hot seat, learn, and collaborate. So imagine spending 12 weeks with an Academy Award-winning coach, a filmmaker, a producer, an actor, one of the top people in the modeling industry, a supermodel, a person who's in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and you're learning online. But like I said, there's nothing better than actually being able to come in person. And these are one-day masterminds where you're literally getting an entire day of knowledge, being able to interact and spend time with these people. We have one coming up in New York in November. We have one, there'll be one in Hollywood. We match these up with our other events. So that way, you would not miss out on anything. Now you get to spend an extra day with us, right? But it's in depth. It's called an immersive experience, right? It's just not taking that hour class, but spending in a day perfecting it. Okay. Not only will you get that, these are full immersion days with people who had decades of knowledge in hours from select industry experts, but we will also have agency meet and greets at these. So now literally, not only do you have the chance to sit down with some of the most powerful people, not only do you get the chance to learn, not only do you get the implementation days, right? But now you actually get a chance to be signed and work with some of our top clients consistently, right? You know the dates every 3 months. This is where you're at, right? You're following a system, okay? And there's 2 steps. You can choose which way you want to go. Do you want to follow the modeling path or do you want to follow the acting path? That's fine, okay? My suggestion is to be able to do both, right? More opportunity, but that's okay. If you want to just stick with one lane, specialize and master one, I am fine with that. The program's designed that way, okay? This is the Rising Star Academy, okay? Again, let me just kind of go through this. Not only will we have the Q&A sessions, the training, but we also will have accountability coaching. So not only will you get the implementation and the training, but we will also have the learning days, but you will also have somebody who will hold you accountable, okay? Which means there's somebody chasing after you, making sure you're doing this. Because I can give you all the success in the world, but I know myself, sometimes I don't want to make my bed, right? But if I got somebody chasing after me, right, I'm going to be held accountable. And that's so important. Because I don't care how strong your mindset is, it's nice to know that somebody's watching what you're doing, making sure you're moving just at the right speed, just maybe a little bit faster than expected, just pushing you a little bit. Think about every single person who's successful in the world, whether it's a Tom Brady, an Al Pacino, an Oprah, they have somebody who holds them accountable, somebody who makes the little tweaks and adjustments to make sure everything is perfect, okay? So you're going to get all of this, okay? 4 times a year, the live masterminds, full immersion days, right? Everything, okay? So the way I did this, I wanted to do this something that was just like crazy for everybody. So if I was to do the coaching, the way the coaching worked out, it would be like $397 a month, which to me is still free. like a great coach, forget about having Academy Award winners, a Yahoo probably will charge you $80 an hour. I'm giving you coaching every single week with multiple people consistently, ongoing, right? And then the masterminds is a cost. I have to rent the space. I have to get the speakers there. So the masterminds, like, I came out like $500. I can rent one big, like in a nice theater, right? Where we're all together and having fun. But what I wanted to do is I said, you know what? I want everyone to be able to be a part of this. So I came up with something simple. I said $97 a month, okay? And here's the best part. You don't even have to say yes to this right now. Just say maybe. When you go through the interview process, you'll actually get access to all of this for free for the first 30 days. Just say maybe, try it out, right? But I think the live online coaching combined with these additional bonus days are transformational because now you have everything you need. There's nothing that's left out of that, okay? And again, you're gonna get the accountability coach to make sure that you're on point, right? You're going to be able to create a vision, take action on your vision, and be able to stay the course, okay? So we're giving you all of this. And if you did the total for this, anybody, my quick math takers, there's over $10,000 of resources just for free for the first 30 days, just to have you say maybe. That's how serious I take this, guys. That's how much my belief in being able to help you, that's how important it is to me, okay? So that is Building Bridges in Hollywood, the ultimate model and actor networking event. And I'm going to turn this back over to Miss Deneen because we have a super special guest, but we will come back to this. Make sure you schedule because once those slots are gone, they are gone forever. And I will see you guys later. Bye, guys.
That's amazing. How many of you guys love that? Who wants to come to Hollywood? Type Hollywood. Seems like Deneen is frozen.
I'm not frozen.
Oh,
Can
there
you
you
hear
are.
me? There
Yeah.
I am. That was
Yeah.
awesome. Like how excited are you guys to have the opportunity to work with amazing people, to have your photos done, to sit down with a panel of industry experts? Such an amazing opportunity. And let me tell you something, every time, and Alicia can attest to this, she's been doing this a lot longer than I have, but I can tell you that at every event, we see lives transformed. We see people who they show up and everything that they've been waiting for is sitting, waiting for them right there. And that's the opportunity that you have. Just so you know, we keep these events rather small as well. I think we have, what did you say, Mike, like 20 spots?
20 spots open for this event.
Once Yeah.
those 20 spots are gone, that's it.
Yeah, we only have 20 spots open for the event.
70 people on the call.
Yeah, we have 74 of you on here, but we only have 20 spots. So if you are like, oh my gosh, this boot camp has been tremendous. I can't imagine working with Alicia, with Ryan, with Mike in person. Make sure that you schedule. All right.
I have to just say something really quick. So Mike Trash, when we were talking, he said that he had a friend that went to a modeling school. They'll charge $3,000 to learn how to walk like a model, right? Taught by someone who's never done it. Just putting it out there. Then they went to LA and they're looking for an agent. How many of you guys think this is like foolproof? This is the mathematical formula. Okay, so I already know that we work with the biggest names in Hollywood. I'm going to meet them live, but for the next 7 months, I'm going to do everything in my power to become exactly what the agent is looking for. And then I'm going to meet them live. This is foolproof. It's a formula. If you understand the formula, type math. I just wanted to explain that to you because, again, doing this on Zoom, showing up to an event, this is all helping you get to that finish line. And then you are live with the agents. And don't forget, when people ask about credibility, like, oh, how do I know this is real? We work with the winners. That's a award. You can't work with these people, even Tanya, without knowing that our company's legit. They put their legitimacy on the line, not only for us, but to also help you. This is their way to give back. We're the only company in the world that works on this level. Just so don't ever be confused, please.
Awesome. All right, guys. So again, make sure that you schedule because we only have so many spots open because we are packing our cars to leave for Miami for another event. So make sure that you get yourself scheduled, okay?
And for those of you that are going to Hollywood already, this is Hollywood 2.0. So make sure you schedule because this is different than your Hollywood event. So still schedule. This is different than the Hollywood event we just offered last week. This is Hollywood 2.0. So still schedule if you're already on track to go to Hollywood.
Yep. All right. So we're going to answer all of your questions in a little while. But what I have for you now is a really special guest. Okay. So if you have questions, you all have your notebooks and pens, write them down. What are you doing?
What is happening?
It looks crazy.
Mr. Penguin. It's like 3D. What is happening over there?
You guys, I'm going to introduce our guest in just one moment, but you have no idea what happens in studio. There was this one time Alicia was about 17 months pregnant and Mike fired fireworks at us in the studio. Okay.
With Ryan Colby there. I literally thought my water was going to break. It was.
She's like, I'm going to have a baby. I'm like, you're not allowed to have a baby just yet.
You never know what's going to happen. Marching bands, sparklers. You never know what Michael Tompkins got planned.
You never know, but I do know what you are in store for our next guest. So I'm really excited to introduce our next guest to you. Michael and I had the opportunity to speak with her a couple days ago, and in one conversation with her, she transformed so many things for the two of us. And I know that you are going to be amazed. So are you guys ready to be transformed? And we're going to do a transformation after this. But are you guys ready for a transformation? Because you know what? The type of person that's going to Hollywood to sit down with agents and have their photos done and allow Ryan Colby to style them, I know that you are available for a transformation. And that's what you're about to have right now. So let me find our guest so that I can bring her on. And then I will introduce her to you. All right. So, there you are. All right. So our next guest, her name is Yoon Rhee. Yoon's mission is to raise human consciousness by helping people discover their infinite potential, to help others live out their purpose and better understand energy and paradigms, ultimately leading to universal truths. That in this life, there is unlimited abundance and dutiful faith toward living a life by design. She has owned multiple businesses. She has over decades of sales experience. She has scaled rental portfolios. She has coached and trained top agents. She has a combined real estate experience of over 20 years. She's a multifamily investor. She has managed and sold close to $1 billion, that's a billion with a B, dollars in investments. She has worked with hundreds of clients to provide massive results. She appeared on a reality TV show called 4 Days to Save the World. She is a Procter Gallagher certified consultant and TMX verified TV expert. Everyone, please give it up for the one and the only Yoon Rhee.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for being here. We're so excited.
I'm so grateful and honored to be here with you guys. Can you guys hear me well?
We can hear you perfectly.
All right. Awesome, awesome. I was actually listening from the Zoom call when Michael was talking. How much value are you guys receiving right now? Wow. I'm listening and I'm watching and I just can't believe it. I almost feel like he's paying you guys to really, teach you how to be successful. And so I really want to be here and give you all I have. And I just want to start with a couple of things really quickly. I want to just share with you that, we work really hard to create our future, right? And the truth of the matter is we do not create our future, folks. It's our decisions and our habits that do. It's our decisions and our habits that create our future. And I wanted to pause on that for a second because I'm listening to all these things that Michael was saying. I mean, can everybody feel his love? Yeah, isn't it incredible? Like he really is here wanting every single one of you guys to live out your dreams. I mean, you guys are literally investing your time being here with us, right? And I see this and I'm like, one decision away that can literally change the trajectory of your future. So again, I'm so grateful and honored to be here with you folks today. I am literally going to give you all I have. And I do ask that you guys hold questions till the end, but I really do look forward to you guys asking me questions after I present because my goal is to teach you one or two things that I promise that when you listen to it and you hear it and you can fully feel it and grasp it, it is going to change your world. And I'm going to do it in such a simple and easy manner. Okay. So first and foremost, you guys have committed 2 days of your time here with the whole program, right? So there's a lot of information. Would you guys agree? So can you guys just do a quick exercise with me that's really, really powerful? Just a really quick exercise. I call it cleansing breaths, right? Think about this for a second. We receive so much information in a given day. And think about all the information that's been inside your mind right now. And I really want you to receive all that I can give. And in order to do so, I need you guys to be present with me. Okay. So the simple cleansing breaths, and you can actually use this tool for everything. Before you go into an interview, before you actually do anything like start something new, use these 4 cleansing breaths. Okay. Because what it's going to do, it's going to actually slow down your heart rate, to bring your emotions and energy into a calmer state. It's actually going to fill more energy into the cells of your body so that we can increase our energy and vibration to experience whatever the next event is at the highest level possible. Okay? So the 4 cleansing breaths is very, very simple. All we're going to do is take a deep breath in through the nose, like 4 seconds, and we're going to expand our belly. So I want to pass the diaphragm where it's literally your belly should be sticking out, and hold it for a slow 4 seconds. And then we're going to slowly breathe out like through a small straw for 4 seconds. So do that with me. Through the nose, expanding that belly, hold it, and then slowly breathe out. Once again. Hold it, and then slowly breathe out. And then last one. In through the nose. Hold it. Slowly breathe out. Do you feel your energy shift up? Do you feel that relaxation? All right, so let's begin, folks. Hold on one second. I want to share my screen with you guys.
Give me 1 second. I'm doing that right now. Sorry.
Okay, that's okay.
You should be good now.
So I can share screen.
Yes.
Okay, hold on one second. How do I get you back into, because I think you froze me. Oh no. Okay, there we go. Go back. There we go. Am I sharing?
No, do you, oh, there you go.
There we
Yes.
go. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect, perfect. So we're going to talk about shifting paradigms and unlocking your full potential. Nope. So the first things first, why do we even want to shift our paradigms, right? What does our full potential look like? One of the things that I want to pause here for is that everything in this entire world actually exists twice. It exists in our imagination and then it comes into reality. So the more that we can get clearer on what it is that we really want, because I mean, realistically, every single one of you are here because you guys want to create a new future. You guys want to create a new lifestyle. You want to create something new. And that's really shifting paradigms, right? It's shifting anew. So what does that look like for you? And what does your living your full potential look like? So I want you to think about that, right? As we go through the whole slides. This is another thing. Everything on this entire planet's purpose is actually to grow, is to grow. So first and foremost, I want to thank every single one of you guys saying yes to coming to events like this, because that means that you're here growing, you're learning, right? And if we're not growing, then we're actually dying. So, you know, at every point in time, we should always be striving for a goal. And you guys are here with us today. So I want to thank you guys. How many people know what this looks like? Right? How many people can say that they sometimes feel like this, if not most of the time? Yes. Do you know that as humans, we actually receive and have actual more information, gather more information in one day than people used to consume in a full year in the early 1900s? Like, think about that for just a second. We consume more information in one day than people used to consume in a full year. This is exactly why majority of the population is living this way. And that's why I had to do those cleansing breaths with us, because really we need to learn how to control our mind and become the master of our mind and not become a servant of it. And I'm going to show you exactly how to do that. So first I want to begin with my story. So my name is, can I share my story with you guys? Is that okay? Yes. So my name is Young Ree, and I'm actually the Chief Empowering Officer and Energy Expert with Elevated Human Experience. My purpose in life is really to teach about energy and paradigms to unlock people's full potential so that they can really live the life of their dreams. Now, this wasn't always the case. I'm actually an immigrant from Korea, and I started off like this. My family were beyond impoverished. Okay, when I say we came from nothing, we did come from nothing. And we came to America to live the American dream. And I came here at 6 years old and was raised by two amazing parents that worked 20 plus hours a day, 20 plus hours a day for over 25 years. So I knew what hard work looked like. I knew what going after goals looked like. And I got to share with you. Through all of the things that I was able to experience and what my parents have taught me and just my, my work ethic, I was able to create a life. This is more of my childhood pictures, but I was able to create a life that a lot of people looking outside in would say, wow, I have amazing husband. I have beautiful kids. I had my own business. I was fixing and flipping homes, purchasing rentals. I was coaching and training, recruiting. And I thought, living the life. And yet the truth of the matter was, I found myself working anywhere from 60 to 80 hours a week, right? Remember that I observed my parents working 20 plus hours a day. So I found myself working 60, 80 hours a week. And the turning point for me was when I hired a coach and working with that coach, and that coach said to me one day, Yun, who gets the best version of you? Who gets the best version of you? In that moment, it was almost like the world froze. Because what I really wanted to say was my husband, my kids, my parents, the people that I really loved and that loved me, but I couldn't say it in truth. The people that got the best version of me were my clients or other people that I showed up for, right? But it wasn't my husband or my kids. And I just started to bawl. Like in that moment, I swear to you, everything froze. And I said, wow, where are my priorities? What am I doing this for? And from there, things started to, and I mean, I have so many different parts of the story. I got sick, and I won't, for time purposes, I won't share with those with you today. But it really became the turning point for me, where everything started to shift because I had to realize what my priorities were, right? Allowing myself to really get to know who I was and go after my dreams. And I'm sure you guys are all here because you guys want to go after your dreams. Like, how amazing is that you want to get into the acting and modeling world? And I'm really here to empower you and show you how easily it can turn into a reality as we start with giving ourselves permission. Okay. So now I get to live the life to be able to really create the world of my dreams and do it to honor my parents' sacrifices, to share my gifts and have fun and live out my purpose, which is helping people find theirs and turn it into reality as well. So I'm going to do that by sharing 3 things, 3 ways, right, to unlock your full potential and shift paradigms. I promise you, if you understand these 3 things, you will have the keys to the kingdom. Number 1, understanding paradigms. Number 2, understanding energy. And number 3, understanding you. Is this making sense so far? Perfect. So let's go into understanding paradigms. Who knows what a paradigm is before you saw this? Who knew? Can you get a raise of hands of people that may have heard it in the past, or I know that it's becoming more and more common. Awesome, awesome. For those that may have not heard it, it's actually a set of mental programs that are stored in our subconscious minds. It's a set of mental programs that are stored in our subconscious minds. Think about it like habits. And this is a truth. Your paradigm has almost all exclusive control over every habitual behavior. And remember, almost all of your habitual behavior is all programming, right? 95% of the things that we do in a given day, it's all the same. We think the same, we behave the same. We wake up in the morning and it's like autopilot, 95% of it. We're only working with 5% of consciousness. So this is very important to understand. It's really, really simple, and it's a black and white deal. It does not matter how hard you work, and I learned that the hard way, or how many hours you put in. If the paradigm does not change, ultimately the results will remain much the same from one year to the next year to the next year. I don't know if you guys are checking the text, but I can't multitask like that. So I love you guys. I'm going to open up for Q&A after, and I'm not going to distract myself with the text messages. But I want to share this diagram that actually changed my life, right? I actually am a consultant of Bob Proctor, PGI. Who's heard of Bob Proctor? Anyone? If you haven't, I highly recommend listening to him. He, in my personal opinion, is one of the most greatest influences in opening up human potential, really discovering and maximizing human potential. And it didn't just begin with him. He studied with Earl Nightingale, who Earl Nightingale was actually the first educational personal development company that was brought into the United States or created in the United States. And he learned from Napoleon Hill, who wrote the book, Think and Grow Rich. And I want to say that if anybody has not read that book, get that book today and read Think and Grow Rich. Napoleon Hill was actually appointed by Andrew Carnegie. Andrew Carnegie, okay, who Andrew Carnegie was the first billionaire in the United States. Now, I share this with you because 1% of the entire population in this entire country or world own 96% of the wealth. Think about that for a second. 1% own 96% of the wealth. But it's not just about the money at all. What it really boils down to, 1% of the population created the world that you and I all live in. So I'm here to teach the secrets, right, on how to create the world that you desire to live in. Because now we have access to all of this information that we can study and have tools in our tool belt so that you can create the dream, like you can create your reality to be, to become into fruition. Everything that you dreamt of, easily and effortlessly. One of the guys that Bob Proctor had met was a man in 1934 by Thurman Fleet, who showed him this little diagram, which looks like 2 circles and a few lines. But one of the things is that we as humans think in pictures. We do, we think in pictures, but there is actually no picture of the mind at all. Right? When people would say, what does the mind look like? People will either refer to the brain, or they would actually feel like that first initial diagram with that crazy lines, the mind going crazy. That's kind of what, people would assume too. But when Bob Proctor met this gentleman that showed him this stickman diagram that I'm going to go over with you, it changed his life and it changed mine as well. And that's why I'm here to share it with you today. So for conversation purposes, this is literally the picture of a mind. The top is the mind, your conscious mind and your subconscious mind. And the bottom is the body. So who knows the difference between conscious and subconscious mind? Raise of hands. Who can type in the chat? I'll look at this right now. Who can type in the chat which one is stronger and more powerful? The conscious or the subconscious? Absolutely. The subconscious. I love to think it like the conscious mind is your thinking mind. Your subconscious is the emotional mind, right? Your thinking mind will think, right? Logic makes you think, but it's really the emotions that makes you act. Logic makes you think, but it's the emotions that causes the body to act, okay? So remember that the conscious mind is the thinking mind. It can choose, it can accept or reject any ideas. It can actually create different ideas in the conscious mind. But your subconscious, it cannot reject. It actually must accept. It cannot determine the difference between which is real or what is imagined. So think about that for a second. If our subconscious mind does not know the difference between right or wrong, but all it holds on to is anything that is consistently repetitive, it's going to hold on to that emotion. Emotions such as fear, emotions such as doubt, right? Emotions as low, I can't do it, or I'm scared to do it, or what's wrong with me. These little voices in our head that we actually think and feel becomes a trench line that gets created in our subconscious into every cell of our body. And even though this diagram shows 2 circles and some lines, really the truth of the matter is our subconscious is in every cell of our body, every cell of our body. So whatever it's used to being fed is what gets programmed. And whatever gets programmed shows up 95% of the day, right? So remember that 95% of the day is being operated by our subconscious mind. This is so powerful. It's not who you are that holds you back. It's who you think you're not. How many of us have lived a life staring at somebody else? Wow, he's so successful. He's so rich. Wow, that person's so beautiful. Wow, look at that actor. Look at what they're doing. And we think that it's not for us. I want to plant the seed inside of every single one of you here that's listening. You cannot receive a thought or have a thought that you're not capable of accomplishing. The reason why you're here today and the reason why you can look at striving actors or models and say, wow, look at them, is because it actually exists inside of you. You have the opportunity to create that same exact experience, if not better. And I'm here to show you how it's going to be done. And I love this because it's not what you know, it's knowing what paradigms operate you. See, again, going back to, we consume more information in one day than most people consumed in a full year. Think about that. And we as humans have been programmed to gather information and move on and gather more information, right? Think about that. We go to school, we gather information, take a test, forget about it, go to the next one, gather more information, forget about it. And we keep gathering and gathering. And yet, we don't need to know everything. We need to know what it is that we truly want, make decisions on it, create habits, right? Paradigms, create the paradigms that are going to serve us so that we can live out our dreams and turn them into reality. This making sense so far? Understanding energy. So important. Who's heard that everything is energy? Everything is energy, right? Law of vibration. Everything is in constant motion, vibrating at a certain frequency. See, I want to share with you that everything is energy, which is vibration, which is frequency. They actually all mean the same thing. So everything on this entire planet is energy, which is vibrating, which is operating under the laws of vibration, which means that everything's in constant motion. And depending on the frequency that we're on, is what we're constantly attracting. See, there's a term, law of attraction, law of manifestation, that's being tossed around everywhere, and everyone's excited about learning it. But I believe that sometimes it causes chaos and confusion a little bit because they're looking at outsiders and saying, why are those people attracting all these things and I'm having a difficult time attracting what I want, right? And I want to simplify this information so that everyone has the keys to their kingdom and knows that they can attract exactly what it is that they want. And just like our favorite man, Einstein, everything in life is vibration. And a frequency is a level of vibration. A level. A frequency is a level of vibration. And there are an infinite number of frequencies. Remember that. There's an infinite number of frequencies. Every frequency is connected to the one above and the one below. Everything is connected. So think about this. It's so amazing. We seem to understand this when it comes to understanding phones or even the Zoom call. You and I, all of us, are actually on the same frequency of the Zoom call. We all are using the same ID code so that we can be here present with each other. How cool is that? Well, if we get on the same frequency with our dreams and our desires of what we want, then guess what? We start to attract people, places, and things to align it to make our dreams come true. Every single one of you guys that are on the screen came because you gave yourself permission to say, what is it that I want? I would love to learn how to get into modeling or acting. And that one decision, saying, I would love to do that, caused you to somehow find out about Michael Fompkin's program, right? And now you're here with us. It's not by accident. There are no such thing as coincidences. It all operates under the laws of the universe. Everything on this planet operates under the laws of universe. There's actually 12 laws, which we won't go over, but it's wild. No one is teaching this stuff. But I truly believe if people knew the laws of the universe, understood energy and vibration, right? And understood paradigms, you could create anything you desire. Because I will add, every single one of us are actually born as creators, just so you know, right? And I'm sure some of you guys already know that. And if not, like, just believe that in heart is that we are creators and we are powerful creators. So you are a massive energy and you function on frequencies, every single human. Who has seen this? This is the Hopkins scale. Anyone? Raise of hands. If you haven't seen this, so this is a time to take a zoom shot, whatever you want to do, or a screenshot, whatever. This is so powerful. Okay. This is the Hopkins scale, the vibrational scale of consciousness. The left-hand side are descriptions of emotions, feelings. And everyone can kind of relate to them experiencing every single one of those feelings. Would you agree? Right? Well, all feelings are, and I want this to be kind of embedded, all feelings is an indication to teach us what our vibrational state is at. I want to repeat that. Our feelings are indicators to teach us where our vibrational state is at. And then I want to add this in there. Any of the lower vibrations, meaning anything that comes under neutrality, right? Courage, pride, anger, desire, fear, grief, apathy, guilt, and shame. And some of these words can be intertwined. Like you say desire, that might sound good. Yes, when you desire something, it is absolutely great. But when you desire it, like in a lack form, like I really need it, then that's in lack. See, everything only has two sides of it. It's either positive or negative. It's either thinking in abundance or in lack. It's either thinking in love or it's in thinking in fear. And then there's variations of it. But anytime we're feeling the lower vibrations, I wanted to indicate to you all that what's happening is you're thinking and feeling, you're thinking thoughts and feeling feelings that are not in alignment with your truth. When you're feeling these higher level emotions, what's happening is you're thinking and you're feeling more in alignment with your truth, what you desire, what it is that you really want. Because I'm a huge believer that planet Earth is our playground. And the purpose of us being on this planet Earth, on our playground, is to discover who we are and what we're truly capable of. There's an amazing quote that I love. It says, God's gift to us, God or your higher belief, whatever you want to believe in, but God's gift to us is more talent and abilities than we'll ever use in our lifetime. And our gift to God should be to utilize as much of those gifts and talents as we can in this lifetime. Think about that, right? Every single one of you have an infinite number of gifts that are residing inside of you, meant to express, to play on planet Earth and express it. So last but not least, understanding you. You literally are the most important thing on this entire planet. Don't ever forget that. Nobody else, you are the most important person on this entire planet. And your energy, so your energy that comes into form with the brain and a body. So we're actually living on 3 separate planes at the same time, always. We're living on a spiritual plane, we have an intellect, and we have a physical body. And remember this, your spiritual DNA, which is your truth, it requires no modification or improvement. It's actually all-knowing. It's all-powerful. It is ever present. It is actually the real you. So then the question is, are you truly what or who you pretend to be? See, I was living in England for so long. I didn't even know who I was until I started studying. And to discover and to unlock those gifts and potential, I want to unlock it in everyone that I come across. This is also a very, very, very powerful diagram. Very powerful diagram. We have been programmed, folks, right? To see with our eyes, hear with our ears, smell with our nose, taste with our mouth, touch with our hands, right? That causes our thoughts to think a certain way. And those thoughts create certain emotions that get impressed into our subconscious. And remember, logic makes you think, but it is the emotions that make you act. So we look at the outer world, right? And we allow that to cause our feelings. And then those feelings is what causes our body to go into action. And wherever our body goes into action is what we get back. And that's where the results are. Results are. And this is people that are not really thinking. It's just reacting to the programs that we've been programmed under. We have been programmed to be this way. So think about this. We look at our current situation, right? We make decisions on our current situation, and then we get results that look like our current situation. And I want to show you that it's so simple and easy to be able to take quantum leaps, to give yourself permission. I mean, I heard a couple people in here that in 1 year, their entire life changed. 1 year. Probably made more progress in 1 year than they had in decades of effort because of a certain decision and habits that they were able to create. And I love what Michael said, because I think he said one of the points that he mentioned was community is everything. It is. Because in this journey of life, we do have to do the work alone, but we cannot do it by ourselves. What do I mean by that? We have to make the decisions. We have to know we're worth it, right? We have to study. We have to do those things alone, but we can't do life by ourselves. It takes a community. It takes a village. And who you surround yourself with makes the biggest difference. Who you learn from makes the biggest difference. How many times do you see people asking their family members or their friends for advice on something that they really want to do, and their friends and their family has never been where they want to go? You have to take advice and learn from the people that already knows how to get you there. Because the people, our family and friends, they love us. Oh man, do they love us so much. But what happens is they transfer their fears onto us. What if you don't make it? Oh my God, if you try, like, don't you want to play it safe? Right? But it's no fault of theirs as well. We have been programmed and conditioned this way for so long. So remember, take advice from the people that are already where you want to go. And just like you mentioned about coaches, is everything. They have the same goal to want you to succeed. So folks, this is a huge one. Take a screenshot of this, because this will change your world, okay? This is the picture of a stick man. I'm a huge believer, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, the majority of the population, this entire planet, is living on the left side of this diagram that we're looking at, okay? Left side, okay? They're living in massive fears, worries, and doubts, right? Goes into anxiety, and I want to show you how it works. Everything in this entire planet actually operates under another law called the law of transmutation of energy. Nothing is ever stagnant on this planet. Everything's always in motion, transmutation of energy. So what happens is, right, we'll get a thought and say, wow, I want to get into modeling. I want to become an actor. And the first thought that comes in is, well, what if you don't make it? Do you know how many people want to do the same thing and they never make it? Right? Because our brain, our conscious brain, only knows what it currently knows now, or memories of the past or stories of others. So we immediately go into the worries and the doubts and the fears. Immediately go into the worries, doubts, and fears. And then again, because it's a transmutation of energy, it has to be expressed. And it gets expressed in our body as anxiety. We get anxious because we start thinking about it more. Like, I want to do it. I don't know if I can do it. I don't know if I can do it, and get anxious. And that anxiety causes procrastination. I can't make a decision. I'm so scared. I don't know what to do. My body won't move. And then if we procrastinate long enough, we go into a depression. We're like, oh, I can't leave my dreams, right? Oh my gosh. And we go into a depression long enough, our body's at dis-ease. It's at dis-ease. And that's where sicknesses come along. That's where, we create like chaos and confusion in our relationships, right? And you know where it all stems from? It stems from ignorance. It all boils down to, it stems from ignorance. And I want to share with you folks, Ignorance is not a good thing or a bad thing. It's just a thing. All it's saying is it doesn't know because we've never done it before. We've never experienced it. So I want to share with you one of our greatest intellectual factors. There's actually 6 of them, and I want to cover one of them today. It's called imagination, right? Now, in order to get out of ignorance, all we have to do is go on the opposite side and gain some knowledge around it. Well, how do I gain some knowledge? I can study, I can understand. Well, guess what? Look at all these people that graduated from the program or is in VIP talent with Michael Falcon, right? We start studying and we start seeing the evidences of it. And then I can unlock my imagination and say, wow, what would it look like a year from now if I committed to this and I stayed with it and I showed up consistently and I learned from all these people, right? And I start imagining and I start studying. I'm like, wow, who else can I connect with? Who else is successful? And all of a sudden, these success stories start showing up in my mind. And then what happens is our energy, right, starts to shift and we go into faith. See, fear and faith are both emotions caused by the unknown. Faith and fear are both emotions caused by the unknown. And we, as humans, have the power to choose. To choose. And when we feel good and we start having faith, we get a state of calmness. Like, wow, I really think I can do it. I see myself doing it. I'm going to go after my dreams. And because of that feeling, we start to accelerate, right? We start to accelerate and our body wants to take action and we start taking action. And now we're at ease. And every single one of us has been here before. Like, think about something that you really, really wanted, and you made a real firm decision. You got it. You got it. The only time that you really wanted something and didn't get it is because we actually allowed the fear to come in, or we were allowing ourselves to be more comfortable than going after our dreams. We stayed in the zone of comfort because we were scared, because our ego wanted to protect us. So take this picture because it really is powerful. I could spend days on this picture diagram alone. This is so, so, so important. Love Buckminster Fuller, if you haven't ever heard of him. But never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. See, we go around trying to quote unquote fix so many things. I'm here to share with you that my belief system is we don't need to fix anything. Nothing is broken. Because the more we pay attention to fixing something, the more that problem starts to expand. Because anything we put our focus to is where the energy flows, right? Where the focus goes, the energy flows. So if I go focus on fixing things, my thing that I'm fixing is only going to grow. So let's create a new. What does that mean? What does a new version of you look like? Right? Think about this. And I think this is so cool because now, because of all these technology and games and iPhones and whatnot, there's all these programs that give you the ability to create an avatar, right? What kind of hair do you have? What kind of clothes? What do you want to do? Right? Whether it's your iPhone or a game that you're playing, guess what, folks? We get to create an avatar of ourselves every moment of the day, every day. We get to choose that because we are infinite versions. We have infinite potential. So just by giving yourself permission and saying, hey, what do I want my best life to look like? How do I sound? Who am I talking to? How do I dress? Who's in my circle? What kind of things am I doing for fun? Just by giving ourselves that permission, we start actually allowing our imagination to grow. And remember what I said at the beginning of the conversation, everything exists twice. It starts in someone's imagination, and then it comes into physical reality, including our future. Everybody with me so far? Who's liking this? All right, this is a circle that I want to share with you, okay? Mostly all the humans, including myself, have been programmed to look at our current results that causes a certain thought, right? We look at our current result, we look at our bank account, we look at our report card syndrome. Like, think about the report card, right? Think about all the geniuses that had crappy report cards, right? People that dropped out of school and whatnot, but they became the biggest success. The report card does not determine what you're capable of. All it's saying is it just showed up in that moment. But don't let it dictate where you're going, right? But we've been programmed that way. We've been programmed to look at our current results so that it causes a certain way of thinking, which causes certain feelings, which is what causes certain actions. And I truly believe this is why most people are living in a hamster wheel, doing the same thing over and over again. They may get a new boyfriend or a girlfriend, they get a new job, they get new relationships, but they're going through the same cycle because they think it's something outside of them, but they're giving their power away versus tapping inside of what's inside of them. So my ask is this: what would it look like if we started to think differently? Because if we started to think differently, right, just by allowing that imagination exercise that you guys just did with me, it starts to generate new feelings, which just causes our body to take new actions, which ultimately results new results. New results. Faith. Faith through study and understanding. Not hocus pocus of faith, but through studying and understanding is truly the ultimate key to freedom. Truly the ultimate key to freedom. So I ask, we're always investing whether people know it or not, whether it's time, energy, money, we're always investing. Invest in yourselves. Invest to study. Invest in the money that you want to learn something, whatever it is, right? The time is going to go, the money's going to go, it's all going to go. It's just a matter of, are you enjoying what you're getting back for returns, right? There's something called return on investment. And remember, if we're always investing our energy, our time, and our resources, are you liking what you're getting back? And if you're not, that's okay. Because you have the power to make a decision that you want something different. You have the power to make a decision that you're going to create new habits, that you're going to start doing things new. You have the power. See, for so long, I was so ignorant that I didn't know that I had the power that I can make decisions. But wasn't even aware of some situations that I was going through. So it's all about becoming aware. And when you're aware, it gives you the power to make a decision. Does that make sense? So if all this did for you was give you the opportunity to go after your dreams with confidence, would you say it's worth it? If all this did for you was allow yourself to have better relationship with yourself, your inner talk, would that make a difference? If all this did for you was create better relationships with those around you, would that be worth it? It really does all start with saying that you are worth it, that you are worth it, and that you have infinite potential inside of you to give yourself permission to allow your truth to be expressed, to enjoy life, to live life of your dreams. I'm watching Michael present all these things that he's talking about, and I'm like, wow. One decision away to be supported by a group of people that can already see the steps and the systems to get you there. All it requires is you believing in you. And I just want to say, for those that may not believe in yourselves, adopt my belief. Because I'm a huge believer that every single human on this planet was put here for a purpose. And have gifts that no one else can replace. We've been programmed to live such a competitive life for so long. This life is not about competition. It's about creation and co-creation. The person that you want to compete with is the version of yourself from yesterday. That's it. Just commit to that you're worthy of it, to become better and better and better, for you to discover all that you are, for you to be curious of all the gifts that you have, for you to experience all that you're meant to experience. Because all life is, it's just a bunch of experiences. Literally. Because you deserve it. So I will share with you that a lot of people, just if you're interested in learning more, just scan this. You can book a discovery call with myself or our team. But again, just know more than anything, you are worth it to go after your dreams. And if you're influenced by the opinions of others, you will have no desire of your own. Think about that. If you are influenced by the opinions of others, you will have no desire of your own. And this is so important. I started off the conversation because it was going to be that last end of slide, but listening to Michael, I'm like, I had to bring this to the forefront, right? Decisions and habits create your future. We are here today exactly in the same place because of the decisions that we have made in the past and habits that we have created for ourselves. And then a committed decision will instantly shift the world to create your new reality. I want to thank you, and I'm totally open for all questions and answers. And I see there's a lot of chat out there. And again, I apologize because I am not good at multitasking, and I just wanted to give you my all. So please, any questions that you may have, I'm here. Open book.
Yeah, we have time for a couple questions. So if anyone would like to ask a question, please raise your Zoom hand and then I will call on you. All right.
Yes.
Okay, give me 1 second. Oh, hold on. Sorry. Hold on, you 1 second.
That's okay.
It's my first time on Zoom. This is the first time I've ever used Zoom today.
Yes. Well, it's funny because I don't think I have the power to unmute anyone. So she's got all the power here.
Oh, I've got all the power. Okay, hold on 1 second. What is going on? I swear I do know how to do this. Remove pin. All right. Navia, you had a question, so we're going to add your pin and we're going to unmute you. First of all, introduce yourself and then ask your question, okay?
Okay. I'm Nevaeh Johnson, and my question was, have you ever done a TED Talk? Because I would definitely watch that. Like, I love watching those things. I just wanted to know if you had any, like, that you had out there.
Thank you for asking, Navia. I have not yet done any, but yet I feel like you're planting a further seed for me, and I guarantee at some point it's gonna come and it's going to be a part, right? Mm-hmm. So thank you for adding to my creation.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome.
I really appreciate that.
All right. Let's see here. Yes. Let's see here. Add pin. All right, yes. Introduce yourself and ask your question.
Hi, and thank you. I don't really have a question. I just want to say thank you so much for this presentation, because this is not new information for me, but the way you presented it on was really, really helpful. So thank you so much. I really appreciated it.
Thank you. Thank you. That means a lot.
Thanks, Yaz. All right. All right, Dorothy. Please unmute yourself and ask your question. Introduce yourself and ask your question.
Yes. Hi, my name is Dorothy Section. And I would like to know, could I get a one-on-one call with you if it's possible?
Yes, Dorothy. That I gave that barcode, if you will, just scan it and put your information in, Dorothy. And absolutely, we can make that happen.
And what you can also do, Dorothy, is reach out to me directly, and then I'll be the bridge between the two of you.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
All right. All right.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. And last but certainly not least, Marjorie Cleveland.
Hi, I wanted to thank her for that information, because there are things that I've always believed, and no one has ever put it in that perspective for me. And these are things that I'm trying to pass on to my daughters. And now from your presentation, I have a better way of showing them what I've been trying to tell them. And I really appreciate that, especially for my youngest daughter. She's really needing me to guide her, and I didn't have the words until now. And I really appreciate how you put it in perspective.
Oh, I really appreciate that. It really, I'm so, how do I say this? Grateful to hear that that's exactly what you want to impress. I also have 2 daughters, and I got to share with you, me getting access to this information and studying and just learning all the time. I mean, the ripple effect, the ripple effect to our children. I feel like there's one more. There's a woman by the name of Marinette. She doesn't have her picture up, but she keeps raising her hand. Can we do one more, Denise?
If she turns on her camera, I will.
Okay.
Marinette, so
Okay.
if you could turn on your camera, then we can answer your question. If you're unable to do that, unfortunately, I won't be able to call on you.
Okay.
All right. It's just I want to be able to see people.
Yes.
It's a thing I have.
I get it.
Awesome. All right. Thanks, Marjorie.
Oh, she says she can.
Okay. Well, if she turns on her camera and raises her hand in the next 10 seconds, we'll be able to do that. I want to be, I know you have travel, so I want to be aware of your time as well.
Aixa, am I saying it right? Aixa?
You have to unmute yourself. There you go.
Okay, wait. Hi, my name is Aixa. Yes, you said it correctly. I just want to say thank you. Many of the things that you mentioned in the presentation, it happens to me. I'm surrounded by negative people who doesn't let me go forward to get my goals. And that's most of the thing that happens, negative energy.
And that's why.
Is it possible you can show the diagram again, the 2 previous one, the one that you say take a picture? I missed that because I was having technical difficulties.
Denise, can you share that? I'll send you the.
Yeah, I'll share that with you guys in the Facebook group. Okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
Perfect. But it's so true, and that's exactly why sometimes we have to make those decisions, and not for nothing. This is always, not sometimes. The biggest return that you're always going to get is when you invest in yourself. So always think about that, because it started to change my life. So I always work with masterminds, mentors all the time. And I will share with you, the greatest leaders are the greatest followers. So that's why you have to invest into those communities that are going to support you, because you do become the sum of the 5 people you surround yourself with.
Not only that, sometimes we need to move on, move to another state, or move to another place in order to change the horizon, to get away from those negative people. But
exactly.
It's hard to
go after your dreams, and with zero judgment. This is another thing, really quickly, because a lot of times we give our power to our family and say, oh, they're not going to let me succeed, blah, blah, blah. Can we please just agree that we act with love? Because everyone is actually doing the best that they can with the level of awareness that they have. Every single human, right, is doing the best that they can with the level of awareness that they have. So if we have to kind of cut ourselves from our family or friends for the meantime, it's okay, but let's do it with love, right? Like, I'm going to allow myself to go after my dreams and just love on them from where they're at, because I promise, and I see this with everyone, my clients, everyone that I work with. But when we really start moving forward towards our dreams and our goals, what happens is everyone around us starts to elevate as well. Everyone, because truth be told, we are all connected and we're all one. And that's why I say, do it with love, right? Everyone is doing exactly the ripple effect. Do it with love.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you, Lisa. Awesome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank
you, everyone.
This has been amazing. Thank you so much for
Thank you for having me.
Oh my gosh, it was awesome.
And again, if there's anything that you guys need, let me know. But remember, the most important thing is, I just want to end with, you are so worth it and deserve it. You cannot receive a thought or an idea of something that you desire that you're not capable of. So surround yourself with people that believe in you, and then watch yourself soar. Okay. I love you all. Mwah. Thank you so much.
Awesome. All right, guys. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you through an exercise that I love. It's one of my favorite things. How many of you now understand that you're worthy of everything that you want? If you now understand that, type a 1 or a 1 in the comments. If you guys understand that you're worthy of everything that you want. And if you understand that you have everything inside of you that you need to be successful already, type a 1 or a 1 in the comments. Maybe there's some things you need to tweak out, but everything is already inside of you. So now what I want to do is I want to take you guys on a journey. And the reason I love Transformation Day so much is that by the end of this exercise, as long as you play full out and you listen and you participate fully, I promise you that you are going to be a different person. All right. So this is what I need you guys to do right now. I just need everyone to close your eyes. Need everyone to close your eyes. I'm going to put this on gallery view so I can see you guys. Everyone close your eyes. That's what I want you to do. Take a deep breath in. And let it out. Take a deep breath in. And let it out. Take a deep breath in. And let it out. Now what I want you to do is I want you to imagine yourself 5 years in the future. I want you to imagine, where are you? I want you to imagine, what have you accomplished over the last 5 years? Imagine, where are you living right now? Are you living in New York City? Do you feel the hustle and bustle of the city, the electricity of New York City? Or maybe you're living in LA, maybe you feel the vibe of LA. It keeps you going, but it's a steadier vibe. I want you to imagine yourself in your house or your apartment or wherever you live in LA or in New York. I want you to look around your apartment, look around your house, look around where you live. And what do you see? I want you to imagine the couch that you're sitting on, the table where you eat breakfast every morning. I want you to imagine your kitchen where you make your coffee in the morning, or where you cook dinner after you come home from a long day on set. I want you to imagine, what does your day look like? What are you doing? I want you to imagine you're a full-time actor. You're a full-time model. That's what you're doing now. You're getting paid to be an actor. You're getting paid to be a model. How does that feel? How does it feel to know that you're being paid to do that thing that you love? You're being paid to do that. I want you to imagine it's in the morning, you're having your cup of coffee or your cup of tea or whatever you do in the morning. Maybe you're having your fruit. Okay, now you're sitting there and you're preparing for your day. What does your day look like? Imagine yourself getting from where you are. You have to be on set this morning. Imagine getting yourself ready to go on set. Maybe you're an actor, you have your sides in your hand, you're looking over those, you're eating your breakfast. What does that feel like? What does it feel like? You're being paid to do that thing that you've always wanted to do. I want you to imagine looking at your bank account that first time that you get that paycheck, that first big paycheck that, like, wow, this here signifies I am an actor. I am a model. How does that feel? How does it feel to be paid to do what you love to do? How does it feel to be living in that city that you've always dreamed of? I want you to imagine your commute. Maybe you got yourself a new car. What does that car feel like? What kind of car do you have? Imagine that. Breathe it in. Let's breathe it in. What does the car smell like? Breathe it in. What does that feel like? Can you smell it? Can you feel that car hugging your butt just the right way, like a new car does? How does that feel? How does it feel? You've arrived. This is what you've been dreaming of. 5 years ago, you were on a Zoom call listening to my voice, and now you're living out what you imagined. You were told that you were successful. You were told that you were worthy. And now here you are living out that dream. Who's sitting next to you? I want you to imagine who's sitting next to you. Who's that person that's along with you on this journey? Who's your partner? Imagine that. What does it feel like to have a supportive partner who's just so excited for you? What does that feel like? Just breathe it all in. I want you to put your hands on your heart and feel your heart beating. Is your heart beating a little bit faster? What does that feel like? I want you to emote it on your face. What does it feel like? What's that feel like? All right. Now I want you to come back to the sound of my voice. It's August 20th, 2023, and open your eyes, and you're right back where you are. You haven't accomplished any of it. You didn't get paid to be a model or an actor. You're living right where you are right now. Look around. Does that look like what you imagined? What does that feel like? What does it feel like? I just took everything away from you. You have none of that, none of those things. What does that feel like? Write it in the comments. How do you feel now? You've got none of it. You're just you here listening to me talk. Deaf, disappointed, unhappy. What does it feel like? I want you to feel the pain of losing everything. What does that feel like? You just had everything you wanted and it was taken away from you. What does it feel like? Devastated, deprived, miserable, anxiety, ridiculous, depressed, needing more than what I have, no words, stupid. Peace, you feel peaceful losing everything. Depression, disappointing, absurd, sad, depressing, anger, like a failure, lose, empty, unsurpassed, abandoned, unhappy, depressed, anxiety, angry. Hard work is needed, sad, left behind, powerless, disappointed, frustration. No way, it's never going to happen. Awful, wrong decision, faithless, frustrating, lost. Feels, if I'm allowed to curse, it feels like shit, doesn't it? You just lost everything. Back to reality, behind, embarrassed, unsatisfied, upset. Inconvenient, shooting on, loss, and feeling hurt. All right. I want you to remember how that feels. Now what I want you to do is I want you to close your eyes again. Everyone close your eyes again. And this is what I want you to do now. I want you to imagine yourself 10, 20 years in the future, 20 years in the future. Close your eyes. Imagine yourself 20 years in the future. Now you've accomplished so much more than you did in 5 years. I want you to imagine where you're not You're not just getting established in your career, but people know your name. Where are you living now? You're one of the highest paid actors or models in your field. Where are you living now? Maybe if you're in LA, you moved up the hills a little bit. You're in New York, maybe you're in a penthouse instead of just an apartment. But I want you to close your eyes. I want you to imagine, where are you living now? What does it look like? I want you to sit at your breakfast table. Now you don't just get sides, like you have a whole script in front of you. You have a whole list of things you have to do today. All those places you have to go, all those appointments you have today. I want you to think about that. How exciting does that feel? How awesome does that feel? When you walk down the street, people recognize you. How does that feel? I want you to close your eyes and take a tour of your house. Imagine your bedroom. What does your bedroom look like? Really, what are the colors of the walls? What does your bed look like? What does your master bathroom look like? What does that look like? Go into your kitchen. Can you smell the coffee or the tea or the breakfast cooking in the kitchen? Maybe look out your windows. What do you see? Do you see the skyline of New York City because you're so high? You're in a penthouse. Maybe you're in Tribeca. You see all the cool cobblestones. You see all the cool streets. If you're in LA, look out your balcony. Can you see the skyline of LA in the distance from the hills? Or maybe you're like, no, I'm a beach person. I'm living on the beach. I'm in Malibu. What does that look like? Breathe it in, breathe it in. I want you to put your hand on your heart, and I want you to feel. What does that feel like? Can you feel your heart beating faster? What kind of car are you driving? Breathe in that new car smell. How awesome does that feel? Can you feel that car? Now it's real tight on your butt. Fits just perfectly. Who's with you on this journey? Your partner. Who's your partner in this journey? Who's still with you? What does that feel like? I want you to imagine this. I want you to imagine, and I want you to actually do this. Imagine writing out a check for $1 million to the charity of your choice. What does that feel like? What does it feel like to be able to write out a check for $1 million to the charity of your choice? And this is coming out of your abundance. It's not coming out of your need, it's coming out of your abundance. You write that check and you send it off. You're not worried about it. But you know you're making an impact on so many people. I want you to imagine the fan mail that you get. People write you letters or they send you text emails. I want you to imagine the lives that you're impacting. I want you to imagine that role that you did. It was really impactful to you. It really made a difference in you. I want you to imagine getting a letter or an email from someone who says, "Hey, I just want to thank you for that role that you played. I want to thank you for that story that I read about you. I want you to know how much you've impacted my life." Because there was a moment when I didn't know if I could go on any further. I was seriously thinking about ending my life. But I saw you in that role. I read that story about what you've gone through. And I want you to know that because you shared your story, I know I can do even more. I want you to think about the impact you can have on people. And I want you to imagine that. But you're not acting for the money. It feels great to be able to give, to live in a great place. But because you said yes to yourself, you've changed lives. You literally are saving lives because you share your story. Because you are worthy of sharing your story. Someone else is still here today. How does that feel? How does that feel? I want you to breathe it in. I want you to put your hands on your heart and just feel everything that you're imagining. Because it's all right in there. It's all in your heart. So breathe it in. Let it go. Breathe it in. And let it go. This time I want you to breathe it in really deeply. Ready? Breathe it in. And let it go. Now I want you to open your eyes. And you're right back here right now, listening to my voice, here in this very moment. You don't have any of that. How does that make you feel? How does that make you feel? You just lost everything. How does that feel? Awful and small. Like shit. Lost. All my dreams help staying alone. Disappointed, emotional, hopeless, unconditional, despair. Back to where I started. Horror, worthless, disgust, heavy anxiety, hopeful, horrible, I'm wasting my potential. Like you're going in circles, unhappy, still needing improvement, distraught. Okay, this is what I want you guys to understand. Everything you saw is possible. Everything that you felt is possible. It's all right here. But the only way you're ever going to accomplish any of that is by knowing who you are. And for many of you, when you started out on this weekend, you had a dream. This was a dream. Oh my God, I have a dream. I want to be an actor. I want to be a model. It was a dream to you. But I want to let you know something. Everyone has a dream. There are millions upon millions upon millions of people who have dreams. So here's my question for you. When do you dream? When do you dream? Do you dream when you're awake? Or do you dream when you're asleep? Do you dream when you're awake? Or do you dream when you're asleep? You dream when you're asleep. Dreaming is passive. Dreaming is not something you control. Dreaming is passive. Here's what I want you to understand right now. You're no longer a dream. This is no longer a dream. Oh my God, it's my dream to be an actor. It's my dream to be a model. It's my dream to be a musician. We're not dreamers here. We're doers. So this is what I want you to do from now on, from the go forward basis. This isn't your dream. You are a model. You are an actor. You are a musician. I want you to type that in the comments. I am an actor. I am a model. I am a musician. Type that in the comments right now. I am an actor. I am a model. I am a musician. Whatever it is you are. I am an actor. I am a model. I am a musician. Type it in the comments. Everyone. Every one of you This is active. We're not passive anymore. We're taking action. I am an actor. I am a model. I am a musician. Now I want you to say it out loud because the words that you speak have power. The words that you speak have power. I am an actor. I am a model. I am a musician. Say it with me. I'm looking at all your lips. I am an actor. I am a model. I am a musician. I am an actor. I am a model. I am a musician. Say it out loud. I am an actor. I am a model. I am a musician. All right. So now this is what we're going to do. All 73 of us, we're all going to shout it from the rooftops. Okay. And when you say, I'm going to unmute you guys in just a moment. And I want you to scare the living bejesus out of everyone around you. If you're alone in your house and you have neighbors, I want them to be like, what's going on? Are you okay? I want you to scream this as loud as you can. I want you to declare this over your life. I am an actor. I am a model. I am a musician. What I'm going to do is I'm going to unmute you guys and I want to hear all of your voices. I want you to scream as loud as you can. We're going to say it 3 times. Listen, we're going to say it 3 times and then we are going to celebrate like you just won the lottery. Got it? Are we good with this? Come on, I haven't heard, you've heard my voice for 2 days now. I need to hear your voices. Are you ready? Okay, so I'm gonna unmute all of you and we're gonna say this together. Ready? Let's practice. I am an actor. Unmute yourselves.
I am an actor.
I am an actor.
I am an actor.
I am a model. I am a musician.
I'm an actor. I'm an actor.
I am a model and I am an actor.
I am a
I am an actor.
Model. And we're gonna, it won't be in unison because nothing in Zoom is on unison, but we're gonna do it together. And then at the end, I want to hear you guys scream as if you just won the lottery. You just won whatever the biggest thing you can imagine is. You just won it. Are you ready? Show me your faces that you're ready. Come on now. All right, here we go. So we're gonna unmute. I am an actor. Yes, stand to your feet. Good job, yes. Everyone stand to your feet. Stand to your feet and declare who you are. All right, we're going to unmute ourselves. We're going to celebrate. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3. I am an actor.
I'm an actor. I'm an actor. I am a model. I am a musician. Everything God has called me to be. Man.
I am a model.
I am a model. I am an actor.
I am a model.
I am a model. I am an actor. I am an actor. I am a model.
Okay, now in the comments, how do you feel now that you know who you are? Tell me how you feel now. How do you feel now? How does that feel? Excuse me. All right, so now what I want to do is I want to go over something else with you. And give me 1 second here. Okay, so not only are you, okay, just give me 1 second, save image. Okay, so now what I want to do is I want to share one more thing with you guys. And this is something I'm really excited about. And I know I talked to you a little bit about this yesterday. Just give me one. Oh, hold on, I lost you guys. Okay, just give me 1 second here. So what I want to do is I want to share one more thing with you guys today that means a whole lot to me. And here's the reason it means a lot to me. And I know I told you a little bit of the story. Yes, I'm just trying to pull it up. All right, so I'm going to share my screen and then you guys will know why I'm facing this way. All right, so here, let's see. Can you guys see my screen? Give me a thumbs up. Okay, awesome. Okay, so during the craziness of 2020, I told you this yesterday, we wanted to come up with an identity for our community here at VIP Ignite. And we reached out to our community and we had a bunch of people send us things. Oh, I identify as this, I identify as that. And one woman, Tiffany, said, you know what, I'm a fearless rebel. We're like, okay, tell us more. So she told us that she feels like she's a rebel because everyone in her life, they work a 9 to 5, they have a stable job and they have all of the what everyone expects of you. But she felt like she was a rebel because in high school, she wrote like 50 songs. She was pursuing a career in acting and modeling. So she felt like she was a rebel. Like, okay. So we threw those 2 words out to our community. And we're like, what does this mean to you? And we got so many responses. So what we did was we came up with the Fearless Rebels Manifesto. And if you are here watching this right now, I want to congratulate you because you are officially a fearless rebel. And I'm going to read this to you, and then I'm going to share with you why it means so much to me, even though I just explained it, but it goes one level deeper. Okay. So a fearless rebel is a fighter, a new type of talent, confident, professional, reliable, and resourceful. A fearless rebel believes that their talent is their calling, that they have the ability to inspire others, that their talent is their message that allows them to bring joy, hope, and creativity to others. A fearless rebel is in control of their destiny. They justify their failures. Rejection is a 4-letter word, and booked it is their middle name. Hashtag fearless rebels are those who don't limit themselves to their fear. They face it head on and do whatever it takes to make their dreams come true. I am a fearless rebel. So now what we're going to do is this. We are going to, hold on, let's see, participants. What we're going to do is this. I'm going to read this again. And what we're going to do at the end is we're going to practice with me. I am an actor. I am a model. I am a musician. I am a fearless rebel. And then we're going to celebrate even more. We're going to play the Deneen Has No Voice game, okay? So I'm going to read it to you one more time. Then I'm going to unmute you. And then we're going to say, I am an actor. I am a model. I am a musician. I am a fearless rebel. And then we're going to celebrate like we just won an Academy Award. All right? Everyone got it? Okay, good. Here we go. A fearless rebel is a fighter, a new type of talent, confident, professional, reliable, and resourceful. A fearless rebel believes that their talent is their calling, that they have the ability to inspire others, that their talent is their message that allows them to bring joy, hope, and creativity to others. A fearless rebel is in control of their destiny. They justify their failures. Rejection is a 4-letter word, and booked it is their middle name. Hashtag fearless rebels are those who don't limit themselves to their fear. They face it head on and do whatever it takes to make their dreams come true. I am a fearless rebel. Okay, so now, are you guys ready? I am an actor. I don't hear anyone. Unmute yourselves. Let's do this.
I am an actor.
I'm a model. Fearless rebel.
I'm a model.
am an actor. I am a musician. I am a model. I am an actor. I'm a
All right, guys. So how do you feel now? In the comments, how do you feel now? Let me know how you feel now. How do you feel? Epic, awesome, fearless rebel. And let me tell you guys something. Do you want to know how seriously I take this? I take this so seriously that literally the day before New York shut down in 2020, I went and I got a tattoo. I don't know if you can see that. It says fearless. So when I tell you guys I'm all in on this. And I am so excited that you guys are here. And you are now actors. I am an actor. I am a model. I am a musician. I am a fearless rebel. Never again do you have permission to say, oh, it's my dream. I hope that one day. Whenever you start doubting yourself, whenever you start questioning anything, because it's going to happen, you're human. Something I want you to understand is this. You can't control the thoughts that go through your head, but you can control what you allow to stay in your head. I had a pastor that explained it to me this way once, and it stuck with me. And it's something that really transformed my life, and I want to help you transform your life with your thoughts. So he said, like, I have always struggled. One of my biggest struggles is always the thoughts that go through my head. Like some nights I can't sleep because of it. It's like, it's ridiculous. And I know I'm not alone, but I don't want you guys to affirm that. But he said to me, he said, Deneen, you know, in the Bible, it says you have to take control over your thoughts. And I was like, yes, I do know that, but that doesn't really help me. How do you do that? So he gave me this analogy. He said, okay, think about it this way. You can't control if a bird lands on your head, right? And I was like, I guess not. He's like, you can't control if a bird lands in your head, but you can control how long the bird stays there. You're not going to let a bird stay there long enough to build a nest, are you? And I was like, no. And he was like, it's the same thing with your thoughts. And I was like, oh. So anytime you have a stinking, I like to call it stinking thinking. If you have some stinking thinking going on in your head, you can't stop it from going on, but you can say, no, that's not true. I am an actor. I am a model. I am a musician. I'm a fearless rebel. Okay, so I want you to think about that on a go forward basis. Whenever you're, I don't know. No, I am an actor. I am a model. I am a musician. I am someone who invests in myself. I am someone who chases after those goals that I have because they're not dreams. They're goals because you know what? I have a date attached. I know where I'm going. And no, I'm not that person. This is who I am now. And what I want you to understand, I'm going to drop the Fearless Rebel manifesto into the Facebook community for you. I want you to print it out. There's also a version that you can put it on your phone. Print it out because you know what? There are going to be days like we're going to end this call in a little while and you're going to go off into the wild and I'm not going to be here cheering you on. You're not going to have you saying you're worthy. You're not going to have Alicia saying, no. Danger, Will Robbins, what are you doing? Keep going straight. There are going to be times where you have to walk this path on your own. But I want you to know that you have a community of people here. Fearless Rebels, you're a fearless rebel. You're a part of the community. And I want you to own that. I'm not asking everyone to go get tattoos. You can't all be as cool as me with the fearless tattoo, okay? But I do want you to tattoo that on your brain because that's who you are now. You're not that person you were when you walked in yesterday or when you logged on to Zoom yesterday or this morning. You're not the same person. You have a whole arsenal of tools. And we're going to show you in just a moment. Alicia's going to come back on and we're going to talk to you about how to become knitted into the fabric of this community. But you have to do it. And you have to understand that, again, you're not someone who dreams about this. This isn't you are an actor. You are a model. You are a musician. You are now a fearless rebel. So with that thought, I would love Alicia to come back.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello, everyone. For those of you with kids, you know what it's like, right? If you have kids and it's crazy in your house, type amen, because Mama after this call might need a drink, Deneen. And I'd love to wait to see you next week in Miami and get like a mojito or something, but I think it's wine night. Okay, so now that we're all fearless rebels, do you guys feel great? I heard the screaming. I am a fearless rebel in the living room while I was chasing the baby without a diaper on. I know it's a lot of information, but welcome to the unglamorous, glamorous life of VIP Ignite. Okay, cool. So now that we're fearless rebels, the question I'm going to ask you is, what are we going to do about it? Does anybody know the true answer? Anyone? The true answer is anything we freaking want, right? So everybody says, oh, can you get me an agent? Well, I could, but the question is, if I put you face to face, are you what they're looking for? If that's you, type, that's me. Face to face is everything. And I'll tell you guys very quickly, because some of you didn't hear my story, or you've never been on my calls. And it's funny because my mom just got here. Maybe I'll bring her on real quick. But you know, when I was 6 years old, I told my parents I wanted to be a filmmaker. You know, it was my dream. You know, I could have told my mom I wanted to be the Easter Bunny, and she would have gone to Joann Fabrics and got me a little white leotard and, you know, did some kind of cute little cottontail and drew some whiskers and hopped around the house with me. But when I was 17 years old looking into film school, my dad, who's a prominent lawyer who literally could practice in the Supreme Court, he went to West Point. When I told him at the age of 17, I didn't want to pursue medicine or law. I didn't want to be a doctor or a lawyer. I wanted to be a filmmaker. He said, are you on drugs? Like, don't do this to us, right? How many of you guys have parents like mine? Like they love you, right? So telling your parents that you want to get into show business, I mean, some of the most amazing schools. I grew up in South Florida. I ended up going to school in Orlando, which is why I currently live here. I love Orlando. I also love Disney quite a bit. But I graduated college with a double major in TV and film and communications. Most of the schools I looked into, the prices started at 70 to 80 grand a year. Non-accredited, which means it's not even a college degree. So upon completion, you couldn't even use your training to get a job at a bank. And my dad said, honey, I love you, but that's a big investment, especially when you know no one that's ever done it before, right? And that's really shitty. And I really want to explain this to you. Remember this is your passion, not theirs, right? Have you guys ever been in love, right? Do you guys ever love TV or movies or foods? Or again, understand your belief is your belief. No one can ever take that away from you. And I know that we have a lot of military families on here. So I thank you for, you know, keeping us safe and, you know, your patronage. But at the age of 18, you could legit take a bullet for your country. And if you don't have the balls to go after your dreams in your 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, then you know what? You don't deserve to be in this freaking awesome business, right? This is a business. And I see so many people that email me, they put their hand out. Can you help me? Well, I could, but I won't. In order for me to help you, and you guys want to work with our community, this is 20 years. This isn't like, oh, I just became friends with them. To even get Tanya Kleckner, a SAG-AFTRA licensed agent, she puts her credibility at risk for us just to even be able to come on a call. Do you guys understand this? Yeah. She never wants to associate with a company that's not worthy because it's her reputation. So, you know, when Mike and I created this business 2 decades ago, which sounds kind of really crazy to say that, we didn't know what we were doing. We were just tired of seeing people just get misled and lied to and cheated on by all these organizations. And that's why I corrected Deneen with the competitor. There's no other business in the world like ours. There are impersonators, but they're certainly not winning 6 Tony Awards. They certainly haven't opened the stock exchange. We've been featured in Forbes, Entrepreneur Magazine, Huffington Post. We've had a hit radio show with CBS. Yes, we had Howard Stern's old studio, and I've never cleaned it more in my life. We've emceed the Israel Film Festival with the Prime Minister of Israel in the audience, and he and I became friends. He actually asked Mike and I to go back to Israel, and he would show us around. I was like, this is pretty dope, but I got to get back to the office. I love the fact that no one had to invest any money today to come see us. Even I'm not at the office. I'm working from home. And you guys saw my sweet little boy come in, and he loves Aunt Deneen. Hi, Aunt Deneen. He's excited. He gets to see her. But, you know, the fact that I can do this from home with my child in the living room, still being able to produce movies, produce Broadway, doing everything from my computer, not to mention we were in Beverly Hills last week and we leave for South Beach in 2 days. My family gets to travel with me all around the world. And I'm not saying this to impress you, but when I had a dream about starting this business, never in a million years would I ever think I'd get to do it from home. You know, you always have to be in an office. People used to spend a lot of money just to come meet with us, right? Just to fly to one of our offices, just to get face to face with us. And I love, how many of you guys love the fact this is a luxury to be able to do this on Zoom, right? I see some of you guys in your car. I think that's pretty dope. I mean, back when we had the New York office, parking was $80 just for parking. Just for, you want to park in New York City? It was $80. Not to mention you want to go through the Holland Tunnel, the Lincoln Tunnel. That shit's expensive. It's $25. You're looking at an investment of almost $100 just to get into New York City to audition for us. And now we can do it on Zoom, right? Which is why I'm always amazed by people sleeping, people dozing off, not taking notes, not looking awake. What are you doing? You're on stage. If you understand that, type agreed. You were on stage the second you turn that camera on. Like I could see Benny, I could see Sigal, I could see Martha. Martha looks pretty clean back there with her desk. I could see Idris, I could see, you know, hi Lewis. I could see Lewis. I could see Solange. I could see Axia. What are you cooking? What are you making? Looks good. My husband's like, oh, my fiance. I keep calling him my husband. That's what happens when you get knocked up first, right? But guys, you can do anything in the world, but you really need a team. And for those of you that maybe have spent money on pictures in the past or classes on the past, or maybe you joined websites, that's sweet. But that's what amateurs do, right? We know this over and over and over again. Especially Mike and I, we used to do the face-to-face live auditions with people that went to Harvard and Juilliard and Carnegie Mellon. You know what they're doing right now in New York City? They're bartending. They're doing Uber. They're doing Lyft. They're doing anything. Do you guys understand this? The fact that we're able to put you, we've had Academy Award winners, the writer producer of X-Men, like try us, which is why we say money back guarantee, not to book work. But if you don't feel like we've given you $1 million worth of services, like really come tell me to my face. Here's my checkbook. Let's go away. I'm buying you to get out of our business. How many of you guys think that's pretty trustworthy, right? Even if we cover your photos, we cover your training. We have cast members from The Sopranos and High School Musical, Walking Dead, The Goldbergs. They work for us now. Seriously, right? We have 50 Cent's acting coach who's part of VIP Ignite. He currently teaches at Juilliard. If that doesn't give us street credibility, yeah, you can go to other companies and go take training. But who are you auditioning in front of? Because that's face to face. And so I'll tell you very quickly before I go over this, when I graduated from college, I was very arrogant. I was very cocky. I thought, okay, I'm deserving. I'm entitled. I know for a fact I graduated with honors. I graduated with a double major. I busted my ass to walk across that stage. And upon completion, I started waiting on tables. That sucks. Why? Why? Because I knew in my heart that if I got a chance to make my dreams become a reality, I just needed one person to believe in me. Instead, I did what all my other friends did. I joined websites hoping and praying somebody would find me. Is that being proactive? No. How many of you guys are ready to be proactive face to face with some of the biggest names in show business? I'm gonna tell you right now, you better have balls. And if you don't, you better grow some. Okay? Because that shit live face to face. We've had the head of casting for all of Warner Brothers at the event. You don't think he can help you? Oh, yes, he can. Of course he can. But Willie, that's up to you. Okay. How many of you guys are ready for face to face? If you're ready, type face to face, because some of you are going to get to come to Hollywood. Some of you are already scheduled to go to Hollywood, but this is Hollywood 2.0. As you guys can see, we've added some stuff to Hollywood. And I know Michael talked about it briefly. We're about to be on a TV show. Some of you guys have heard about Shark Tank, which we're very excited about. One of the original sharks from Shark Tank chose our company. So now I'm ready to battle it out. You guys think I can handle? I think I got this. My dad was a top litigator. He was like a shark in the courtroom. So it comes, you know, I love to argue. So if I argue with you, kind of like what Tanya was saying, right? Like when somebody's going back and forth with you and bantering with you, it could easily just be squashed and be like, oh, you're great, we'll call you. Or it's let me get you to the right person and let's tweak the process so that you can become successful. But you have to be moldable. Does that make sense? You're not coming into this knowing all the facts, because if you did, I'd be on your seminar. Capiche? All right. So let's go ahead. Let's talk about Hollywood, shall we? Now, again, I just came back from LA and it was amazing. And, you know, for 6 years, Mike and I were bi-coastal, New York City and LA. And it sounds very sexy and very glamorous, very rock star. And it was. Sometimes there was one week, Mike and I flew to LA. We were so tired. We booked a trip and it was the next week we were supposed to be there. And we're like, oh shit, now what? What do we do? Okay, let's make the most out of it. Who do we know? We flew back and forth. Have you ever flown cross country? 6 hours each way. We literally flew back to New York for 5 hours to go to a meeting because it was live back then, no Zoom. And we went right back to LA after our meeting, right? That's pretty baller, but that's what you do. If you commit to something, what do you do? If you commit to something, what do you do? Somebody type it, 2 words. Show up. That's it. Be a person of your word, show up. So we're going to go through this one more time. You guys excited? You have to show up. Don't show up for me. Show up for you. So I'm going to share my screen, and I'm not that tech savvy. So let me see. I'm going to ask you numerous times. Can you see my screen? Can you see it? Somebody give me a thumbs up. Thank you, Reginald. Okay. I can't see everybody. Doesn't mean I don't love you. I do. I just can't see everybody. Okay. Building bridges in Hollywood, the ultimate model and actor networking guide. All right, let's do it. So the Hollywood Connection, experience the power of a 3-day live event. Now, this is beyond amazing because it's a 3-day event. So think about it. Photos, we're actually doing a mastermind and an event. Now, this event, like Michael said before, this is not a showcase. I'm tired of showcases. Showcases don't work. I've been compensated to fly halfway around the world to go to a showcase for 1 day with 1,000 people there. 1,000. They've all paid 10 grand to be there. They walk up and down a runway and they literally have a number pinned to them. And all the agents there are writing down notes. This is the saddest part. I was writing so many notes that there were people that walked past me I didn't even get to see. And guess what? They paid 10 grand to get in front of me. That sucks, right? That sucks. Not saying showcases aren't legit. They just need one success story. Those agents are typically looking for high fashion, 5'11", size 0, 15 to 19 years of age, right? So when I get asked to fly places, because I also scout overseas, sometimes they can't get to New York or LA like this or Vancouver. So I'll go. Of course I'll go. If they're going to pay me, I'll fly for the day, get a nice steak dinner and come right back, right? But to be able to go face to face with top people in the industry, and I'm going to make this very clear to you. I don't care if you went to Yale School of Drama or if you're going to do Zoom training with us with Rising Star Academy for the next 6 months. Tani even said, regardless of your experience, 1, do you have headshots? Well, shit, we're doing headshots right there. Cool. Okay, we can check that off. 2, are you currently in class? Yeah, you are. Rising Star Academy, right? This program wasn't just, let's just create something. This was literally sitting down with the biggest agents throughout the world going, what are you looking for? Okay, we're putting that in our curriculum. What does it take to sign with you? Oh, okay, we're putting that in the curriculum. Not to mention, we have some of the biggest agents, casting directors, actors. We have models from America's Next Top Model. I was just talking to Kim Cruz today. Some of you guys may know Kim Cruz. She worked with John Legend on The Voice. She wants to come on board. I'm like, I don't know how many musicians I have. Hold on, right? But we met her at the Super Bowl party because Patrick Mahomes' agent is part of our company, and she sang the national anthem. Do you guys see how success breeds success? So getting a chance to talk to these live people. How many of you guys think that you have the personality to make this happen? Because I'm telling you what, they love small talk. And we learned this yesterday. It's not just about what you can do for them, right? It's about talking to them, not just holding your hand out. I need an agent. Face to face. Now, elevate your image. Experience a 4-look photo shoot with a renowned celebrity photographer, acclaimed makeup artist in Hollywood. Celebrity photographer. And Tanya said, when she first came on, she goes, oh, I love your photos. Gee, I can't imagine why. We'd have the diva himself, Ryan Colby, former art director of Vogue, styling you, telling the makeup artist, the hairstylist, photographer, literally giving them direction. It's almost like he's giving you a coordinate, like you're a pilot on Delta Airlines. Okay, today we're going to Acapulco. Awesome, here we go. Here's the map. I mean, how much more foolproof can we do? We can't. Again, it's up to you to show up, have a great personality, and even with great pictures, you got to make this thing a reality. Experienced celebrity style, Ryan Colby himself, renowned art director, will transform your wardrobe for this exclusive photo shoot. We're going to be doing a lot of stuff on Zoom. So that way, by the time you go to LA, you're bringing all the pieces with you. So I don't know about you, but having Ryan Colby on speed dial, Deneen and I sometimes abuse the situation. We'll call him going, hey, we have an award show to go to tonight. Hey, we're going to a big book signing. Can you help me go through my closet and figure out what I should wear? Oh, should I wear these shoes? Should I wear, what do you think about this jewelry, right? Oh, should I do a dark lip or a light lip, right? How many of you guys want that? Having somebody like Ryan Colby literally curate your outfit. I mean, duh, of course. That's why he gets paid by Liam Neeson, Ben Affleck, right? Top people hire him. So my question for you is, we talk a lot about the 3 Ps, proximity, proof, and power equals authority. So for somebody on here, Dorothy, hi, Angel, right? Reginald, having access to former art director of Vogue, celebrity photographer, celebrity hairstylist. These aren't just pictures that you got done in like the Midwest. These are actual photos. You're taking pictures with the photographer, taking pictures with the makeup artist. Now, guess what? Everything they've ever done in the past is now affiliated with your brand. Our last photographer in Miami worked with Rihanna. We are not worthy, right? Having proximity to Rihanna, just because you know VIP Ignite, that's pretty dope, right? And obviously, the photos are going to be what you need in order to book work. Bonus number 1, embark on a journey. I'm going to turn this over here so I could see. Embark on a journey to master the modeling and TV film industry with a renowned casting director who's worked with L'Oreal, Redken, Nike, Banana Republic, The Gap, Tory Burch, CoverGirl. He also worked at Vogue. Scale 1 to 10, and think about it. If you wanted to be a model, it's not just enough like, okay, pose, right? I don't even know how they do it, right? Pose. But imagine getting in the mind of a casting director. Like, what are they looking for when they're hiring models? No one ever goes over this, right? This is amazing. Okay, I'm taking classes now and I've taken headshots. What do I do from here? Well, Dorothy, first of all, I don't know where you're taking classes from. And even if you got headshots done, I'll tell you a little secret. My puppy goes to PetSmart every year and he gets photos done at PetSmart, and they call themselves professional photographers. So even if you're getting headshots done, are they on this level? And then the question is, you're taking classes, that's sweet. Who's seeing your photos, right? So that's why you're here. So even if you have headshots, that's great practice. You're going to get real photos done in Hollywood by top people that I know no other company in the world has access to. Is that fair? Right? Okay, let's keep going. Bonus number 2, acting pathway to success. Robert Kalinski's gateway to a lucrative acting career. This is 50 Cent's acting coach. So if it's good enough for Curtis Jackson, 50 Cent, right? Is it good enough for you? And he also teaches at Juilliard. If you don't know Juilliard, very prestigious, arts college. It's $80,000 a year. Not to mention, it's extremely difficult to get into Juilliard. Does he know what he's doing? Hell yeah, which is why he's part of VIP Ignite. Phil Sullivan, America's Next Top Model. He's not here to teach you runway. He's here, kind of like what Ryan said. Designers want to work with models that know how to work with brands. Let's say that again. Designers want to work with models that need to know how to work with brands. So wearing a Rolex, wearing Nikes, wearing khakis, wearing a sweater, wearing a dress. He's going to show you step by step what clients are looking for when you get on set, right? They don't teach you this. This is an actual real working model. If you want that, type, I want that. Because listen, I've never really watched an episode of America's Next Top Model. Mike and I have worked with a lot of the girls and guys from that show, and they come to us in tears because no one wants to hire them. It's almost like a scarlet letter. Oh, they saw that I cried all the time on the show, and now they think I'm a crybaby. Okay, well, are you? Well, then here's what I suggest. Get into acting. Show them that you could do something other than just be a pretty face. Earn the respect, right? Getting started 21-day challenge, an immersive online training experience meticulously. I can't see with all these chats. Hold on. I just messed it up. Of course I did. Hold on. I want to go back and do this the right way. Hold on, please. Oh, I just keep hitting stuff. Okay, we're going to go back because I want to make sure I go through all this. Here we go, slideshow. So 21-day challenge, an immersive online training experience meticulously crafted for individuals passionate about launching their careers in acting and modeling. This transformative journey is designed to equip you with knowledge, skills, and connections necessary to step confidently into the world of show business. So think about where you are now. right? And this has just been 2 days on a free call. Imagine being an actual member of the company where we have vested interest in getting you face to face with top people. Now, if anybody on here thinks it's about the money, I'm going to laugh at you, because with what we're charging, $2,997, you can't even get a really nice handbag for that amount in this type of business. Your iPhone is $2,000. Think about how much money we spend on crap. Am I right? If you agree, type agree. So to have a 21-day challenge, some of you are starting brand new. Some of you are in the industry, but kind of like Play-Doh, right? We have to remold you, which means sometimes we have to work twice as hard to get any type of weird training that you've had out of the way, right? Because you're not necessarily learning. When was the last time you got trainings with an Academy Award winner or an Emmy winner or a Tony winner or somebody who went to Harvard, someone who started on a hit TV show, someone who casts or writes for Netflix? A lot of times you're being trained by somebody who can't get into this business themselves, which is why they're teaching classes. Okay. And I'll say that day by day, the challenge unfolds, empowering you to uncover and develop your unique strengths and talents. It provides comprehensive training from leading industry professionals covering critical topics such as acting techniques, audition preparation, self-marketing strategies, and much more. Unlike traditional acting classes or film schools, the Getting Started 21-Day Challenge goes beyond theory and classroom learning, provides practical tools and industry insights. Again, you guys can read this with me. And just so you know, I'm gonna just, Michael will probably yell at me for saying this, but again, business partner, hi Mikey. You should never pay a casting director for workshops where you think that they're gonna put you in a production, because that's actually deemed illegal. Just so you guys know, you can't play the jury, the defendant, the plaintiff, the judge, right? You can't do that. And I see a lot of these casting directors selling classes now. You know what that means to us? That means they sucked as a casting director, which is why they're teaching classes, and they can't book you, and they're not acting coaches. You need to learn acting from legit people. It's okay to ask a casting director and do like a one-off call about, why they booked certain roles, but casting directors can't book you without an agent submitting you. If you understand, type understood. Okay. And I know that there's casting directors out there selling classes, and in my opinion, super bad. I mean, not just my opinion, any legitimate company in Hollywood, it's called snake oil, not real. Let's keep going. Spotlight Striders, navigate the glamour of acting and modeling Facebook group. Again, we've already gone over. Mike Trash was a perfect example. Mike Trash, when he scheduled an appointment, Deneen tried to reschedule him. His best friend died that day. That's a real shitty thing to happen. But guess what? He was on a call and he said, I'm going to keep this appointment. I'm here anyways, and I want to do this. Guys, if you schedule an interview with us, there is no rescheduling. If you schedule it, you're showing up. If you understand that, because that leaves a really bad taste in our mouth when you're that type of person that keeps rescheduling and we try to call you and confirm you. Just so you all know, I want you to type 856. That is our business number that does all the confirmation calls. Sometimes it's Deneen, sometimes it's a video, sometimes it's a text, sometimes it's a phone call. If you don't confirm after you scheduled an interview with us, you don't deserve to work with us. Because a casting director, if we booked you or we put you face to face with somebody of this type of level, if you can't even, you scheduled this today for tomorrow. If you don't show up or you don't confirm knowing you have an interview and you're not checking your messages or your inbox is full, well, you're already showing us that you're never going to be trustworthy to go to casting. So goodbye to you. Okay. Save your money, save your time. We don't want it. Again, our services are not for sale. So having this type of community, this is unlike any other community in the world. Again, a lot of people are impersonating models and actors on Facebook. This is a community of everybody. It's part of VIP Ignite. Some of our coaches are part of this program. This is a loving community. Okay, it's a safe space. Most of you are scared shitless to tell your friends and family you're going to pursue your dreams. And again, like we just heard, you have to, it's full conviction. It's you. Okay, you're so worried about what other people think. The question is, what do you want to happen? And the only way you're ever going to do this is to take that chance. So to have a real great support system is everything. The VIP private Facebook community is not only about connecting individuals, it's also about your access to peer-to-peer advice. Again, we travel. We're going to LA. I mean, what if you've never been to LA before? Yeah, we'll see you in LA. Here are the dates, May 24th through 26th. Show up. Okay. Or you could become best friends with everybody in our community, do the Airbnb, maybe go a day or two before, go sightsee, enjoy yourself. Because if you walk into the event like a deer in headlights, we're going to see it. So will everybody else. If you walk in already knowing people, kind of like first day of school, right? You want to go because remember, and even Tanya said this, even if she likes your headshot and she loves your resume, even if you're brand new, it's, are you a good person? Do people want to work with you? And I know for everybody that's been on this call for 2 days, I know you want this. So don't show up like scared. I promise you, when you're on these calls, you're going to be off of mute. You're going to be part of the community. You're going to be able to hang out and laugh and banter. You can banter with me. Let's rock. Teach me something, please. But when you're part of this, we want you to share experiences because like Mike Trash winning numerous film awards. We have talent right now that are members of the Screen Actors Guild. They didn't know what they were doing last year. They just wanted to be an actor. After going through all this, I am an actor. Now they're booking work. Do you guys, it's like the light going off. Let's keep going. The VIP Facebook group is a crucial asset for your personal well-being. It keeps you sane and professional development, right? So here we go. The 3-day live event. So you're going to fly out to LA. It's going to be amazing. You're going to show up to the photo shoot. Just so you know, hair dry, a little bit of moisturizer on your face. Why? Well, because it's LA and usually it's very hot and it dries your skin out. But the makeup artists are going to, from top to bottom, I joke around, it's like Mr. Potato Head, from your hair down to your tippy toes, right? They're going to put you together based on Ryan Colby's recommendations. You're also going to be able to go to the networking event, meet people live. This is tremendous. This is tremendous. No showcase, no gimmicks, face-to-face with some of the biggest names in the business. You're also going to get that 4-look professional photo shoot, again, valued at $2,497. Celebrity styling. You want to go to the Tony Awards, the Grammys, you have to pay for all that. You're also going to get bonus access to the business side of modeling and TV film course. This is a $997 value. We know people sell classes. We understand. This is why we're giving it to you as a bonus because you need it. I cannot let you go to an event in good faith and show up going, I want to be a model. Okay, great. Well, who are you talking to? Oh, the high fashion agencies. Why? Why are you talking to them? You don't even qualify for high fashion. What about this agency? Oh, I don't know what I qualify for. That's not going to happen here at VIP Ignite. This is like Weight Watchers, okay? It works because we're holding you accountable, okay? If you want that, right? I need a whistle, Deneen. I need to be like a coach. I need to, get in there. And I'm like that woman behind the boxer going into the ring, like giving them a pep talk. That's me. Because I've been exactly where you are. Like, we're not magical unicorns. Oh, we woke up and silver spoon. What? I've been in debt. I've maxed out my credit cards. I've literally given everything, including my whole entire life. I didn't even get pregnant until I was 44. I was too busy working, right? Bonus number 2, acting pathway to success. This is 50 Cent's acting coach. Oh, I want to be an actor. Okay, great. Do you think it's going to help you a little bit or a lot to have the head of casting for L'Oreal, J. Crew, The Gap, Banana Republic, Estee Lauder, Sephora, to get these trainings and all of this is going on your resume? Do you think it's going to help you a little bit or a lot to also add 50 Cent acting coach as one of your mentors, trainers? Somebody tell me, what do you think? Scale 1 to 10. Somebody tell me. Oh, I'm an actor. Okay, great. Who are you working with? Okay, I'm working with Robert Kalinsky, 50 Cent's acting coach. Okay, 10. How did you meet him? Oh, well, my company's affiliated with him. You know why? Because we invest a lot of money into Robert Kalinsky's productions, right? That's how it works. It's Hollywood. Let's keep going. Business bonus number 3, master the art of modeling. Again, some people watch America's Next Top Model, others live it. This is Phil Sullivan from the show, 2 seasons. And by the way, he still talks to Tyra. So if you guys want to ask him questions, he loves it. Let's keep going. Bonus number 4, the Getting Started 21-Day Challenge. This is a $47,000 value. And I know that we just had an amazing coach on, a couple of minutes ago. I can tell you right now, she does very well in life. She doesn't work for free, right? But for those of you that don't understand, mindset training, 21-day challenge, and you're like, that can't be a real number, $47,000. Watch this. Tony Robbins, Platinum Business, right? Business partner. Just for fun. Can you guys see my screen? Just for fun. I want you guys to tell me, what number does it say here that you have to pay? Okay, it's a $15,000 deposit plus the remaining 70. Somebody tell me, how much is it to join Tony Robbins? Anyone? Anyone? Can you guys see my screen? 70 plus 15, 85K, right? 85K. Not only are we part of Tony Robbins, where we spend the 85K for the last 4 years, that's like 300 grand. I probably shouldn't say that out loud because my mom will come in going, are you crazy? Yeah, we are, because we're really good at what we do. We're also part of numerous other, we have another membership, it's 125,000. I'm not saying this to brag, but this is why we know so much. This is why we're able to elevate our connections, right? You want to get into the room with the most powerful people in the world. We're investing money every day to be in this room, to be around these types of people. Why? So that way Angel doesn't have to pay. That way Nikki doesn't have to pay. That way Candace doesn't have to pay. We're doing all the work. If Michael and I go in, you and I both know I'm going to sweep that entire room and get cell phone numbers and selfies and chicken parm recipes, know their kids' names. I'm going to follow them on Instagram, invite them to the events. That's how shit gets done, right? So as far as an investment, oh, $2,987, so much money. We paid 85 grand just to get into a room with smart people, right? And even some of the trainings Michael gave you today, guys, that was worth about 200 grand because that's what we paid to have membership to learn everything he taught you today. So when I tell you, thank you, Mike, you're welcome. Think about it. Thank you, Mike. That's unbelievable. So let's keep going. Do you guys see the value? If you see the value, type value. So even here, getting started 21-day challenge, $47,000. That's a value. We invest almost like $300,000 a year for years, right? That's millions of dollars that you're getting. So our 21-day challenge is literally, it's a combination of all of that. You are not going to fail if you put in the work. But if you're on here and you're sleeping, you're doing this half-fast, you're too worried about other people on Facebook and Instagram, you're worried about your fans, okay, you will fail. Because I want you guys to all write this down. Ready? You get rewarded in public for kicking butt in private. You get rewarded in public for kicking butt in private. Everybody's so worried about the trophies and, oh my God, I want to be on the cover of a magazine. Okay. Yeah. Did you have an agent? What kind of photos did you use? What do you have to sacrifice to even get to New York? Like, this is why people who are on this level, this is why it's very hard to talk to people because oh, can you help me? I knew this was going to cost money. If this didn't cost money, you should be worried, right? No one works for free. Let's keep going. You're also going to get Spotlight Striders, $497 value. That's our private Facebook group. Total value, $58,979. How many of you guys right now, if you knew this price and you're like, oh, wow, I already know it's 80 grand to get into like Madison Square Garden with Tony Robbins. It's 80 grand just to be in that room. 58 grand, and I'm getting photos, I'm getting training, meeting casting directors, sometimes Academy Award winners, Emmy winners, Grammy winners, Tony winners, A&Rs, top casting directors, top agents. How many of you guys right now, regardless, would pay 58 grand? How many of you guys right now would pay 58 grand if that's what we offered it at? Right? Still priceless. Are you kidding me? Hell yeah, of course it is. And for $2,997, I mean, think about it. This is everything you need. Like, it's literally like, anybody ever use HelloFresh? Open the box. Here are the chives, chicken stock, wine, mushrooms. Everything is pre-measured, right? Oh my God, my dish is so great. It was formulated to be great, right? By some of the top chefs in the world. Top chefs in the world. Think about who's in the kitchen here creating this program. Think about it. You guys know, I'm sure you read Finding Fame. You've seen head writers for Netflix on here, right? Agents, casting directors. You don't get that without having a proper recipe. So there's the link to schedule again. Super cool stuff. Again, the Hollywood event isn't until next May. And somebody had asked me, do we offer payment plans? Get accepted first, and then we'll talk about payment options. Okay, some of you guys are going to pay for it in full and just say, I'm done. Some of you need a payment plan. That is fine. But I'm going to be very honest with you. At the time of the interview, there's only 20 tickets. And since we did a 2-day live event for 16 hours, which my kid is like at the door, like, Mama, that's fine, right? I'm very blessed and I don't want to say lucky, but I'm so passionate about helping people. You know, everybody on our team is, but guys, this is for you and only you. And the fact that we're offering money back guarantee, it's not, oh, I hope I get placed or I get an agent. No. You're going to go face to face with some of the biggest names in Hollywood. Are you ready for that? So the second you go through the interview, you start training that day. You're going to start getting these training modules immediately because some of you guys are going to be so excited. You're like, oh, I'm ready to start. Okay, great. You have access. Here's your username and password. Start watching the trainings. And by the way, the live trainings start tonight, right? I mean, not tonight because it's Sunday and we've been on here for 8 hours, but it is game on. Do you guys understand that? Now, at the time of the interview, you are going to need a deposit, whether you're paying for this in full or kind of like, hey, I want this ticket. I know there's only 20. I could do a deposit. We're going to work out a payment plan. Now, financially, if you're struggling, you don't, and I understand, don't have a job. Listen, when I didn't have a job, I still had money for things I wanted, right? I'm sure you guys have friends that constantly bitch and moan about not having any money, but they sure as hell, they've got money for weed. They got money for drinks. They got money to go out to eat. They got money for Netflix, new Nikes, their cell phones, right? If you have friends like that, right? Type player, because they're playing you. They are playing you that they don't have money. They find money. They find resources when they believe in something and they want it bad enough, right? They're players. They're playing you. And then if you're like me, oh my God, I feel so bad. Let me buy you dinner. You know what happened a couple of years ago? Mike and I, we've had situations over the years. Oh my God, do you have any scholarships? Please help us. Anytime we've ever helped a talent go to one of our events or, oh my God, let me see if I could try to do a scholarship. You know what they've done? They burned us. They didn't show up. They didn't get on any of the trainings. They showed up. They weren't ready to meet anybody. Guess what? People who pay attention. If you agree, type amen. People who pay attention. People who pay attention. If you go and get a free book, you're probably not going to read it. Who cares? But if it's a book for $50 on Amazon and you know that a lot of people are reading it and it's changing lives for $50, you're going to read cover to cover. Why? Because it's your money. You know, money does not grow on trees. But if you want to get the hell out of your situation, guess what you're going to do? You're going to figure out a way to be proactive, right? You're the sum of the top 5 people that you hang out with. So again, $2,997 at the time of the interview. I don't care if you're unemployed. I don't care if you're on disability, military. That is awesome. You scheduled a call to get into show business. This is what we offer. How can I help you? What is it that you're looking to do? Now, just so you understand, these services are not for sale. I'm going to say it again. It'd be very easy to just give you a link and you just put your little credit card in, right? Oh my God, this is so cool. I'm buying a ticket. Nothing here is for sale. I don't care if you have a Platinum American Express card with no limit. It is not worth our company's time or our resources or even our connections, 20 years, to allow one person into this event, especially Hollywood. That is our kingdom. You are not messing it up for $2,997, right? Do you guys understand? That's called integrity. Integrity, thank you, and reputation. So these services are not for sale. So if you get offered a ticket, guess what? You're making your own decisions. I don't care about mommy, daddy. If you're over the age of 18 and you were on this call, guess what? You're a big girl, you're a big boy, you're a big person, right? You're doing this. If your priest, your pimp, anybody in your life is telling you not to do this, awesome, okay? That should be fuel enough for you to get the hell away and say, I'm doing this for me, not for anybody else, okay? So $2,997. Okay, Rising Star Academy. Now, this is an integral part of the company because now that you have this thing in May and we're giving you some pre-recorded training modules, don't you want live training where you could, go over scripts and monologues and get constructive criticism? The answer is yes. So Rising Star Academy, this is life-changing. So again, we've gone through this. This is tailored curriculum. We have top people like Sharon from Netflix who's going to be working with our talent. Right? This is unbelievable. And since this is done on Zoom, doesn't matter if you live in Orlando, doesn't matter if you live in Omaha, if you live in Biloxi, Mississippi, Kansas City, you're going to be talking to actual working people in New York City and LA live on Zoom in real time. So, I love the fact that the other night we were watching The Sopranos and like my fiance thinks it's the coolest thing in the world that Bobby Finaro, who played Eugene, who also is in The Irishman with Martin Scorsese, you know, as the director, Pacino, De Niro. He's in like these top TV shows, and every single time he gets a kick out of it. He loves the fact that I can pick up the phone and like take a selfie and be like, "Hi, Bobby," right? Do you guys even have any? Monique Coleman from High School Musical is part of our company. These are tremendous people that love us, love what we do, and they know that we're unlike any other company in the world, which is why every single time they get on a call, it's, why are you doing this? What are the biggest things you could teach somebody who wants to get in this business? What are your biggest aha moments? What do you wish somebody told you? This whole thing worked when you did this. This is what not to do. These are real life stories and real life trainings from real people that are on the inside. These aren't out of work actors. These are people currently fighting the battle called Hollywood. Okay. And submit your burning questions in advance. I know some of you guys have questions in advance. Oh, I want to be a screenwriter. Great, let's go. It's your chance to tap into top resources. What are you going to do? Google the answer. Talk live. Additionally, our monthly implementation calls led by head of implementation will equip you with the technical expertise. Again, from navigating social media, we already saw in a free call today. Michael, amazing presentation. Totally kicked butt, right? And that was on a free call. Unbelievable. Again, this is going to be amazing. We had people from Wilhelmina, the girl in the middle, went on tour with Cher, Trans-Siberian Orchestra, Josh Groban, Miley Cyrus. She actually did one of her calls live while she was on tour. So she actually walked around the tour bus. But you guys think that's pretty cool, right? And she started handing the phone for people or the laptop so we can meet everybody. So these are live Q&A sessions. Again, we even have people that work with Tony Robbins that are part of our company. And this is Rising Star Academy. Plus, we also do the live meetups, and the live meetups are quarterly. So every 3 months, workshop. Every 3 months, workshop. And they're going to be throughout the country. So maybe New York, maybe Miami, maybe Vegas, maybe Chicago, maybe Atlanta, maybe Scottsdale, Arizona, LA. Let's go. And if you ever have any suggestions of where you'd like to do a workshop, let us know. But these are full immersion days. So again, you're going to learn decades of knowledge, right? And I'm going to go to this screen. But when we do these live workshops, just so you know, when this program officially launches, it's going to be $397 a month for just the trainings. If you want to go to a quarterly meetup, it will be $497 for each one you go to. Okay. Right now, it's $97 a month. 97. So you get the live trainings on Zoom, plus you can go to the quarterly meetings at no additional expense. I want everybody to type 97. $97 a month. 97. So if you look at your bank accounts right now, are you on Amazon? Are you, watching Hulu? Are you watching Netflix? Do you have kids? Do you have Disney Plus? Think about all the money we spend. Starbucks, right? $97. You're actually meeting real people, getting real training, and elevating your craft. So by the time you go to LA, you are geared up and ready to fight this battle, because that's it's like Gladiator. Okay, here we go. Here are the agents. I want to be an actor. Okay, are you an actor? Regardless of if you've ever been on set before, do you have headshots? Oh, that's right. You do with us. Okay, check. Do you have any training? Tani even said she will not sign anybody without training. Yes, I do. I'm working with VIP Ignite. Let me tell you some of the coaches. Everything you need is done. This is a simple recipe to follow. It's simple for you because we built it. Or, again, Mike Trash said, I have a friend who's going to LA looking for an agent. That's sweet. Agents don't have open calls anymore. So how are you going to do this, sweetheart? You're not. Okay. Again, bonus streaming access to virtual calls live. You guys, this is life changing. We're giving you $9,997 of the greatest resources for models and actors. Okay, building bridges in Hollywood. So let's post the link one more time. I know it's insane, right? Again, you could do it your way. You could do it our way. And, for people on here, I always like to play a game called Scam or No Scam. Do you guys want to play with me real quick? If you want to play, type game on. If you want to play, type game on. William, do you want to play? You better shake your head yes. Okay, good. All right, game on. Ready? We're going to play Scam or No Scam really quick. let's say you run out and you get actors' headshots. You spend like $500, right? So if you've never been to a real photo studio, like in New York City, it's not cheap. Like real photographers charge money. We know this, right? And if you went out and you spent $500 on real actors' headshots, and you're sitting up on websites, but you're not booking any work, I'm going to share my screen with you. I want you to tell me scam or no scam, but tell me why, if you spent money on actors' headshots, but you didn't book work, who's at fault? Is the photographer scam or no scam? Tell me, go. Somebody type it, scam or no scam. You spent money on professional headshots, but you didn't book work. The answer is no scam. This studio costs money. Backdrops cost money. Lights cost money. Not to mention, Michael talked about certain cameras and lenses. This stuff costs money. Your photographer is not responsible for you to become famous. Guess what? That headshot goes to the casting director. Guess who's at fault now? Probably you. You probably couldn't act. If your agent or manager submitted you with your headshots to a casting director, the question is, oh, okay, I like all of these people. Great. All these people had headshots. Oh, but this one really stands out. This one encompasses the character I'm looking for. It's not the photographer's fault. The photographer did their job. So if you said scam, type, I'm sorry. Type, I'm sorry. Okay. Type, I'm sorry. What if you paid to go to film school, right? This one, makes me vomit a little bit, but film school. We already know that film school, eeks, $94,000, right? Anybody else vomiting, right? Los Angeles Film School, we already see this, $86,000. Oh, New York Film Academy, oh, right? Scam or no scam, if you paid money to go to film school, you learned how to make movies, but yet maybe you're still bartending in New York, waiting to hit it big. You're in LA, right? Doing Grubhub, doing Uber. The answer is no scam. You got training, y'all. You didn't pay for anything else other than training. So we used this example before, like hip hop class. You got exactly what you paid for. You showed up and you had teachers that taught you how to do stuff. You're not dancing in the streets. There's lights. There's rental of office space, right? All this stuff costs money. You got exactly what you paid for. The question is, just because you got training does not mean you're going to be the next Coppola, right? Do you guys understand this? I'll tell you a story very quickly before I go on. Mike and I were in LA once. Well, we're there a lot, but we were in LA once, and I went to it's a coffee shop like Starbucks. This is Janine's new favorite coffee shop, Coffee Bean and Tea Leaf. And I sat there, and the barista, it was early in the morning, and I kind of made a comment to him. I'm like, oh my God, this is Hollywood. This is so cool, right? And I said, does anybody famous ever come in here? And he said, yeah. I go, who's the most famous person you've ever met, right? This guy like works right next to where they do the handprints and the movie premieres, right by like the Chinese theater. He said, I met Steven Spielberg once. I go, oh my God, because you guys know, like, I love movies. Oh, that is freaking dope. I go, what was he like? Right? Because he seems to be like super cool, right? Oh my God, what was he like? And I'm going to curse. He said he was an asshole. And I thought to myself, wait, what? An asshole? Like, I went to film school because of Spielberg. Like, oh my God, Steven Spielberg is an asshole. And I'm thinking, oh my God, maybe he has some reason. Maybe he wasn't nice. I said, why? What happened? Right? He said, well, I'm a screenwriter. I said, oh, okay. And of course, I knew now he was a screenwriter, and he's now calling Spielberg an asshole. So of course, I'm like Oprah, tell me more, right? So he said, I've been out here for 15 years, and my dream was always to meet Spielberg. And he comes into my coffee shop one morning. I was just opening up. It was early. He came in with his little hat. He bought a newspaper. He bought a bagel, and he bought a coffee. And I thought he was just going to leave and get it to go. But instead, he sat there. And I thought to myself, this is the perfect time for me to go over my screenplay. So the guy ran into the back, went into the locker, came out with his screenplay. And he says to Spielberg, Mr. Spielberg, I'm a huge fan. Listen, I went to film school. I moved out to LA because I want to be the next you. And Spielberg says, that's very nice. Such an honor. And he said, could you read my screenplay? And Steven goes, I've been working all night. I'm just getting a cup of coffee and a bagel. This is kind of like my thing. I'm going to go home now and go hang out with my family. I was working all night. So the guy walks away like defeated, like huffing and puffing, like asshole. Somebody tell me, was Spielberg really being mean that he wouldn't read the screenplay? Just so you know, legally, he couldn't read the screenplay. It had to go through his attorney. Okay. You can't just read screenplays off the street. Okay. So just because you walked into a coffee shop does not mean you're a jerk, right? Because you don't want to read this guy's screenplay. Could you imagine? It's like being an attorney and having to give free, advice everywhere you go. Like, enough, dude. So second scenario is the guy runs in the back, he gets a screenplay, and Spielberg again does the same thing about, oh, you're such a great guy, blah, 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 blows his head up. And when you do that, guys, you sound like a fan. You don't sound like you're on that level. Like, you're going to get no respect. And so Spielberg, instead of saying, no, I'm not going to read it, he instead says, hey, do you have a pen I can borrow? I don't have one. And the guy runs with a pen. He says, do you mind if I write on this? And I mean, for me, I'd be like, please write on my script, right? What would you guys say? Of course, please write on my script. And the guy instead watched everything Spielberg was striking out, right? And he said, is this your only copy? No. Okay, good. I'm going to make some corrections. Even the title, he crossed stuff off. How many of you guys would be appreciative of Spielberg? Or how many of you guys would be like, jerk? Think about it. Right? Like, Steven freaking Spielberg is changing the title of your film. That could make or break it right there. He's giving you constructive criticism, giving you character development, backstories. You have Spielberg giving you freaking notes. We are not worthy. But instead, the guy's calling him an a-hole. So even if he told you no, he was a jerk. And even when he gave you constructive criticism, jerk. So kind of like what Tanya said, hey, you got a great look, but, we'll call you if we're interested. When somebody doesn't give you constructive criticism and they just tell you you're great, a lot of times it's bye-bye. I want nothing to do with you. I mean, I'm sure you guys have been broken up with before, right? This isn't like where you're going to need to drink with me later on tonight and have PTSD. But if you had somebody of that type of magnitude even tell you after all of that, okay, this is great, I don't think there's any corrections, best of luck to you, just to shut you up and get you to go away, the guy still called him a jerk. And the reason why was because Spielberg didn't whip out his checkbook, give him money right there, say, hey, I want to work on this project. What can we do to work together? Just because you met him does not mean you're entitled. Did you learn anything from that story? Because all three scenarios, that guy called Spielberg an asshole. And that is not okay. Right? Did you guys like that story? And that's ultimate Hollywood. If you went through my email, oh, can I do this for free? Every single person that ever asked, can I do this for free? They pretty much just need to go up on these websites where they get photos for free. Good luck to you. Obviously, yeah, these photos, they're going to do great. Good luck to you. Oh, you're working with real photographers? I can tell. Guys, no one works for free in this industry. If you're looking for free, oh my God, I want to join a profile for free. My friend, how many of you guys have friends and family that all told you should never pay for anything? Oh, so as an actor, you don't need training, you don't need headshots? Yeah, you do. They pay for nothing. As a model, you think you're going to go get real photos done by a photographer who also has expenses? No one works for free. Anytime you guys go up on these websites for free, oh, I'm going to make my own connections. I'm going to do this by myself. I'm not getting scammed. I'm too smart. We already know real castings aren't posted on the internet. And especially if you're joining for free, can anybody tell me who else is joining for free? Because this is really scary, right? Anyone. I've had girls and guys, no lie, show up to basements, abandoned hotel rooms, restaurants after hours, parking garages to get free services. Hi, anybody watch Lifetime? That shit is scary,
Or heard
right?
of human trafficking?
Human trafficking. We had a girl once tied to a tree. Like, oh my God. Like, we're lucky they're even alive, but their friends and family, oh, if somebody really wants you, it should be free. Go on Craigslist, give them your home address and have them come and do it for free. What is wrong with you? You can't do this business for free. And if you're getting photos for free, number one, you don't own any of the licensing. You can't use them. Number two, usually the photos are not even what a casting director wants to see. If you're, and I'm going to show this one more time because this is kind of amazing. And I think about this sometimes. But if you wanted to do hair for a living, how much is cosmetology school, right? I don't know how many of you guys went to school for your profession, but if you even went to cosmetology school, right? We already know, look at this, $15,000. Okay, so you want to go get your hair cut, colored, you want to get keratin, you want to get your roots done. Okay, so even the hairdresser, it costs money to get that license. And if you had a hair salon that you walked into, right? If you even opened up a hair salon, how much is it to open a hair salon, right? Guys, no one works for free in this business. So it's kind of like going to a hairdresser, getting all these services done, going, I'm not paying. Why wouldn't you pay? The photographer, it's kind of like a landscaper. They did their job. It's up to your agent to get you the asking price for your home. Just like in TV and film or even modeling, photographers don't work for free because you want them to. They have no vested interest. Their only job is to give you marketing materials. Was this helpful? Was this too much for you guys? Like, am I too much? Am I too high strung? I always ask about my bitchometer. Was it too high, Leah? Was it too high? No? Okay, just checking. But when people are trying to get in this business, I wish more people were honest and open. And that's why when people are skeptical, hey, come on our call for 2 full days. We're going to give you extreme value. What's it going to cost me? 2 days of your time. It's in lieu of you spending 10 grand going to these fake companies or spending 10 years, 20 years doing it wrong. Or better yet, not ever having the balls to know that you never even tried because your friends and family, you're too worried about them than yourself. Okay. I just do things my own way. It's constant. This is not luck. This is a lot of work. Do you guys understand? And we've already put in the work for you. Everything we're doing is tried and true. So anybody want to try to get into Hollywood on your own? Good luck. You want to do it our way works. So you guys have the link. We're going to post the link again. Deneen, I suggest when this call is over, that link is null and void because honestly, at the level we're working with, I wouldn't want somebody, I need to sleep on it. You were on a 2-day live call. We went through everything. You didn't even get picked yet.
The thing is that we only have 7 spots left. So the
okay.
link will be literally, we only have 7 at the moment. We have 7. I have a countdown going on my computer. We only have 7 spots left because again, we are leaving for Miami on Wednesday.
Adios.
So we have 7 spots left. So if you want to schedule, definitely take advantage of the link. And I want to add something to what you said, Alicia.
Yeah, please.
You said that there are people out there that maybe they didn't have the cojones to even try. I'm big into sports.
You could say balls, Deneen. It's okay.
I would prefer not to, but there
I'll say it, balls.
I'm huge into sports. And I love studying. The reason I love sports so much is not because I mean, I enjoy sports. I enjoy the strategy and all, but for me, it's the mindset that really pushes me forward. And that's why I've always been obsessed with it. I didn't realize it until the last 5 or 6 years. But one thing I want you to understand is that you miss 100% of the shots that you don't take. Like I saw people asking questions. Oh, what else can we do? You know what? This is what I want you to think about. It may be a little bit scary to make an investment, but yesterday at the beginning of the day, we talked about fear. So is the fear like a lion's going to eat you? Or is it a fear of, oh my gosh, what if I don't live up to my own expectations? So this is what I want you to really think about. Unless it's absolutely impossible, but you know what? Even the word impossible, in that word, it says I'm possible. So this is what I want you to think about. For those of you that are like, oh my gosh, $29.97, that sounds like so much. I'm going to tell you guys a story of why I'm standing here. Alicia, she is passionate about the entertainment industry. She told you her story. Like she was a double major, invested over 6 figures in her education. And not only that, she and Mike have invested over 7 figures to get us to where we are right here talking to you at this moment. But for me, my story is a little different. So in my former life, I worked in a dental office and Mike and I were friends. I told you guys that already. He challenged me to host a podcast. But what I didn't tell you was the story before that. So just before Mike offered me that opportunity, which I took because I had gone through some mindset training, I was in a really bad place. I was working in a dental office. I was changing lives. Like I was helping people not be afraid of root canals. Like talk about the least sexy job in the world. And if you work in a dental office, God bless you, because you deal with fear all day long. But I was like, I knew that there was something more that I wanted to do with my life. And I had been following along on free calls just like this with a mindset coach. And she like, I was getting information, I was changing, a lot of things were happening, but they weren't happening at the rate that I wanted them to. Like I'm like someone who dips her toe in, like, but I don't dive head in, but I wanted fast results. Like what we've talked about, like Mike Trash, like he wrote something, but now since he's been working with us, won multiple awards. Sid, like she's been on set over and over and over again. But for me, it wasn't happening that fast because I was on free calls like this every day at like 4 o'clock. I'd be on, oh my gosh, taking notes, implementing a little bit. And the mindset coach that I was following reached out to me and she's like, listen, you need to take some action here. I'm like, I'm on your calls every day. She's like, no, you need some skin in the game. I was like, what does that mean? And she's like, I'm doing this program. It's very exclusive. I only have a couple spots and I saved one of them for you and I want you to be a part of it. And I was like, okay, how much is it? And she told me a number and I was like, I'm single. I live on my own. I make okay money at the dental office, but I live in the city. It's like I don't know if I can do that. Like literally, even telling you the story, I'm starting to sweat in places you shouldn't sweat. But she was like, Deneen, if you want to change your life, you need to make this investment. And I was like, okay, fine, let's do it. And like I went in white knuckled, kind of like I got flung 390 feet in the air. I went in white knuckled. And that was the scariest investment that I've ever made. And I've invested in going to college, but but everything I wanted was on the other side of me taking action. I know, it's not that I believe, I know that if I hadn't invested in myself and worked on my mindset, I wouldn't be here right now. Mike never would have asked me to host a podcast. He would have been like, yeah, that's cute. Why don't you just keep talking to people about their teeth? And I want you to really think about that. Like, what's actually holding you back from taking action? Again, we only have a couple spots left. But what's really holding you back? It's not the money. Because you know what? If you live in the United States, if you're watching me speak to you right now, you have internet, which makes you in the top 1% of the world. You have a device, whether you have a laptop, you have a phone, you have a tablet. You have the resources. You don't lack resources, you lack resourcefulness. And if this is something that you truly want, if this is a goal that you have set for yourself, click on the link, schedule an appointment, and figure out how you're going to do it. It's funny because someone earlier said, you could do anything. You could donate a kidney, you can collect cans. Like we literally have had talent that like have gone and donated their plasma because this is what they want. So there are 1 billion people in the world without the internet. If your stomach isn't grumbling, you're among the top 1% of the world. So don't come at us and say, oh my God, I can't do it because I don't have this or that. Instead of thinking about what you don't have, look at what you do have. What ability do you have to start earning money? Because money is energy. And I just want you to think about that. And one more thing I want you to think about is this. My dad always lived in fear of investing. And he was always living in fear. And he always wanted, girl, I'll be at your concert, I'll be at your game, I'll be here and there. He never did that. He never took a chance on himself. And now he'll be 70 in a couple months and he's like wishing, oh my God, I wish I had. No one at the end of their life wishes they could have worked harder. No one at the end of their life wishes they had earned more money. They all wish they had spent more time with the people that they love, and they all wish that they had gone with that thing that God planted in their heart when they were born. So if you're sitting there and you're on the fence, you're like, I don't know, just schedule the time. Money is energy, it's replaceable. You can make it. So don't let the money hold you back. If that's what you're saying is holding you back, sit down and really think, okay, you know, what's really holding me back?
And I don't even like to use the word money. It's an investment.
It is an investment. I didn't
Not
say-
an expense.
It's an
right?
It's an,
Sushi dinner is an expense. This is an investment in you.
it is an investment, and
I mean, if you're on this call for 2 days, what is it that you want to get out of this? Oh, I want to be an actor. Okay, great. How are you going to do it? Okay, well, how much money have you put into this so far? How much time? What have you done? These are the questions I always ask people. Like when you, if who here has ever interviewed with me? I know I've interviewed a couple. I know Albert, right? Lewis. I'm like, why are you here? What do you want from my life? I want to be an actor. Great. How are we going to do it? What type of actor? You want to be on YouTube? I mean, my 12-year-old, stepson over here is Mr. TikTok, right? I'm like, are you in the bathroom or are you doing TikToks? What are you doing in there for like an hour, right? But everybody wants this instantaneous success. Oh, I want to be a big actor. Okay, well, I mean, you could be an extra in TV and film. No, I want speaking roles. Okay, so that means you need an agent. Okay, so let's get you ready. What does an agent want? Somebody with training. Do you have training? No. Okay, we're going to do that. You have headshots. What do you think they're going to use to submit you? Oh, well, I need headshots. Hi, VIP Ignite. We did everything together. Like it's not rocket science, guys. It works, which is why we have over 10,000 success stories. Sorry, I'm very blunt, but it works because that's the only way to get into this industry. It works.
So everything you want, everything you imagine in 5 years, 20 years is right in here already. The question is, are you willing to take action on it? So again, let me check the count of how many spots we have, and then we will.
I see 2 more people just scheduled.
Awesome.
Dorothy just scheduled and you, Lisa. So we have 5 spots. 5.
Yeah.
5.
Okay, so we have 5 spots left. So at the end of the call, the spots will be completely filled. And I also have an exciting announcement to make for everyone. So we are going to be doing a wrap-up call on Wednesday live from Miami. Okay. So in order for you to be, we're going to offer that anyone who schedules an appointment with us, you can be live on that Zoom call. It's going to be live on Zoom, kind of like this is. But in order for you to get that link, if you're already working with our company, then you'll have the link. We'll share it with you. But if you're someone that this is the first time you're interacting with us, in order for you to get that link, you do have to schedule an appointment with us so that you can be live on Zoom, because it's going to be a very intimate group of people. And Ryan Colby will be live with us. So if you want the opportunity to be live, live and talk and interact with us in a much smaller group, then make sure that you schedule an appointment. Also, hold on, breaking news. Do you want to hear my breaking news? I have some breaking news too.
What?
I got some text messages from people. Why couldn't I talk to Ryan Colby? It's not fair. So I just found out from Mr. Ryan Colby that he is going to be doing small Q&A sessions with our talent starting in September.
Ooh.
So starting, I think, the 3rd week of September, he's going to be doing weekly 1-hour calls with our talent. So if you think Model Garage is cool, it's great, but it's an open forum. He's going to be opening up his office to us so that you'll have the opportunity to come in and ask him questions. If you think Model Garage is cool, imagine being able to interact with Ryan, say this week. It's not starting this week, it's starting in a couple of weeks, but imagine having the opportunity to interact with Ryan now, and then you implement what he tells you. And then the following week, you're like, oh my God, Ryan, I've done this. And now he's like, okay, great, good job. That's awesome. Now let's do this. Imagine having the opportunity to have Ryan Colby mold your career. That's the opportunity we're going to be offering. So I didn't have a chance to tell you guys until just now. Also, how many of you, on a scale of 1 to 10, how many of you were really impacted by what Yoon said? She said something that just really struck you and you're like, oh my gosh, I absolutely need more of Yoon in my life. I know I feel that way every time I talk to her. She's also going to be doing some calls with us as well. So the only way though that you're going to be able to be a part of these things is by scheduling an appointment with us. So definitely, if you haven't yet, if we can just drop the link one more time, definitely make sure that you schedule with us.
Dorothy, you scheduled twice. So I need Dorothy to unschedule one of those appointments. So that way we have an extra spot open for somebody else to schedule. So Dorothy, you scheduled 2 times. It looks like you scheduled for 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time and also 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. So take one away.
Or
please.
just message us which one you want to keep. Message myself or Alicia which one you want to keep. and we'll
Message to
cancel the
me,
other
because
one
I
for you.
don't really know how to do that.
That's probably easier. All right. All right. And we're not here to beg you to be successful. So we're going to drop the link one more time. And Jasmine, you have my email. So send me an email. All right. And if you, Jasmine, you can use that link as well, and you'll talk to one of the two of them.
Jasmine, just scheduled using the link because Danita
Yeah.
and I don't, I mean, not to sound like a horrible person, but we don't have time to, we don't personally
Yeah.
schedule people. You have the link, be proactive,
Yeah.
schedule your date and time.
Yeah,
That way you know you're going to talk to us.
Yeah, definitely use that
Because
link.
we read emails and we're too crazy right now.
Okay, awesome. All right. So we're not going to go through and say, hey, did you schedule? Did you schedule? Again, the spots are limited. So if you schedule, that's great. Once the spots are filled, we literally can't talk to any more people because we're going to be on the road. So, yeah. So what I would like to do also is, Yasmin, you can still get on the call. It's fine. You should definitely still speak to us. What I also want to do is, how many of you loved Mike's chat GPT presentation? If you love to type a 1 or a 1 in the comments. We're getting more ones. We're getting one. That's awesome. Okay. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to share a gift with you guys. So, that's the wrong gift. Hold on. That's the link to schedule. I'm going to share a link with you guys. And in this link, you're going to find Michael has put together some prompts that you can use for chat GPT. Okay. So everyone go into this link here. You'll see some prompts. What was that? All you have to do is cut and paste the link. When you open this, you'll see the chat GPT guide. You'll actually also see, hold on, let's see here. You'll see the final interview guide. You'll see finding fame. You'll see a model and casting guide that's literally a link to every legitimate casting that you can go to. Also all the agencies in the US. So definitely go into that link and check out the links. Make sure you get the chat GPT guide. Download it. Yes, everyone say thank you, Mike. Like, he is like Mr. Generosity. You have no idea. He would still be talking to you about AI if I didn't go over there and say, what?
He's like, Santa. It's like,
he is. Like, he was like, oh my God, what do you mean I have to stop? I'm like, we have more guests to talk to, Mike. Stop talking right now. But he loves, you could tell, can you, 1 or 1 in the comments, can you tell that we're all very passionate about what we do?
This isn't a job. This is a lifestyle.
This is what we do. It's what we do. So I want you guys to like really think about that as we go through the rest of your night tonight. I want you to really think about the impact that this weekend has had on you. I think that we can all agree that each and every one of us is a different person now than we were when we started. And I'm talking to myself too. Every time I posted, Alicia, can you believe in September, it's 3 years we've been doing these boot camps?
I can't believe it. Well, I guess, I was 8 months pregnant. My son, I mean, pandemic baby, like it actually worked out in our favor to, get pregnant and move down to Florida and not have to, like, this is so cool that we're able to do this on Zoom.
Yeah.
How many of you guys, Friday night, how many of you guys actually thought like, boot camp, 2 full days, man? How many of you guys are so glad that you put 2 full days into this? And I mean, the Fearless Rebel community, this is amazing, but you met top agents and entrepreneurs and casting. I mean, in 2 days, you did all this. Do you guys feel the power? And some of you guys have been on my personal open calls that are like 2 hours. I mean, 2 hours is good, but 16 hours is even better. How do we unschedule an appointment? Angel, just email us and tell us which appointment you want us to cancel and which one you want to keep. Did you schedule 2? If you did, just email it. Or you have my number, text me.
Or it's good. If you need to unschedule your appointment, simple, go into your email and cancel the appointment you don't want to keep, because you should have gotten an email confirmation.
Oh yeah, Deneen just taught me that one. I didn't know how to do it either.
Okay, that's what I do. All right, so this is what I would love to do. We've had an amazing weekend. We've made you an offer that is beyond belief to give you literally everything that you need to get started in the entertainment industry. So this is what I would like to do. if we impacted you at all, and you would like to share a little bit of how we've impacted you, I would love for you to be able to unmute you so I can hear some of your stories. And this means a lot to me when you do this, because like I literally stand in one spot for 16 hours on these boot camps, and I love it. It's honestly, it's one of my favorite things that we do. But at the same time, I love to hear the impact, because Mike actually made fun of me. He's like, oh, all you do is want to help people be successful. Like, yeah, that's who I am at my core. I can't change that. So what I would love to do is I would love to hear from a few of you, like how this weekend impacted you. Is it okay if we do that? Okay, awesome. So we're going to start with Idris. Okay, Idris, is that, first of all, am I saying your name correctly?
Yes, you're pronouncing it correctly. Yes.
Okay, so I'm ending the boot camp on a high too. So introduce yourself, let us know where you're from, and what was your biggest takeaway this weekend?
So my name is Idris. I'm locally here in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. My biggest takeaway was, I believe it was your example of Dorothy, is when she took the first step and the yellow brick road appeared. This has been like a childhood dream of mine. I've always wanted to do this. It's like a prayer answered. I really see it as a blessing, because I don't want to waste time. You know, I basically spent all my life raising my children. They're grown now. So I really want to do this, you know, just like full time. So to just have this opportunity, I just got my photos, everything, like, you know, just a week ago, just really getting serious about it. So it's a blessing. I count it a blessing.
How old are you?
I'm 44.
Okay, you're still a baby. You got plenty of time. You got this.
Yeah.
It's so funny. Ever since I've turned like 47, I'm going to be 48. I'm like, everyone else is a baby. Don't worry about it. You're good. So
yeah.
Awesome. Well, we're glad that you're here, and thank you for showing up for yourself this weekend. And I can't wait to have the opportunity to speak with you and take what you've already done and just elevate that success exponentially. And I know your kids are going to be proud of you too. So it's awesome.
Thank you. Thank you so much for everything. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for sharing.
You're welcome.
All right, Leah is next. Hold on. Okay, Leah.
Can you hear me? All right, here we are.
Yes.
I knew you were going to pick me next. Hi. I loved when we were talking to Yuri. Yeah. And also this is like my third boot camp, and I think it's starting to like sit in with me now, because I was kind of in that mindset of, what am I doing? Why am I doing this? This is not right. And then kind of like, this is who I am. This is just makes sense for going like back to your whole life and everything that you've done and who you are and your personality, and like low-key getting in trouble for it half the time, but like kind of like, yeah, right. And then it's like, no, this is who I am. This is not, do I want to become this person? This is like me. This is what I need to be doing, because it just makes sense. So because everything else that I've been doing as far as jobs go have not worked out. So this is a part of me that is not going to leave, and it might as well just be trained and then go from there with the money thing. So, and I don't know, I always learn something new on these boot camps, and this is just more that I'm learning, and it's just fantastic. So
awesome.
Yeah.
I love what you said too. You've done this. This is your third boot camp, and it's, Alicia likes to say, it's like the lasagna effect. You build each time you build. And
yeah, absolutely.
The reason I love the way we do the boot camps, and I may be biased because I host them for 3 years, but the reason I love it is because every time that you listen to information, even if it's the same information, you're a different person, so you're receiving it in a different way, or you're hearing it on a higher level. That's why it's so important to be here and just participate and play all in, and you do that every time. So thank you so much.
Absolutely.
I
Yes.
can't believe I haven't met. I feel like I know you. It's so weird that I haven't met you in person yet. It's crazy.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I'm in Brooklyn, so just knock on my door. I'm good. I know you're like doing stuff, but
Well, the next time I'm in Brooklyn, I'm gonna knock on your door.
oh, good. Do it.
Okay,
Do
so-
it. Absolutely. Now we got a doorman. You got to sign a thing when you get down
Oh
there.
God. Okay, that's way too much. I'll just text you. We'll meet for coffee.
Too much drama. Oh, and by the way, there was like a building, and I was going to post it on the Facebook book, but you saw me leave a couple times, but there was a building on fire like 2 doors down.
Oh my
And
gosh.
so I'm like, okay, because you always hear like the fire trucks, which is blah, blah, Brooklyn, whatever. But then I saw like this big thing of smoke coming by, and I'm like,
oh, shoot.
making sure it's not this building. It's not, but still like, wow. But yeah,
Be
no.
safe, Leah. Be
It's
safe.
fine. The fire's out, NYPD does their thing. It's good. Or NYFD does their thing. It's fine. But yeah, no, it was like, where is that? What is that? Is that smoke? Is that dirt? What's okay? Yeah, there's.
Well, thank God you're safe.
Yeah, everything's fine.
Okay. Well,
But
thank
yeah,
God.
no.
All right.
Awesome.
Well, we'll have
Thank
coffee in Brooklyn soon. Thank you.
We will. Totally. All right.
Awesome. Oh, I was about to mute myself. Okay. Mrs. Ryan Clapham. Add pin. Ask to unmute.
Okay, well, this has been, I've lost track of how many boot camps, but even throughout my Renaissance life and all the classes I've had, Yoon's redefining of shifting the paradigm really spoke to me today, because there's a lot of times I've had to shift the paradigm, and it's not always a good thing on the multiple paradigms I've shifted for other people, but it's always benefited me. And through everything I've learned so far from VIP Ignite, I am so blessed to be here and part of this company. And I can't wait to see you in a few days.
Oh, even in person. You didn't go to Hollywood, the first event. You didn't go to Beverly Hills last week. Now we get to see you live. And you didn't go to Orlando, right? This is it, Miami.
I didn't go to Orlando because I had just started up with you and there wasn't enough time. And Miami was the closest that I could get to doing. And then we started these power luncheons, but it just didn't play in the works. But I've got everything set up for Miami. So I will see you Thursday morning for lunch.
Cool. Fun fact, I'm literally, this is going to sound very creepy, but I have a very interesting spatial memory. I'm literally standing in the very spot where I spoke to you first. I don't know if that comes off as creepy or not, but if you were talking, I was like, oh my gosh, literally where I first spoke to you.
Yeah, and I remember talking to you, and then the next day I'm on a Zoom with Allie, so it was just like...
We move rapidly here at
Awesome.
VIP Ignite. There's no moss on our Rolling Stones. Awesome. Thank you, Ryan. I can't wait to meet you in a couple days.
You're welcome.
I might hug you.
Definitely.
Just laying it out there.
Awesome. All right, let's see here. Nevaeh, hold on. You're gonna have to tell me finally how to say your name, because I feel like I've said it like 5 different times.
Yeah, you said it right. The first time it was a little off, but this time you did get it right. It's
Nevaeh.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right. What was your biggest takeaway from this weekend? This was your first time with us, right?
Yeah.
What was tell us your biggest takeaway?
My biggest takeaway is to just go for it and go what makes you happy. I really took a big pause the beginning. Around the beginning of the summertime, I really stopped all modeling, acting business. I didn't really look into it because I kept questioning if I wanted to still do it, if that's something I wanted to do. And then I was I kept looking towards more conventional jobs, like being a doctor and a psychologist and stuff. Though I still want to do those things, it's just this is something I want to do since I was a kid. I kind of had to ask myself, am I not drawn to it as much just because it's not conventional? Or do I really not want to do it? And just being here is just you want to do this. You really do. And it kind of just was I want to get back into this because it does excite me. learning about the stuff and just seeing and hearing about people's stories. It just makes me want to do it even more.
Awesome. Well, we can't wait. What day are we going to be speaking to you? Tomorrow or Tuesday?
Tomorrow.
Awesome. Well, I can't wait to talk to you because I'll be calling you to confirm whether or not you and I are speaking on the call. So I can't wait. That's awesome.
Okay.
Thank you for sharing. All right. Let's see here. Jamie Block. All right, Jamie. Oh, Jamie Block is on the road. She's always on the road.
always on the move. That's right.
Always on the move.
Keeping it moving. Which actually is kind of a great place to start. I think my biggest takeaway from this boot camp was that I finally feel like me again because I was right and I love being right, but when you're right all the time, you know, it inherently creates a little dissatisfaction. And I really pushed myself this summer to make up for lost time from this spring. And you know, maybe I was a little too hard on myself. And I spent time with you guys, and I remember the paradigm that I left, and overlaying it with the paradigm that I've created over this summer has been so satisfying, actually. The good work I did seems to be here to stay, and being around you guys just it all comes back in really in the best way. And I'm just really happy and appreciative to have a fresh season to, you know, blend the two and really, you know, be the person that other people can depend on as well. You know, it's one thing to come up short when it's just you, but when you know that other people are counting on you, it means that much more. I really good.
We love you. Thank you for sharing that.
Thanks for making her cry. Really?
She didn't cry last boot camp. You're welcome.
I know. I had to make up for lost time with my tears. But thank you, Jamie. That means a lot. And I know you've been through a lot, so it's awesome to see you showing up.
And your lipstick matches the background. So
I know.
I appreciate that.
I need some of that purple lipstick. I'll have to for the next.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing. All right. And last but certainly never least, the one, the only, Marjorie Cleveland.
Hi. My biggest takeaway was the young lady, Miss Reed, because I've heard so much about the laws of attraction and all of that, and that was like the missing piece. I've read the book, but no one's ever really explained how to put it into practice. And like I said, my why is my family. And a lot of this that I'm learning of how to put my life in better focus, I'm definitely passing to my daughters, because if they can start at the age they are, by the time they get my age, they'll be just phenomenal. So everything that I'm learning through you guys have been changing my life just personally. For foremost, it changes me personally. And with the personal changes, it makes me push to just do my better in all other areas of my life. And meeting you guys in Hollywood was so surreal. But
you were real.
But it was like meeting your family, you know, it wasn't like meeting strangers, because we do have so much connection with each other through these boot camps, through trainings. We talk all the time. So anyone that's thinking about it, this is a great community. And if you're like me, a person who literally grew up isolated from others because of who they were, this is a place where you find out who you really are and you're celebrated, and it just makes you feel real.
Mm-hmm. Well, am I allowed to tell a story about you, Marjorie Cleveland? Do I have your permission to share a story?
Yeah, because Mike put me on blast with those posts. I told my daughter if I literally was near him, I would have choked him out because they were personal.
Hold on, she's gonna want to kill me now too. So thank God she'll have time to cool off. So one of my first interactions with Marjorie Cleveland was this, and I'm a helper. Like I want to help everybody. So it's like 10 o'clock at night and I get a text message. Okay, so let me paint the picture a little clearer for you. She lives in California. I was in Pennsylvania. It's like you can't get much further apart from where we were. She's like, hi, Denise. I think I'm having a heart attack. I was like, hang up and dial 911. What are you calling me and telling me you think you're having a heart attack for? Like, that's how tight we are. I'll never forget that. I was like, Marjorie. So that's literally how tight we are here at VIP Ignite. But thankfully, obviously, she was okay.
That also shows how much you all impress on the person's heart and how real you are, because I know little and I know a few people and I trust even less. And you're on that list of people that I trust with just about anything right now.
We had just finished the boot camp. I was like, Mike, do I have to hop on a plane? Oh my God, take me to the airport. Let's go. I was freaking out. But that's what we do. Like that's literally the level that we care about people. So you can kill me in New York. It's okay. You don't send anyone for me now. I have to go to Miami in a couple days and then you can kill me later. Okay.
I mean, it's also part of being exposed and being okay with who you are. It's like when I saw the post, it was like those were personal for Denise and for Alicia. And I understand why he posted it. So it was like, ew, I'm not the one that really likes to be blasted like that. So
well, you are being mushy and we applaud that. Okay. So I don't know what to say. It's because but you have to understand too, Marjorie, like Mike was talking, it's like showing everyone how to write Alicia thank you notes on ChatGPT. Like though when you share words like that, part of the reason we do this, I want to reaffirm in everyone like what you learned and what you experienced this weekend. But it also means a lot to us. There's one thing that costs nothing in the world that means everything, and it's a simple thank you. And that's why we share that, because you know what? Like sometimes we need to share our gratitude for people being grateful, if that makes any sense. I hope that makes sense. Yeah. Thank you. We love you, Marjorie Cleveland. And I promise you that we will put you on blast again for being emotional with us. So there you go. That's my promise. Thank you for sharing.
I'll get used to it.
Remember when we saw her in Beverly Hills and Danita and I like fought over who was going to hug you first?
Oh my God.
Like
she was standing there all dressed in pink, like looked head to toe. I was like, is that Marjorie Cleveland? Yeah. She's real. And when I meet you guys in person.
I'm excited to meet you guys.
Yep. Awesome. Well, thank you, Marjorie. We love you.
Love you back.
Awesome. All right, guys. Well, this has been an amazing boot camp. This has been life-changing, not only for you guys, but for us as well. And we just want to say thank you so much for being here. If my team is still on here, if they're not all passed out asleep, which I know that they're not, if you could just share the free gifts, the books, all of that stuff one more time, that would be amazing. And again, what we're going to be doing is we're going to have a wrap-up call on Wednesday. It'll probably be at 8:30 Eastern because we have another call at 7, so it'll be at 8:30 Eastern. And Ryan Colby will be live on it. And if you want to be on that call and you're not already working with us, what you need to do is schedule an interview. I think we have like 2 or 3 spots left. I'm not really sure. I kind of lost count, but I know we have like 2 or 3 spots left. When you're on your interview, we'll give you the link so you can get on the Zoom call with us. Otherwise, it will be streamed live into that Facebook group. So if we can have that Facebook group, I think everyone on the call is pretty much in the Facebook group, but we're going to be we'll be streaming the call into the group. And I'm going to give you guys one more challenge. This is the challenge. What I want you to do is, if Yoon Rhee has impacted your life, she really wants to work with us, but we kind of want to sweeten the deal a little bit for her. So if you guys can just share your biggest takeaway that you had from her in the Facebook group, what we're going to do is we're going to compile them and we're going to share them. So you can either write it out or do a video, whichever way is best for you. Go share that in the Facebook group so we can share that with her to push her over the edge to want to work with us. And then also, if you wanted to share your biggest takeaways with the boot camp, I want you to do that too. Not so much for us, but to remind yourself of how far you've come. This has been awesome. I had an amazing time. I can't wait to talk to you guys. Just so you know, also, I'm going to be calling each and every one of you and sending you a video if you don't answer your phone. So this whole weekend has been your audition. The second part of your audition is answering your phone or responding and confirming, okay?
Everybody type 856, 856. So when you see that number call you, it's like one of those like, oh my God, I won. It's like a radio show calling you. 856, pick up the phone and say, hi, Deneen, or return that text or return that call when you see that 856 number.
All right. So it's been amazing. We
Been
cannot
fun.
wait to talk to you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for showing up for yourself. And until we meet again, have an amazing Sunday evening, everyone. You guys
And
are
thank you guys for being on for 2 full days and playing full out. I'm very proud of you. I'm excited. Some of you, this is the end of your journey. Some of you guys, you're coming to Hollywood. We're on the right path. How many of you guys scheduled? Probably everybody on here, right? Yay. Charles,
Benny, I see I get to talk to you. I was like, oh, I got Benny. Yes.
all right, cool. And guys, we're only doing
I'm so
Monday and
excited. I promise I'm gonna bring as much energy tomorrow. He's like, man, I have to cancel my appointment. I can't talk to her. I got a smile out of you finally. Yes. Okay, my job here is done. Everyone have a great night. I'll see you all tomorrow on,
kiss your
on my
kids
calls.
and say, I'm doing it for us. All right, guys,
All right,
I'm
guys.
excited. Do they have any challenges in the Facebook group? Are they done?
I gave them their challenges.
Oh, okay. I must have been running and trying to change a baby. Literally, Kaden has a thing now. He goes, diaper off, and he just throws the diaper. Wait until you see him, Antonine.
He melted my heart. Hi, Denise.
Yeah, he goes, hi, Deneen. If you guys go on my Instagram, you'll see Kaden and Deneen. They're like this. And Kaden will be in South Beach, guys. So beware. He's
all right, guys.
Fedora. He's ready to party. All right. Thank you. Love you guys. You guys did great. You made it 2 full days. How do you feel? Good, right? We can keep going all night. I'm just kidding. Go pee, go eat, hug your kids, and we'll see you on your meetings.
All right, guys.
You
Have a
ready?
great night. Thank you for showing up for yourselves. We appreciate you.
Bye, Nikki. William,
We'll
your
see
fries
you.
looked good. I mean, I'm kind of pissed you didn't share them with us, but whatever. Charles Wallace, that's a cool shirt. Soraya, you know I love you. I'll see you in Miami. Get ready to dance. I know you want to.
Bye,
right?
Ramos.
He's ready to dance. LaMarcus, I feel like we said your name all weekend. Really?
We did.
We did. And
All right,
Sigal,
guys.
Angeline, thank you, Ezra, for working. Diamond Peoples, I feel like we text all the time now. So we are. Yasmin, your hair looks great. Idris, Leah, Missy Lloyd. Listen, when I go to Brooklyn, we're gonna have to like, we know some really good restaurants, and I know you do too, but ours are frequented by the Sopranos, so maybe we'll get some of the guys from the neighborhood to come with us to dinner. Get some gravy, sauce, right? Whatever it takes. Some good Italian cookies. No carb left behind on this VIP Ignite tour. These hips don't lie.
We're anti-keto here, in case you haven't guessed.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
All right, guys.
All right, guys. Have a great night. We will see you on your interviews, and we'll see you on the wrap-up call Wednesday night at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
And so you guys, we're gonna see you in South Beach this week.
All right. Yep. We'll see some of you in South
And
Beach.
follow us on Facebook and Instagram, even if you're not going, so you can see everything in real time and see how we run a photo shoot. You guys will see Ryan Colby in all his glory.
Orange juice. All right, guys. Have a great night, and we'll see you on Wednesday at 8:30 for the wrap-up call.
856. Don't forget, if she calls to confirm you, answer. Hi, Sherry Burns. Okay. Bye, everybody.
Bye, guys. Have a great night.